Match found.
Tamam. بدك رينا اخويا. بدك تعرف رينا يا ولا جيت كيف تلعب بيه مزيان. تخيل يا مع راسك. هي وصلت السموكر. شيكلوف ما حالش كاين.
Stand in my way. I dare you.
وات ذا فاك. كانت لعبة بكيل جوي قلبتها. لا كانت لعبة بكيل جوي في الأول.
Kingdom bleeds our planet once
الله
again.
قلبتها.
Too many scars.
Yeah. It's first place. You pick Killjoy. So in the end, you choose the. No. Killjoy. No problem. No problem.
Right here. Enemy spotted B. Here. I shot somebody.
Forever! Out of charges.
Heal up, squad.
ضري فيك وعود تاني خليك رينا منه. بابا
Blinding! Got you.
Enemy spotted A.
Spike planted. There is one enemy remaining.
الله تبارك. هتكون انا هذيك هتكون مورا حتى لما هاكو. Good job. Good job.
You really expect them to work? You see, they're not ordinary.
You are Turkish, Nansuki? Okay.
Hit them.
Sprichst du Deutsch? Gut.
Here.
كاين عجب كاين كلهم تما. اوي 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 هاي. No, don't die, don't die, don't die.
Concussing!
واحد ستار يا سلام.
Clearing out!
One enemy remaining.
خير لي مع راسها ندور. اش كاين شي شريف بينا شي شريف لا ما تيلعبوش بالشريف هادوك.
They're just batteries.
شكون اللي باكوست شكون اللي بي سي في. ها هو
Gun here.
This save round, this save round, they still got, they still echo, they still echo. Just Spectre, just Spectre. Eh?
Flash out! Blinding!
111 شوف 112 في كلوف 100
Time to hunt. You will not kill my
Oh.
allies. Here.
Current division.
Good job.
Spike down A.
بس تبعت عمو فلاك.
Last player standing.
انت صاحبي ما فين طلعت هذيك انت طلعت صوتو سمو فيه صوت تجيب لك الدور واحده باينه. لا تلح
Here. Yeah.
اوه عطيك تبي تجيبهم ثلاثه. نافره نافره.
These guns we use are okay, but I will also bring my own. No offense.
I got yous, okay? Multiple enemies.
ماشي فيكين ماشي كلهم باقيين لا.
Target down. My ult is ready. Hawk out.
Headshot.
Hawk out.
انا نشوف عرفت راه تنشوف باقي ما بانوش.
See nothing. Reloading.
سي بون مشى.
One enemy remaining. Spike
Oh,
down
oh.
B.
Spot spotted B.
فرص
30 seconds left.
Flash out!
I'm nothing like the enemy clove. I wouldn't be caught dead in that outfit.
Need a drop.
أنا فقير دراهم يومي معدودة.
You and me, Breach. Let's go.
هادشي فيه الإحساس.
Enemy spotted B.
Stay in sight. Reloading.
هذه واقيلا هادشي فيك يمشيو لاي هادي هذوك اللي
Parasite.
هاي
Concussing! Clearing out! Blinding!
اوه هاي ايه خصنا شي هيل سكاي كان يو هيل بليز
Healing over here.
One enemy remaining.
ثانك يو
Spike down A.
ثانك يو
Reloading.
I got this. No, you got this. You got this.
Like I never left.
Good job.
Reloading. Stay
Stay.
keen. They don't have to be good to be dangerous.
Need a drop. Thank you. Let's watch him struggle. The hunt begins.
Flash out!
30 فرينة 30 فرينة هي رينا تمه
Spike
لا.
down A.
اه
One enemy
لا لا
remaining.
good job
My ult ready.
good job good job بوش عليه راهي مدوخة nice
Did you hear me?
good job
Weapon choice, it is so personal. You pick a gun and it tells me who you are.
Radical containment units in loading bay 9 are ready for delivery to our transportation hub. All staff with level 6 clearance, please immediately report to the loading bay.
كاين شي سكينة الدراري فاندال الحلية القاية هذا
Need a
صابني
drop. Thank you.
هذا عندك هاد الميكانيك
Hawk out. Blinded.
انا قلت يا لمو
Blasting! Blinding!
جمعين
Spike
بعد السيج
down B.
رينا 80 رينا 80 رينا لو
Hawk out.
اي جو اي الله اكبر
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
الله
Last player
أكبر.
standing.
الله اكبر she was inside maybe hiding to your left side maybe hiding to your left side maybe I don't know good job
You had your fun.
follow
My turn.
oh my god oh my god oh my god
They think they're better than us. I can tell.
Don't give them ground.
No peeking. Seek them out.
Forever!
Poke out.
Clearing out!
Spike down B.
Flash out!
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Good job.
We are
Good job,
just
good job.
too good. Shot in a smoke. All right, lucky socks. Don't fail me now.
Smoke A, 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 A.
Let's spread out.
A, A, A.
Blinding! Flash out! Worthless! Blasting! Enemy A. Concussing!
One enemy remaining.
Here.
Ace, 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 مشاري ace. بو مشاري ace. بو. ace ديالي مشى.
Find the weakest link and kick him in the shin.
We are actively investigating.
طلع يربط يوم تما.
Suspect
قلت له واحد على اليسار ورجع لواحد على اليمين وعاود رجع للاخر على اليسار. اوه كلوز ماركت لا ما كاينش ليست ماركت لا 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 استسلام معلم هاي بيبي
Enemy spotted mid. Enemy spotted.
Spike down A.
اها
Here. Resist. Enemy spotted.
You will not kill my allies.
Clearing out!
اوه ضرب طلع لامه
Buried.
سحب لي هلا صار بجوج
30 seconds left. Spike
والله اذا
planted.
عرفت شي واحد كان في البي كان تمشي كان مش واعر
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
ديفيوز don't stop good job
Why did I sign up for this shit?
yeah exactly
Drop in a smoke. I could just outlive them.
Nah, bullets are quicker. Solid try.
The hunt begins!
Here.
I can't miss. Enemies B. Enemies.
كلهم بي.
Spike
لا لا لا.
planted.
ناري ناري.
Enemy B.
الله أكبر. اسطاني بعدها الطوال. شوف شامبر اسطاني لك على اليمين. بوش. هو يخرج دابا.
Raise there. My ult ready.
من هو؟
One enemy remaining.
من الاخر؟
Blinding.
صافي صافي.
Last round before the switch.
No point saving. Spend it all.
Yes. Find the weak point and break it.
ايه 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 ايه.
I've got your trail.
قلتو.
Clearing out. Flash out.
واد القلبة. زرب عليه.
Dead.
كاين هنايا في البو.
Out of charges.
Spike planted.
ويلي. وعندكم راه كاين هنا. عندك لو في راه كاين شي واحد هنا وراه هنا واقيلا.
Last player standing.
اي كون اسكتي يا صاحبي.
Switching sides.
Oh, this reminds me of one time.
Actually, never mind.
ما تخافش ضروري.
Does anyone have fun?
سير انت تكلف باليمين.
No poking. Cutting their vision.
ويلي.
Reloading.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
Blasting. Blinding. There they are.
فين اول؟
Blinded. Here.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Tie.
فين هو الاخر. فين هو؟ نايس. هلا.
Feel something over there. Can't place it. Like us, but different.
شكون اللي باغوست شكون اللي باغوست؟ كلشي عنده كلشي شرا ولا؟ فينك؟
Right there.
غندخل على مومبي. سكوبي. شو؟ هيك عندهم شي صوت ها؟
Clearing out.
Enemy spotted.
عندك؟
Angel's dead.
One enemy remaining.
Good job.
I think that's it.
One downside to being immortal. I can't play dead.
Need a drop.
Gun here.
Focus now. Eyes off me.
Concussing.
Stealing sight.
نخرجوا لكم من الداخل يكون مخبي الداخل. كنت مخبي الداخل هذا. مخبي الداخل الاخر. ما يمكنش. مول جانا كلبه. مول جا اونكل زوين.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Take aim, Zenfire. Let's not complicate it.
Scooby. Sage is always A.
Careful there.
Help a girl out.
Sage is not here.
Cheers, mate. Time to mobilize my pack.
Cutting their vision. Reloading.
Hawk out.
Here we go.
Reloading.
Flash out.
ضربتها صاحبي ناري لا فرصة ضرب فيها 78 لا كلوب
Last player standing.
Terminus. My ult is ready. Away.
تديفيوزي
They're not getting the message. Leave it to me. I'll rough them up.
I got the spike.
Cussing.
Blinded. Healing over here. Fire in the hole.
واو
They're cussed. Hawk out.
الله اكبر
Heal up,
ناري
squad.
اجا خرطيت واجي كنا بين نتلاقاو معاهم هنايا ها هو تيحنقص الله اكبر
One dead. Take it out. My ult's ready.
ايه دونت
Last player
ما تحملوش
standing.
عندي السبايك اصاحبي I guess I thought I have
30
spike
seconds left.
oh my god والله الا تحملوش عندي السبايك غادي يبين بلانتي يعني why you didn't come with me
Drop in a smoke. Stay alive. I want their life, not yours.
okay nice excuse
Right here.
Right here.
We need guys. Stop trolling.
I take what I want. They are so dead.
Good job.
Hawk out.
Reloading.
Dropping time to hunt.
Stealing some.
Forever.
They're concussed. Healing over here.
Hawk out.
Plant them. I'll take them out. Found one.
Well, up.
They found my trap.
Climate choices.
Blinding.
First Angelo.
Flash out.
Good job.
One enemy remaining.
سير تلمى ايسي يا صاحبي سير ها
Did your best. Just wasn't enough.
Match point.
Their head is in the guillotine. Now pull.
Could I have a job? Thank you. Help a girl out. would
لازم
ya?
يجوا البيت خلينا نهز هذيك الاورب وانا قلت على امهم السلام عليكم كبير اخوي بخير
Take them.
سير الله
G'day.
Enemy mid.
Reloading.
My ult's ready.
Cutting their way.
سير push
My turn.
Clearing out.
بدك له
Here. Yeah.
رينا على اليسار هاكو
Hawk out.
شوية عليكم معلم هاكو
Last player standing.
ناري شوية عليك ده ناخذ تا اوه انتي
They think they're so secure.
Be strong, Skye.
Hawk out. I've got your trail.
The hunt begins.
Dropping smoke.
Stealing some.
ثاني
Reloading.
Blasting.
Have one of these.
Reloading.
Hawk out.
Blinding.
Oh. Hey, can you heal again?
Flash out.
Oh.
Teleport's ready. We doing this or what?
يلا سير اجنت خطاو هنا لكن حسبت له حنا دابا الشق البوله كلشي بيتحرك
Here.
صافي مزيان. شو
My ult is ready.
عم ضرب دمجي.
Hawk out.
ما مات.
Spike down A.
I have the spike.
والله ما مات ولد الكلب.
Scout destroyed.
سير تما على اليمين.
Reloading.
على اليمين. بيك ولكن بالزربه. عندك كلوف. عم بيكي عليك. طير. لا. عاود سير طلب عمو.
Like I never left.
على اليمين طير بيكي عليه اليمين ديالك. اليمين ديالك اصاحبي. تا مالك باش ما كتصاونديش. فوكلوف.
Last
Spike
player
carrier is
standing.
down. I got the
كتصاونديش
spike
اصاحبي.
Down B.
ended.
صاحبي.
Their lives are so meaningless. Might as well give them to me.
لا شو ابي والله الا كندخلوا بها صاحبي كندخلوا بيه مزيان.
Time to hunt.
هيا بيان جوي.
Reloading.
Reloading.
يلا بوش تلقى شي واحد تما لداخل راح يحرك تما.
Blinded.
On my mark.
Hawk out.
بلانتي بلانتي يا اودين.
Reloading. Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
راجع نبوشي على ما بلاتي. هاي
Flawless.
معلم.
Attackers win.
Refreshing.
واش الدراري الله يحفظك دوزو هاد لابيل. لا باش نعرف واش غنبقى ولا ما نمشي فهمتي.
الو فين؟ تمام درتي ولا باقي؟ باقي واحد الصغير اخر ولا؟ انت واقيلا راه غادي تفطر معاهم واقيلا يدوز بابا كان يجي عندهم بابا كيجيكو يجي مروه كيك واقيلا يجي بابا كيجي مروه ويجيكو يا سلام يا سلام يا سلام
لونس هذاك لازم شي يقضي واحد الغرض. المهم نشوفو هو الاول. عرفتي داك لابيل اللي تيجيك في وسط الجيم وتيمرضك هو اللي ما بيتش. اللهم تقدر تيلافير من الاول. هاني جاي.
Match found.
لونسيت عاوتاني ناري ناري. مشاكل. جوج ماتشات في نفس لاماب متابعين الثاني كتخسروا معروفه. لا 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 صاحبي لا بطرولي لا بطرولي. لا 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 بيكو طيب. بيك يا بنتي بيكو الدراري الله يهديكم. بيكو صاحبي ضيع برك بطرول. يا صاحبي برك من لا صاحبي قوت السوايع الله يلا قوت السوايع طالع الله يلا طالع. طب ايش يا صاحبي.
If I'm not stressed, then you should not be stressed.
طرولي يا صاحبي لا لا طرولي.
Cool as a cucumber.
ايش
That's the thing Americans say.
يا ما عندكمش السموكر. ربحوا في الديفنس خليهم يربحوا التطرح. السلام اخور. اسر الله. ايه وين الكلبة 60 فرينة.
Spike
فرينة
planted.
60.
Last
أولي
player
أولي
standing.
أولي أولي تنزوي. صافي مشيتو فيها خسرت الحاسر.
I wish you'd take my extra reactor coolant. If your arms overheat out there, don't blame me.
0-0.
White security protocol escalated to level 6. Please remain calm and follow all steps outlined in our emergency
0-0 الدراري.
Take them one by one.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted B. Cussing!
Last player standing.
اوه اوه
Flawless.
الله اكبر.
Don't stress if I die. It was great knowing you all. Also, delete my hard drive.
كلهم ويلي يا صاحبي كيدخلوا بحال داخل الضروري
Spike planted.
ويلي صح
Last player standing. Flawless.
Time to stock back up.
Enough.
Placing sentry. Found them.
Forever. Blasting.
Reloading.
بس
Turrets destroyed.
Flash out.
Enemy spotted. B.
Last player standing.
أو والله ما يمكنش صح
Time to take these arms for a spin.
سير صاحبي غادي نمشي لك بزاف لي بوان
Placing sentry.
والله الا غنمشيو لك اصاحبي لي بوان تاع جوج تروحها صاحبي ما فهمتش صاحبي نتوما زيرو صاحبي تموتوا بحال
Last player standing.
لا صاحبي واه
Spike planted.
Too late. My ult's ready. Concussing.
You will not kill my allies.
Blinding.
اوه فاك ويا صاحبي ما فهمتش انا كيفاش يقتلكم بغي ما
Floor into battle. I'm not tired. Are you?
Please remember to encrypt all files before leaving the facility. At Kingdom West,
شنو ما صاحبي شنو يقول لكم هذاك زين
Time's up. Let's go.
The hunt begins.
Placing swamp.
It's you and me. Forever. Clearing out.
Last player
خويا
standing.
راه بزاف ما عرفناش نضربو هنا ولا هنا ولا صاحبي
Flawless.
They don't have a single life worth saving.
this is a special message for our
زيرو صح
Enemy spotted.
Full threat.
Enemy spotted.
Concussing.
شوف ستيفير
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
يلا عرف الله واش هذا سير ديفيوزي سير ديفيوزي بزربه
Last player standing.
ويلي 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 الله حول ولا قوة إلا بالله. ناري 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 ناري.
Hey, who has a good song for we were losing but
Can I
now
get this?
things are looking up? You know, like a
Redemption arc.
أنا أنسطانيهم. شو أنسطانيهم.
right there.
أنا أنسطانيهم.
Wall raised.
Forever.
شوش كاين شي واحد تما طل. دابا واقيلا ويلا لا.
Spike planted.
Flash out. Too late.
Get grounded.
Last
واحد
player
الكلبة
standing.
خرج ليا من
One
الجن.
enemy remaining.
بيتي بي ريفي.
Your duty is not over.
Of course you still need me.
Last player standing.
Blasting.
والله ينعاد طبعا.
The tech is
ما كانش عليك تبوشي الصاد، كان كتسناني نبوشيو بجوج. لا ما كنت تسنيت يا صاحبي، تسناني ندخلو بجوج. علاش مريفايفيني؟
Help. For you, hermanita.
The hunt begins.
Turret's destroyed.
bomb grenade out.
منين تا هو؟
Concussing.
تقبل الفرص.
Here.
Clearing out.
فاك.
Spike down B. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Remember, your weapon is only a tool.
You can't just shoot. You have to think.
Here. Here.
لا أعطاك.
Turret's destroyed. Many enemies.
Forever. It's you and me.
Down.
Blasting. Flash out.
Jet ground.
Spike down B.
Enemy spotted. Reloading.
78.
Reloading.
شي واحد يدخل عليهم بوم بشادقهم. ناري اش بتعطيهم 1 vs 1
One enemy remaining.
موراك. شويه عليك اصاحبي ما بقاش تسبري يا يوسف.
Reload.
I'm ready.
Need a drop.
Thank you.
رجعوا ايه المره هذه
No prisoners.
شاطت ما ايه عارف كيف
Clearing out. Making cover. Destabilizing.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A.
Good attempt.
Last player standing.
Opponent
One
killed.
enemy
My
remaining.
ultimate
ندخل على رجال وراك اصاحبي واش تمام ونيري سكرين اصاحبي ولا ما وين اصاحبي الصباح هي كضرب
Last round in the half.
Don't be cheap. End it all before it's gone.
بيعاودوا ايه فين بيعاودوا ايه
Get out of my way.
حيدر رينا دوز على اليسار
My ult is ready. No.
Last
فابور
player
انا
standing.
فلانك
Spike planted. Switching sides.
معروفة جوج تروحها في نفس الماب الثاني كتخسر فيه معروفة
Placing alarm bot.
صوت الله
Every
هذا
choice matters.
سمنا الله هو يجي مبوش فرحان
You're done. Reloading.
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 Right there.
Reloading.
Card out.
واش هرستو ولا باقي؟
Alarm bot down. Enemy spotted.
Reloading.
انا عندي سبايك عندكم فلانك حداو فلانك حداو
Right
فلانك
there.
There.
Spike planted.
Go on my mark. Here.
ورينا فين هي؟ مركز
One enemy remaining.
Blinding. We bring enough body bags.
If you must fall, then fall near me.
لا تنزل
Quick peeks now. Placing alarm bot.
Cussing.
دابا اليمين
Flash out.
Jett grounded.
ها واحدين هنا.
Turret out. For you. Lights down. Enemy spotted. A.
The angel's dead.
One enemy remaining.
ها كمان.
Blinding. Not one left.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters.
اسوي سيفي طلع الجاي. شريوها الشيلدات شريوها الشيلدات.
Weapon here. Weapon here.
خليهم سيفي طلع الجاي. سبيكتر سبيكتر صاحبي لعب سبيكتر. سارة.
Over there.
Alarm out.
Tremor.
Cutting their vision.
Blasting.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
خلاص بلانتي يلا يا بلانتي.
Wall raised.
Reyna killed.
Planted.
Enemy spotted mid.
In sight.
Turret destroyed.
Safe.
Placing swarm grenade.
Reloading.
Flash out.
For you.
واو
Enemy defender spawn.
One enemy remaining.
My ult ready.
Here.
Quit your
Oh,
tiptoeing. They're all
خذ فاندر خذ.
And the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
Can I get this? Thanks. This is where we win. Alarm bot out.
They will cower.
reloading. Concussing. Clearing out.
Placing sentry.
بلانتي
Spike dropped.
بلانتي فين هاي سبايك؟
Barrier cleared.
أوي أوي
Placing swarm grenade.
Stop the fire.
Swarm
Spike
grenade out.
planted. Dusted. My ult's ready.
Sage killed.
One enemy
بيان
remaining.
جوي. كان ماركت قدر يجيب الطورة.
Blinding.
بيان جوي.
I know what must be done.
I got money.
Need something?
وي
Behind me.
بلاتي السطح. أوه.
Tremor.
Placing
Hello?
alarm bot.
الو اسمع كذا ويت هو انا باقي مسدس
Spike down A.
It's you and me.
باقي لي باقي لي
Last player standing.
دوزيام طار
Hedor.
يلا راك ماكش كاسمع الصوت كندوي في التليفون ابي هذا كندابس.
Prepare yourselves. Can someone get this? Thank you.
فاك هادشي بطريح باش اصاحبي ابقي البوست الجيم
Alarm bot out. Don't overthink it. That's my job.
عندك فوق الوول حدا فوق الوول ولا هنا
Imposter kill. Reloading.
Concussing!
Over.
Sweet, thanks.
Cutting their vision.
Show me a target. Making
Already.
cover.
My area's clear.
Destabilizing.
ما خليتيش
One enemy remaining.
معلم
You are in our way. Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again.
Spikes here.
Here.
سير الله.
Placing alarm bot.
I hope this one's exciting.
انا عندي ادفع دابا دوي
Get out of my way.
Trevor! Show me a target.
Jett.
Clearing out! Stopping fire.
Got one. Here.
سير دخل
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
ها ها
Barrier strikes down. Healing you. You will not kill my allies. Turn down.
اوه تشيرسو عندكم
Reloading.
الدراري
Spotted A. Reloading.
اوه شوت جان وديك جاك
Swarm grenade out.
One enemy remaining.
معلم
Who could have
معلم
predicted this?
جوك
All right, I did.
Come on! Get me in the line of fire. I have credits if you need them.
وقال عند اخرين اش عندك الريفر ارى لي اخويا الريفر ارى لي الريفر واه
Need a
بسقوط
drop. Thank you.
واه
Forward.
ولا نيد قال لك نهض نيد
Got one.
Reloading.
Focusing. Distraction.
وملاقي شنو الشيء وات ذا فاك
Sentry.
من الجيم
Stopping fire. Concussing! Blasting! Multiple enemies.
شاطر
One enemy remaining.
ها مورانا بيجوز بيجوز
Let them try to get through.
راه ما فهمتش اش وقع انا كنلاقي وواحد طلق اومن مورايا اجي نبوشيو نتلفو مو بي عاودتي بيستاكيو بي اجل ايه واش عندك اولت يلا سير اولتي بي مزيان
Together.
اوكي لاك اش هادشي يا صاحبي
Alarm bot
طفاك
Flash out! Reloading.
هو خلو كان مخبي ولد كلب
Trevor! Making cover.
Cutting their vision.
Clearing out!
One enemy remaining.
سي بون
barrier placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Destabilizing. Blinding! Kill everyone, and our job gets a whole lot easier.
Reload.
The symphony of death. Don't worry, you get used.
هاك سهلة.
Spikes here.
المهم الدراري شوف انا اسطاني هنايا وانتم محضيو هنايا هاد القنيت هاد.
Okay.
وغادي نهرس انا انت هو.
Concussing.
Inside.
Show me a target.
Feeling sight.
Flash out.
You fought
هلا
well. Your duty is not over.
bien joué. Wall
Wall raised. Spikes down.
Target out.
ليزو كاين على اليسار. اوف اوف اوف. لا ميرد يا صاحبي.
Unavoidable.
Enemy
معلم.
remaining.
بيان جوي. شوية عليكم الدراري. معلم
No more.
معلم. ضغطات 80 قبيلة. بيان جوي. بيان جوي بيان جوي.
Hold an area pretty well myself.
ما كانش عليك تقولها صراحة قوتها. هو سود القحبة.
Need a drop. Thank you.
انا نجي قلت الدراري ندخلوا به.
Placing alarm bot.
ولكن شوف تشيكي شوف تشيكي واسمع تشيكي هاد القنوته هادو انا قلت هاد الجهه هادي فهمتي. دور بيك. كاين شي واحد هنا.
Reloading. Got the spike. Reloading.
شي واحد عنده هنايا شي شوت كان. علاش بغيتي تير علاش بغيتي نمشي السمو. هاهما تجمعوا غيكونوا تجمعوا يلا 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 صاحبي واخا نسمع.
Last player
فو
standing.
صاحبي اش تخور هذا تخور.
Spike down B.
وبينا ندخلوا بيه صاحبي باش تقود تما في ميد. كتخور ولا كتخور. صاحبي والله ما نخور. شحال هذا قلنا بينا نولتي وبينا ندخلوا سلام عليكم. اش غادي انت ديروا
Match
تما.
point.
Where are we going this time?
Remember what worked in the past.
وانا عندي قلت صاحبي تمام راه كلشي بينعس. ودخلنا راه كنت غير انا الاخر لا يجيك صاحبي. واش نشد على اليمين ولا على اليمين الله يسر ولا شكون هذا اللي قال لك احنا رجعناهم شكون؟ انت ماك صاحبي. هذا الشيء.
Placing alarm bot. Get out of my way.
ها هو يلا هو يمشي عليكم.
Reloading.
عندك هذا الكلب.
Spotted A. Breaking. Reloading. Blinding. Starting fire.
Feeling sight.
Spikes down. You will not kill my ally. Initiated.
One
فيه
enemy
78
remaining.
بيان جوي.
Placing sentry.
Overtime. Switching sides.
What will it be this time?
Any patterns emerging?
المهم والي بي لو طون باش نجيو.
Let's have some fun.
Enemy spotted.
اوه
Turret destroyed.
ويلي صاحبي.
Alarm bot down. Enemy spotted.
Spike down B.
Enemy spotted B.
ماشي رينا فين هي رينا؟ كاين دخلت عندكم
One
رينا؟
enemy remaining. Last player standing.
رينا صاحبي واش كاينه ميدا صاحبي.
Match switching
point.
sides.
You're not being shot at, you're doing something wrong.
يلا ايه الدراري ايه يلا السلام عليكم يلا زيرو الدراري. شتو غير عندك يقتل لكم شي واحد هنايا في هاد الجهه هادي. حضيوه مزيان.
Time for a field test. Alarm bot out.
Trevor!
هو ندير رونجيتو لا كان شي واحد هنا. هو مات. مورانا.
That's done.
واحد حدا هنا واحد مزيان.
Destabilizing. Stopping fire.
Turret down.
بلانتي غير الجوي. يلا.
Spike
خرب.
down A.
هاك
One
معلم.
enemy remaining.
شويه عليكم الدراري.
Got the spike.
سير روتيتي سير. راك حدا وفلان عندك يغفلكم حدا سير غادي حدا كورنرز كاع الكورنرز شوف كيف
My ult is ready.
او ما تموتش صافي رجع لداخل ما تموتش
No distractions.
معلم.
Attackers win.
Someone else will clean up. I don't take out the trash.
غادي سعيدة. لا بزاف والله الا بزاف.
The environmental change had a remarkable effect. Men instinctively aimed at what they perceived to be an insect, significantly improving their accuracy and reducing mess. This clever design not only solved a practical problem but also cut cleaning costs by 8% annually. This example demonstrates the profound impact that small strategic changes to our environment can have on behavior. It's not about forcing change through willpower alone, but about creating contexts that naturally guide us towards desired actions. Consider how this principle might apply to your own life. If you're trying to eat healthier, for instance, you could replicate the strategy I used with apples. Instead of hiding fruits and vegetables in the crisper drawer where they're easily forgotten, place them in a prominent bowl on the kitchen counter. This simple change makes healthy snacks the most visible and accessible option, increasing the likelihood that you'll reach for them instead of less nutritious alternatives. The key is to make the cues for your desired habits obvious and unavoidable. Want to remember to take your medication? Place the pill bottle next to your toothbrush. Aiming to practice an instrument more often? Set up the instrument stand in the middle of your living room. Hoping to express more gratitude? Keep thank you notes and stamps on your desk where you'll see them daily. By populating your environment with these visual reminders and cues, You're essentially programming your surroundings to prompt the behaviors you want to encourage. It's like setting up a series of friendly nudges throughout your day, each one gently steering you towards your goals. But the influence of our environment goes beyond just visual cues. The entire context surrounding a behavior can become associated with the habit over time. This is why many people drink more in social situations than they would alone. It's not just the presence of alcohol that triggers the behavior, but the whole atmosphere, the music, the friends, the setting. Understanding this context-dependent nature of habits opens up new strategies for change. If you're struggling to establish a new habit or break an old one, sometimes the most effective approach is to change your environment entirely. This is why people often find it easier to adopt new routines when they move to a new home or start a new job. The new context is free from the ingrained associations of the old one, providing a clean slate for establishing different patterns. However, you don't need to make a major life change to leverage this principle. Even small environmental shifts can be powerful. If you're trying to establish a writing habit, for example, you might designate a specific corner of your home as your writing spot. Use this space only for writing, and over time, your brain will begin to associate that location with the act of writing, making it easier to slip into a creative mindset when you sit down there. This strategy of associating specific context with specific behaviors can be applied to various areas of life. Having trouble falling asleep? Train yourself to use your bed only for sleeping. If you can't fall asleep within a reasonable time, get up and do something relaxing in another room until you feel tired. Over time, your brain will learn to associate your bed solely with sleep, making it easier to drift off when you lie down. The power of context in shaping our habits also highlights the importance of creating clear boundaries between different areas of our lives. In today's world, where many of us work from home, it's increasingly common for our professional and personal lives to blur together. This can make it difficult to switch off from work mode and fully relax. I experienced this challenge firsthand when I started my entrepreneurial career. Working from my couch or kitchen table, I found it nearly impossible to establish a clear end to my workday. The solution came when I was able to set up a dedicated home office. Suddenly, work became something that happened in a specific room, while the rest of my home was for personal life. This physical separation created a psychological boundary, making it much easier to transition between work and relaxation. This concept of one space, one use can be a powerful tool in organizing your life and habits. By assigning specific activities to specific areas, you create mental shortcuts that help you slip into the right mindset for each task. Your kitchen becomes a place for cooking and enjoying meals, your bedroom a sanctuary for rest, your desk a focus zone for work or study. When designing your environment to support your habits, it's crucial to think not just in terms of objects, but relationships. The items in your space aren't just things, they're potential triggers for behaviors. That comfortable armchair might be a reading nook for one person, but a TV watching spot for another. The associations we form with our surroundings are deeply personal and can significantly influence our actions. This perspective shift from seeing your environment as a collection of objects to a web of relationships can be transformative. It encourages you to be more intentional about how you interact with your space and the items in it. Each time you enter a room or use an object, you're reinforcing a particular behavior pattern. By being mindful of these interactions, you can start to reshape them in ways that align with your goals. Another powerful strategy is to increase the number of positive cues in your environment while decreasing negative ones. If you're trying to read more, for instance, you might place books in every room of your house, creating multiple reminders of your reading goal. Conversely, if you're trying to watch less television, you could hide the remote control or even cover the TV when it's not in use. It's worth noting that our modern digital environments are just as influential as our physical ones, if not more so. The apps on our phone's home screen, the bookmarks in our browser, the notifications we allow, all of these act as cues that shape our behavior. Applying the principles of environmental design to our digital spaces can be incredibly powerful. Something as simple as rearranging your phone's apps to make productive tools more visible and distracting ones less accessible can have a significant impact on your daily habits. As you embark on this journey of environmental design, remember that it's an iterative process. What works for someone else might not work for you, and what works for you today might need adjustment in the future. Be willing to experiment, observe the results, and make changes as needed. The goal is to create an environment that feels natural and supportive, not one that feels forced or restrictive. It's also important to approach this process with self-compassion. Changing habits is challenging, and there will likely be setbacks along the way. Instead of viewing these as failures, see them as valuable data points that can inform your next iteration of environmental design. Ultimately, the power of environmental design lies in its ability to make desired behaviors easier and undesired behaviors harder. By thoughtfully arranging your surroundings, you can create a world that naturally guides you towards your goals, reducing the need for constant willpower and conscious decision-making. This approach to personal growth and habit formation is about working smarter, not harder. It's about recognizing that we are not separate from our environment, but deeply interconnected with it. By becoming active designers of our spaces, both physical and digital, we can harness the subtle yet powerful forces that shape our daily actions. So take a moment to look around you. What story does your current environment tell about your habits and priorities? What changes could you make to better align your surroundings with your aspirations? Remember, you have the power to shape your world, and in doing so, to shape yourself. By creating spaces that support your goals and values, you're not just changing your environment, you're changing your life, one small cue at a time. The interplay between our environment and our habits is a fascinating area of study that challenges many long-held beliefs about willpower, addiction, and behavior change. To truly understand how we can shape our habits, and by extension, our lives, we need to delve into the subtle yet powerful ways our surroundings influence our actions. Let's begin with a startling discovery made during the Vietnam War. In 1971, Congressman Robert Steele and Morgan Murphy uncovered a shocking fact over 15% of U.S. soldiers stationed in Vietnam were heroin addicts. Further research revealed that the problem was even more widespread, with up to 35% of service members having tried heroin and as many as 20% being addicted. This revelation sent shockwaves through Washington and led to the creation of the Special Action Office of Drug Abuse Prevention under President Nixon. The office was tasked with addressing this crisis, including tracking addicted service members upon their return home. What happened next would challenge everything we thought we knew about addiction. Researcher Lee Robbins, who was involved in studying these returning soldiers, made a groundbreaking discovery. Contrary to the prevailing belief that heroin addiction was a permanent, irreversible condition, Robbins found that only 5% of the soldiers who had used heroin in Vietnam became re-addicted within a year of returning home. Even more remarkably, only 12% relapsed within 3 years. This finding was revolutionary. It suggested that addiction wasn't solely about the substance or the individual's willpower. Instead, it pointed to the crucial role of environment in shaping and maintaining addictive behaviors. The soldiers in Vietnam were surrounded by cues that triggered heroin use, easy access to the drug, the constant stress of war, friendships with other users, and distance from their normal lives. When they returned home, these environmental triggers were absent, and for many the addiction simply faded away. This stands in stark contrast to the typical experience of drug users in the United States. When someone becomes addicted in their home environment, goes to a clinic to get clean, and then returns to their old neighborhood, they're immediately confronted with all the cues that originally led to their addiction. It's no wonder that relapse rates in these situations are often as high as 90%, the exact opposite of what was observed with the Vietnam veterans. These findings challenge our cultural narrative about bad habits and addiction. For decades, we've been told that unhealthy behaviors, whether it's drug addiction, overeating, or smoking, are primarily a result of moral weakness or lack of self-control. We've internalized the idea that if we just had more discipline, we could overcome any bad habit. However, recent research paints a different picture. When scientists study people who appear to have exceptional self-control, they find that these individuals aren't fundamentally different from those who struggle. The key difference is that people with high self-control are better at structuring their lives in ways that minimize temptation. In essence, they create environments that support their goals, reducing the need for constant willpower battles. This insight is profound. The people with the best self-control are often those who need to use it the least. They're not constantly resisting temptation, they're avoiding it altogether by shaping their environment. This doesn't mean that perseverance and willpower are unimportant. Rather, it suggests that the most effective way to improve these qualities is not by willing ourselves to be more disciplined, but by creating more disciplined environments. To understand why this approach is so powerful, we need to look at how habits are formed and encoded in the brain. Once a habit is established, it becomes a ready-to-use pattern of behavior that can be triggered whenever the relevant situation arises. This encoding is so strong that it can persist for decades, even if the habit isn't practiced. Consider the case of Patty Orwell, a therapist from Austin, Texas. When she was younger, she often smoked while riding horses with a friend. She eventually quit smoking and stopped riding horses. Years later, when she rode a horse again, she suddenly found herself craving a cigarette for the first time in ages. The association between horse riding and smoking was still encoded in her brain, just waiting for the right cue to reactivate it. This persistence of encoded habits explains why many behavior change techniques can backfire. When we expose people to cues associated with their bad habits, we can inadvertently trigger the very behaviors we're trying to stop. For example, shame-based weight loss presentations can stress obese individuals, leading them to turn to their familiar coping mechanism, overeating. Similarly, showing graphic images of damaged lungs to smokers can increase anxiety, driving them to reach for a cigarette to calm down. The power of environmental cues in triggering habits also explains why bad habits can be so persistent and self-reinforcing. They often create a negative feedback loop, what we might call an autocatalytic process. The habit feeds itself. You feel bad, so you eat junk food. Because you eat junk food, you feel bad, you feel sluggish from watching too much TV, so you continue watching because you lack the energy to do anything else. You worry about your health, which makes you anxious, so you smoke to ease the anxiety, which in turn worsens your health and increases your anxiety. It's a downward spiral that can feel impossible to escape. Understanding this dynamic is crucial for anyone looking to break bad habits or establish good ones. It highlights the importance of creating environments that support our goals rather than undermine them. This might mean removing temptations from our immediate surroundings, changing our routines to avoid triggering situations, or intentionally introducing cues that prompt positive behaviors. For instance, if you're trying to eat healthier, simply willing yourself to make better choices isn't enough. You need to reshape your food environment. This could involve removing junk food from your home, pre-preparing healthy meals, or changing your commute to avoid passing your favorite fast food restaurants. By reducing your exposure to unhealthy food cues and increasing healthy ones, you make it easier to stick to your goals without constantly battling temptation. Similarly, if you're aiming to be more productive, relying solely on willpower to ignore distractions is a losing battle. Instead, you might create a dedicated workspace free from the cues that trigger procrastination. This could mean working in a different room from where you relax, using website blockers during work hours, or even wearing specific work clothes that signal to your brain it's time to focus. The principle extends to digital environments as well. In our hyper-connected world, our devices often serve multiple, sometimes conflicting purposes. Your smartphone might be both a vital work tool and your primary source of entertainment. This mixing of contexts can make it challenging to maintain focus or avoid procrastination. One strategy to combat this is to create distinct digital environments for different purposes. For example, you might use your computer solely for work, your tablet for reading, and your phone for communication and social media. By separating these contexts, you create clearer cues for your brain about what behavior is appropriate in each situation. This approach of creating distinct environments for different habits is powerful, but it can be challenging in practice, especially for those living in small spaces or with limited resources. However, even in constrained circumstances, it's possible to create activity zones within a single space. A specific chair might be designated for reading, a particular corner for meditation, or a certain table for focused work. The key is consistency. By repeatedly using these spaces for their designated purposes, you strengthen the association between the environment and the desired behavior. It's worth noting that while changing your environment can be a powerful tool for habit change, it's not a magic solution. Old habits don't disappear, they remain encoded in our brains, waiting for the right cues to reactivate them. This is why people who have quit smoking for years might suddenly crave a cigarette in a high-stress situation, or why someone who has maintained a healthy diet might binge on food during a particularly emotional time. The persistence of these encoded habits underscores the importance of ongoing environmental management. It's not enough to create a supportive environment once we need to continually reinforce it and be mindful of potential triggers. This might mean avoiding certain situations entirely, having strategies in place for when we can't avoid triggers, or regularly reassessing and adjusting our environment as our goals and circumstances change. Moreover, it's crucial to recognize that our environment extends beyond our physical surroundings. Our social connections, daily routines, and even our internal dialogue all form part of the context that shapes our habits. Changing habits often requires addressing these aspects as well. This might involve seeking out new social circles that support our goals, establishing routines that reinforce positive behaviors, or working on our self-talk to create a more supportive internal environment. The implications of this environmental approach to habit change are far-reaching. On a personal level, it offers a more compassionate and effective way to approach self-improvement. Rather than berating ourselves for lack of willpower, we can focus on creating environments that make good habits easier and bad habits harder. This shift in perspective can reduce shame and increase our sense of agency in shaping our behaviors. On a broader scale, this understanding has significant implications for public health and policy. Instead of relying solely on education or willpower-based interventions, we should be focusing on creating environments that naturally promote healthier choices. This could involve urban planning that encourages physical activity, workplace designs that reduce stress and promote well-being, or food policies that make healthy options more accessible and affordable. In conclusion, the secret to self-control and lasting habit change lies not in Herculean feats of willpower, but in the thoughtful design of our environment. By understanding the powerful role that context plays in shaping our behavior, we can create surroundings that naturally guide us towards our goals. This approach doesn't eliminate the need for effort or commitment, but it does make the path of positive change much smoother and more sustainable. As we navigate the complexities of modern life with its myriad distractions and temptations, this environmental perspective on habit formation becomes increasingly valuable. It empowers us to be active architects of our own behavior, shaping our surroundings to support the person we aspire to be. Whether we're trying to break a bad habit, establish a good one, or simply live more intentionally, the key often lies in the world we create around us. By mastering our environment, we can master ourselves. Habits are powerful shapers of our identities and lives. Each action we take, no matter how small, serves as a vote for the type of person we aspire to be. When we finish reading a book, we cast a vote for being someone who values knowledge and literature. When we hit the gym, we're voting for a health-conscious identity. Practicing an instrument is a vote for musicianship. These individual actions may seem insignificant in isolation, but over time they accumulate into compelling evidence of who we are becoming. This perspective on habit formation offers a refreshing take on personal growth. It suggests that meaningful change doesn't necessarily require drastic measures or overnight transformations. Instead, it's the consistent, small habits that can make a profound difference by gradually building up evidence of a new identity. This is the paradox of incremental improvement. What seems like minor progress can actually lead to significant change when viewed through the lens of identity formation. Consider how this plays out in various aspects of life. Each time you put pen to paper or fingers to keyboard, you reinforce your identity as a writer. Every practice session with a musical instrument strengthens your musician identity. Starting a workout, regardless of its intensity or duration, is an affirmation of your athletic self. When you take the time to encourage and support your team members, you're cementing your role as a leader. But the impact of these habits goes beyond just achieving specific outcomes or developing skills. Perhaps more importantly, they teach us to trust ourselves. As we consistently follow through on our intentions, we begin to believe in our ability to accomplish our goals. This growing self-trust is a powerful force that can propel us forward in all areas of life. It's crucial to recognize that this process works both ways. Just as positive habits reinforce desirable identities, negative habits can solidify less desirable ones. Every time we give in to procrastination, for instance, we're casting a vote for being someone who lacks discipline. When we choose unhealthy foods over nutritious options, we're voting for an identity that doesn't prioritize well-being. However, the good news is that perfection isn't necessary. In any election, there are always votes for both sides. The key is to win the majority. This means that occasional slip-ups or bad habits don't negate our progress, as long as we're consistently making choices that align with our desired identity more often than not. This understanding of habit formation as identity shaping leads us to a simple but powerful two-step process for personal transformation. First, we must decide on the type of person we want to become. Then, we prove it to ourselves through small, consistent wins. The first step, deciding who we want to be, is arguably the most challenging. It requires deep introspection and honesty about our values, principles, and aspirations. This applies not just to individuals, but to teams, communities, and even nations. What do we stand for? What principles guide our actions? Who do we aspire to become? For many, these questions can feel overwhelming. It's often easier to focus on specific outcomes we want to achieve: losing weight, reducing anxiety, or increasing our income. While these goals are valid starting points, the key is to work backward from these desired results to the type of person who could achieve them. Who is the kind of person that maintains a healthy weight? Who embodies the calm and centeredness we associate with low anxiety? Who has the skills, mindset, and habits that lead to financial success? This shift in focus from outcome-based thinking to identity-based thinking can be transformative. Instead of fixating on writing a book, we concentrate on becoming the type of person who writes consistently. Rather than obsessing over a target weight, we focus on embodying the habits and mindset of a healthy person. This approach aligns our daily actions with our deepest values and aspirations. Once we've clarified our desired identity, the second step is to reinforce it through small, consistent actions. These don't need to be grand gestures or dramatic changes. In fact, it's often the seemingly insignificant choices that have the most profound impact over time. Choosing to walk instead of drive, opting for a salad over fast food, or spending 10 minutes reading before bed, these small decisions, repeated consistently, shape our identity far more than occasional bursts of motivation or short-lived resolutions. This process creates a powerful feedback loop. Our habits shape our identity, and our identity, in turn, influences our habits. As we consistently act in alignment with our desired identity, we strengthen our belief in that identity, which makes it easier to maintain those habits. This virtuous cycle can lead to profound and lasting change. It's important to note that this approach to habit formation and personal growth is not about achieving specific external measures of success. While habits can certainly help us reach goals like earning more money, losing weight, or reducing stress, their true value lies in their ability to shape our identity. They are the means through which we develop and reinforce our deepest beliefs about ourselves. This perspective on habits offers a more holistic and sustainable approach to personal development. Instead of chasing fleeting goals or external validation, we focus on becoming the type of person we aspire to be. This shift in focus can lead to more meaningful and lasting change as our actions become aligned with our core values and desired identity. Moreover, this approach to habit formation acknowledges the fluid nature of identity. We are not fixed entities, but rather dynamic beings capable of growth and change. Our identity is not set in stone, it's a choice we make in every moment through our actions and habits. This realization is empowering, as it puts the power of change squarely in our own hands. The process of identity-based habit formation also highlights the importance of patience and consistency. Meaningful change doesn't happen overnight. It's the result of countless small actions and decisions made consistently over time. This understanding can help us stay committed to our goals even when progress seems slow or setbacks occur. Additionally, this approach to personal growth encourages a more compassionate attitude towards ourselves. Instead of berating ourselves for failures or slip-ups, we can view them as part of the natural process of change. As long as we're winning the majority of the time casting more votes for our desired identity than against it, we're moving in the right direction. This perspective on habits and identity formation has implications beyond individual growth. It can be applied to organizational change, community development, and even societal transformation. By focusing on the type of organization, community, or society we want to be, and consistently taking actions that align with that vision, we can create meaningful change on a larger scale. In conclusion, the power of habits lies not just in their ability to help us achieve specific goals, but in their capacity to shape our very identity. By focusing on who we want to become rather than what we want to achieve, we can create more meaningful and lasting change in our lives. Through consistent small actions, we cast votes for our desired identity, gradually becoming the person we aspire to be. This process of continuous self-evolution, guided by our deepest values and aspirations, is the true essence of personal growth and fulfillment. As we align our habits with our desired identity, we not only improve our lives but also contribute to positive change in our communities and the world at large. The human brain is a remarkable organ, constantly adapting and evolving to help us navigate the complexities of life. One of its most fascinating abilities is the formation of habits, automatic behaviors that allow us to function efficiently in our daily lives. Understanding how habits form and why they're so crucial to our success can provide valuable insights into human behavior and personal growth. Let's start by exploring the fundamental nature of habits. At their core, habits are behaviors that have been repeated so frequently that they become automatic. This process of habit formation begins with a period of trial and error, much like the experiences of the cats in Edward Thorndike's famous puzzle box experiments. When we encounter a new situation or challenge, our brain must decide how to respond. Initially, we may feel uncertain, trying different approaches to see what works best. This period is characterized by high neurological activity as our brain carefully analyzes the situation, taking in new information and making conscious decisions about how to act. Through this process of exploration, we occasionally stumble upon a solution that works well, a behavior that solves our problem or provides a reward. Perhaps we discover that going for a run helps alleviate anxiety, or that playing video games after work helps us unwind from a stressful day. These discoveries are pivotal moments in habit formation. Once we experience an unexpected reward, our brain immediately begins to take notice. It starts cataloging the events that preceded the reward, trying to identify the actions that led to this positive outcome. This is the essence of learning. Our brain is constantly seeking to understand cause-effect relationships in our environment. With repeated practice, our brain refines this process. Useless actions fade away, while beneficial behaviors are reinforced. This is how a habit begins to take shape. Over time, what once required conscious effort becomes automatic, a reliable solution to a recurring problem in our environment. As habits form, an interesting neurological shift occurs. The level of brain activity actually decreases. This is because our brain has learned to focus on the cues that predict success and ignore everything else. It creates a mental shortcut if this situation arises, then perform this action. This cognitive script can be followed automatically whenever the appropriate situation presents itself. This automation is incredibly beneficial from an evolutionary perspective. Habits are, in essence, mental shortcuts learned from experience. They allow us to efficiently solve problems we've encountered before without having to analyze the situation anew each time. This frees up our conscious mind, the bottleneck of the brain, to focus on novel challenges and more complex tasks. The formation of habits follows a consistent pattern that can be broken down into 4 key stages: cue, craving, response, and reward. Understanding this pattern can provide valuable insights into how we can shape our own behavior and build positive habits. The process begins with a cue, a bit of information that predicts a reward. In our ancestral environment, these cues might have signaled the location of food, water, or potential mates. Today, we're more often attuned to cues that predict secondary rewards like money, status, approval, or personal satisfaction. Importantly, these modern pursuits still indirectly improve our odds of survival and reproduction, tapping into our deepest evolutionary motivations. The cue triggers are craving the motivational force behind every habit. Without some level of motivation or desire, we have no reason to act. What we crave is not the habit itself, but the change in state it delivers. We don't crave smoking a cigarette, we crave the feeling of relief it provides. We don't crave watching TV, we crave the entertainment and relaxation it offers. The response is the actual habit you perform, which can take the form of a thought or an action. Whether a response occurs depends on how motivated you are and how much friction is associated with the behavior. If a particular action requires more physical or mental effort than you're willing to expend, you won't do it. Finally, the reward is the end goal of every habit. We chase rewards because they satisfy our cravings and teach us which actions are worth remembering in the future. The cue is about noticing the reward. The craving is about wanting the reward. The response is about obtaining the reward. In fact, we can understand the entire habit loop as a continuous cycle aimed at reward acquisition. This four-stage pattern plays out in countless ways in our daily lives, often without our conscious awareness. For instance, consider the habit of checking your phone. The cue might be a notification sound or simply feeling bored. This triggers a craving for distraction or connection. The response is to pick up your phone and check your apps. The reward is the momentary entertainment or social connection you experience. Understanding this pattern can be incredibly empowering. It allows us to dissect our existing habits and intentionally shape new ones. By manipulating the cues in our environment, managing our cravings, simplifying our desired responses, and enhancing the rewards associated with positive behaviors, we can effectively rewire our habits. However, it's crucial to recognize that habit formation is not about achieving perfection. It's about winning the majority of the time. Every action is a vote for the type of person you want to become. You don't need a unanimous vote to win an election, you just need a majority. Therefore, it's okay if you make a mistake or slip up occasionally. The goal is to tally up enough votes for your desired identity over time. This perspective on habit formation offers a more compassionate and realistic approach to personal growth. Instead of beating ourselves up over occasional failures, we can focus on consistently making choices that align with our desired identity more often than not. Moreover, this approach to habit formation acknowledges the fluid nature of identity. We are not fixed entities, but dynamic beings capable of growth and change. Our identity emerges from our habits, and our habits shape our identity in turn. This creates a powerful feedback loop that can lead to profound personal transformation over time. It's worth noting that while habits can be incredibly beneficial, some people worry that too much routine might make life dull or restrict their freedom. However, this concern sets up a false dichotomy between habits and freedom. In reality, good habits create freedom by automating the mundane aspects of life, freeing up mental resources for more important tasks and decisions. Consider financial habits, for instance. Good financial habits like regularly saving a portion of your income or tracking your expenses might seem restrictive in the short term. However, these habits ultimately create more freedom by providing financial stability and options in the long run. Similarly, good health habits might require some discipline initially, but they provide the energy and vitality needed to fully engage in life's experiences. In essence, habits are tools that can be leveraged to create the life we desire. They are not about restricting our choices, but about aligning our automatic behaviors with our deepest values and aspirations. By thoughtfully cultivating positive habits, we can automate the fundamentals of life, creating the mental space needed for creativity, growth, and the pursuit of our most meaningful goals. It's also important to recognize that habits exist on a spectrum of automaticity. Some habits are so ingrained that they occur completely without conscious thought, while others may require some level of intentionality, especially in their early stages of formation. This spectrum allows for flexibility in how we approach habit formation and modification. Furthermore, habits don't exist in isolation. They are part of larger systems in our lives, often interconnected in complex ways. A single keystone habit can trigger a cascade of positive changes across various areas of life. For example, developing a regular exercise habit might lead to better eating choices, improved sleep, increased productivity, and enhanced mood. As we deepen our understanding of habits, we can also appreciate their role in shaping not just individual lives, but entire societies. Collective habits form the basis of culture, and changing societal norms often involves shifting the habits of many individuals. This perspective highlights the profound impact that personal habit change can have on a larger scale. In conclusion, habits are far more than just repetitive behaviors. They are the building blocks of our identities, the shapers of our daily experiences, and the determinants of our long-term outcomes. By understanding the science of habit formation and leveraging this knowledge in our lives, we can take conscious control of our automatic behaviors, aligning them with our deepest values and aspirations. This journey of habit formation and identity shaping is not about achieving perfection or adhering to rigid routines. Instead, it's about making consistent, small choices that compound over time, gradually sculpting us into the individuals we aspire to be. It's a process of continuous growth and refinement, where each small action is a vote for our desired identity. As we navigate this process, it's crucial to approach it with patience, self-compassion, and a long-term perspective. Meaningful change doesn't happen overnight, but through the accumulation of many small, consistent actions over time. By focusing on the process rather than just the outcome, we can find joy and fulfillment in the journey of personal growth itself. Ultimately, mastering our habits is about taking control of our own evolution. It's about consciously shaping our behaviors, our identities, and by extension, our lives. In doing so, we don't just change our routines, we change our worlds, opening up new possibilities and creating the freedom to live life on our own terms. The intricate workings of human behavior have long fascinated scientists, psychologists, and individuals seeking personal growth. At the heart of our daily actions lies a powerful force: habits. These automated behaviors shape our lives in profound ways, often operating below the surface of our conscious awareness. Understanding the mechanics of habit formation can unlock the potential for meaningful personal change and growth. At its core, every habit follows a predictable pattern, a loop that consists of 4 key stages: cue, craving, response, and reward. This habit loop is not just a theoretical construct, but a neurological reality that plays out countless times each day in our lives. The journey of a habit begins with a cue. This is a trigger, a bit of information that predicts a potential reward. In our modern world, cues can take many forms: the ping of a smartphone notification, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, or the sight of your running shoes by the door. These cues are neutral in themselves, but they have the power to set the habit loop in motion. What transforms a simple cue into a catalyst for action is the second stage of the habit loop: craving. This is where things get interesting from a psychological perspective. Contrary to what we might assume, we don't actually crave the habit itself. Rather, we crave the change in state that the habit promises to deliver. For instance, when you see a notification on your phone, you don't crave the act of checking your phone itself. What you truly desire is the potential nugget of information, the connection, or the momentary distraction it might provide. When you smell coffee, you're not longing for the liquid itself, but for the alertness and comfort it represents. This distinction is crucial because it highlights the emotional and psychological underpinnings of our habits. Cravings are highly personal and can vary dramatically from one individual to another. What triggers an intense desire in one person might be entirely insignificant to another. This is why understanding your own cravings is a key step in mastering your habits. The sound of slot machines might ignite an irresistible urge in a habitual gambler, while for others, it's merely background noise. The interpretation of cues, colored by our past experiences, emotions, and current state, is what transforms them into cravings. The third stage of the habit loop is the response. This is the actual habit you perform, which can be a physical action or a mental process. However, a response only occurs if 2 conditions are met: sufficient motivation and the ability to perform the action. If an action requires more effort than you're willing to expend, or if it's beyond your capabilities, the habit loop breaks down at this stage. This insight offers a powerful lever for habit change. By increasing or decreasing the effort required to perform a habit, we can influence whether it occurs. Want to read more? Leave a book on your bedside table. Trying to cut down on social media? Log out of your accounts after each use, adding a small barrier to mindless scrolling. The final stage of the habit loop is the reward. This is the end goal of every habit, the payoff that satisfies the craving and completes the cycle. Rewards serve a dual purpose. They provide immediate gratification and they teach us which actions are worth repeating in the future. The immediate satisfaction of a craving is what makes habits so powerful. When you check your phone and find an interesting message, the brief moment of entertainment or connection reinforces the habit. When you take a sip of coffee and feel that first jolt of caffeine, your brain logs that action as worth repeating. But rewards do more than just satisfy momentary desires. They play a crucial role in the learning process that underlies habit formation. Our brains are essentially reward detectors, constantly scanning our experiences to identify which actions lead to pleasurable outcomes. This feedback mechanism helps us distinguish between useful and useless behaviors, gradually shaping our habits over time. Understanding this four-stage habit loop provides a framework for analyzing and modifying our behaviors. If any of these four components is insufficient, a behavior will fail to become a habit. Without a clear cue, a habit won't start. Without a strong enough craving, there's no motivation to act. If the response is too difficult, it won't be performed. And if the reward fails to satisfy, there's no reason to repeat the behavior. This loop isn't just an occasional occurrence, it's an endless cycle that's running every moment we're alive. Our brains are constantly scanning the environment, predicting outcomes, trying responses, and learning from the results. Most of the time, this process happens so quickly and automatically that we're not even aware of it. We can think of the habit loop as having two distinct phases: the problem phase and the solution phase. The problem phase, which includes the cue and craving, is when we recognize that something needs to change. The solution phase, comprising the response and reward, is when we take action to bring about that change. This perspective illuminates a fundamental truth about human behavior. All of our actions are ultimately driven by the desire to solve problems. Sometimes the problem is that we notice something good and want to obtain it. Other times we're experiencing discomfort and want to alleviate it. In either case, habits form as our brains learn efficient ways to address these recurring situations. Consider some common scenarios. You hear your phone buzz cue, which triggers a desire to know what the message says, craving. You pick up your phone and read the text response, satisfying your curiosity reward. Or perhaps you're working on a challenging project cue and start to feel overwhelmed, craving for relief. You might bite your nails response as a way to relieve stress, reward. These examples illustrate how deeply ingrained habits can become. By the time we reach adulthood, many of our habits are so automatic that we hardly notice them. We don't think about which shoe we tie first in the morning, or the fact that we always turn right when we leave our driveway. These patterns of behavior have become so deeply encoded in our neural pathways that they occur without conscious thought. This automaticity is both a blessing and a curse. On one hand, it allows us to navigate much of our daily lives efficiently, freeing up mental resources for more complex tasks. On the other hand, it can lead us to perpetuate behaviors that may not serve us well in the long run. The key to harnessing the power of habits lies in becoming more aware of these automatic processes. By shining a light on the cues that trigger our behaviors, the cravings that drive them, the responses we've learned, and the rewards we receive, we can begin to exert more conscious control over our actions. This doesn't mean we need to eliminate automaticity altogether. That would be exhausting and counterproductive. Instead, the goal is to ensure that our automatic behaviors are aligned with our long-term goals and values. We want to cultivate habits that serve us, not ones that hinder our growth or happiness. Changing habits isn't easy, but understanding the habit loop gives us a roadmap for transformation. We can work on each component of the loop to reshape our behaviors. 1. Cues. We can manage our environment to reduce exposure to cues that trigger undesirable habits and increase exposure to cues that prompt positive behaviors. 2. Cravings. We can reframe our mental associations to link desired behaviors with positive emotions and outcomes. 3. Response. We can make good habits easier to do and bad habits more difficult, tilting the scales in favor of positive behaviors. 4. Rewards. We can engineer immediate rewards for good habits to make them more satisfying in the short term. It's important to note that habit change is not about achieving perfection. It's about consistently making choices that align with the person we want to become. Every action is a vote for the type of person we wish to be. We don't need to win every vote, but we need to win the majority to see real change. Moreover, habits don't exist in isolation. They're part of larger systems in our lives, often interconnected in complex ways. Changing one habit can have ripple effects, influencing other behaviors and aspects of our lives. This interconnectedness can work in our favor sometimes. Changing one keystone habit can lead to a cascade of positive changes across various areas of life. As we work on our habits, it's crucial to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. Habit formation and change take time. Our brains require repeated experiences to forge new neural pathways and strengthen them to the point of automaticity. This process can't be rushed, but it can be guided. It's also worth considering the broader implications of habit formation beyond individual behavior. Collective habits form the basis of culture, and societal change often involves shifting the habits of many individuals. By understanding and mastering our own habits, we not only improve our personal lives but potentially contribute to positive changes on a larger scale. In conclusion, the science of habit formation offers powerful insights into human behavior and personal growth. By understanding the habit loop of cue, craving, response, and reward, we gain a framework for analyzing and modifying our automatic behaviors. This knowledge empowers us to shape our habits intentionally, aligning our automatic behaviors with our deepest values and aspirations. The journey of habit change is not about achieving perfection or adhering to rigid routines. It's about making consistent, small choices that compound over time, gradually sculpting us into the individuals we aspire to be. It's a process of continuous growth and refinement, where each small action is a vote for our desired identity. As we navigate this process, we must approach it with patience, self-compassion, and a long-term perspective. Meaningful change doesn't happen overnight, but through the accumulation of many small, consistent actions over time. By focusing on the process rather than just the outcome, we can find joy and fulfillment in the journey of personal growth itself. Ultimately, mastering our habits is about taking control of our own evolution. It's about consciously shaping our behaviors, our identities, and by extension, our lives. In doing so, we don't just change our routines, we change our worlds, opening up new possibilities and creating the freedom to live life on our own terms. The power of habit formation lies not just in its ability to automate our behaviors, but in its potential to transform who we are and who we can become. The human mind is a marvel of efficiency, constantly working to streamline our experiences and behaviors. At the heart of this process lies the formation of habits, automatic behaviors that allow us to navigate the complexities of daily life with minimal conscious effort. Understanding the mechanics of habit formation not only provides fascinating insights into human behavior, but also offers powerful tools for personal growth and transformation. The foundation of habit formation rests on a simple yet profound four-step process: cue, craving, response, and reward. This habit loop is the backbone of every habit, from the most trivial to the most impactful. By understanding and manipulating these four components, we gain the ability to shape our behaviors intentionally, cultivating habits that serve our goals and dismantling those that hinder us. Let's delve deeper into each stage of the habit loop and explore how we can leverage this knowledge to create positive change in our lives. The cue is the trigger that initiates a habit. It can be anything in our environment that our brain associates with a particular behavior. The ping of a smartphone notification, the smell of coffee in the morning, or the sight of your running shoes by the door. These are all potential cues that set a habit in motion. Importantly, cues are neutral in themselves. It's our interpretation of them that gives them power. To harness the power of cues, we need to make them obvious for habits we want to cultivate and invisible for those we wish to break. This might involve strategically placing items in our environment to prompt desired behaviors or removing triggers that lead to unwanted actions. For instance, if you want to read more, leaving a book on your bedside table creates a clear cue. Conversely, if you're trying to cut down on social media use, keeping your phone out of sight while working can help reduce the temptation to check it constantly. The craving is the motivational force behind every habit. It's not the habit itself that we crave, but the change in state it promises. When we see a notification on our phone, we don't actually crave the act of checking it, we crave the potential nugget of information or connection it might provide. Understanding this distinction is crucial, because it highlights the emotional and psychological underpinnings of our habits. To make habits more attractive, we can bundle them with activities we already enjoy or reframe them to highlight their benefits. For example, if you struggle to exercise regularly, you might pair your workout with listening to your favorite podcast, creating a more appealing package. Alternatively, you could focus on the immediate benefits of exercise, like increased energy and improved mood, rather than distant goals like weight loss. The response is the actual habit you perform. This is where the rubber meets the road, so to speak. For a habit to form, the response must be possible. You need to have the ability to do it. This insight offers another lever for habit change. By manipulating the ease or difficulty of a behavior, we can influence whether it becomes a habit. To encourage good habits, we should strive to make them as easy as possible. This might involve breaking them down into smaller, more manageable steps or reducing friction in our environment. For instance, if you want to start a journaling habit, you might leave a notebook and pen on your desk each night, reducing the effort required to begin writing in the morning. Conversely, to break bad habits, we can introduce friction or make them more difficult. If you're trying to cut down on late-night snacking, you might put healthy snacks at eye level in your fridge and store less healthy options in hard-to-reach places. The reward is the end goal of every habit, the payoff that satisfies our craving and teaches us which actions are worth repeating. The most effective rewards are those that provide immediate satisfaction while also aligning with our long-term goals. To reinforce good habits, we need to make them satisfying. This might involve celebrating small wins or tracking our progress visually. For example, marking off days on a calendar when you complete a desired habit can provide a sense of accomplishment and motivation to continue. For breaking bad habits, we can make them unsatisfying by attaching immediate negative consequences. This could be as simple as telling a friend about your goal and agreeing to pay them a small amount each time you slip up. These 4 laws of behavior change make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, and make it satisfying, provide a powerful framework for shaping our habits. However, it's important to remember that habit formation is not just about willpower or discipline. It's about creating systems that make good behaviors inevitable and bad behaviors impossible. Consider the story of the paramedic who recognized the signs of an impending heart attack in her father-in-law, despite him feeling fine. This illustrates a fascinating aspect of human cognition, our ability to recognize patterns and make predictions based on subtle cues, often without conscious awareness. Through years of experience, the paramedic had unknowingly developed the ability to recognize the facial patterns associated with heart problems. Her brain had catalogued these cues, creating an automatic response system that allowed her to identify potential issues quickly. This phenomenon isn't unique to medical professionals. Similar stories abound in various fields. Military analysts can distinguish between friendly and enemy aircraft on radar screens based on minute differences. Art curators can spot forgeries that fool even sophisticated tests. Experienced radiologists can predict where a stroke will develop before any obvious signs are visible. These examples highlight the incredible pattern recognition capabilities of the human brain. Our minds are constantly taking in information from our surroundings, analyzing it, and making predictions. With enough repetition, we begin to notice important cues automatically, without conscious thought. This automatic processing is the foundation of every habit we have. It's what allows us to perform complex behaviors without actively thinking about each step. Consider how you don't need to consciously think about each muscle movement involved in driving a car or typing on a keyboard. These actions have become habitual, freeing up mental resources for other tasks. However, this automaticity is a double-edged sword. While it makes many aspects of our lives more efficient, it can also lead us to fall into patterns of behavior that may not serve us well. We might find ourselves reaching for our phones every time we feel a moment of boredom, or automatically grabbing a snack when we pass the kitchen, even if we're not hungry. The key to harnessing the power of habits while avoiding their potential pitfalls lies in becoming more aware of our automatic behaviors. By shining a light on the cues that trigger our habits, the cravings that drive them, the responses we've learned, and the rewards we receive, we can begin to exert more conscious control over our actions. This doesn't mean we need to eliminate automaticity altogether. That would be exhausting and counterproductive. Instead, the goal is to ensure that our automatic behaviors are aligned with our long-term goals and values. We want to cultivate habits that serve us, not ones that hinder our growth or happiness. It's important to note that habit change is not about achieving perfection. It's about consistently making choices that align with the person we want to become. Every action is a vote for the type of person we wish to be. We don't need to win every vote, but we need to win the majority to see real change. Moreover, habits don't exist in isolation. They're part of larger systems in our lives, often interconnected in complex ways. Changing one habit can have ripple effects, influencing other behaviors and aspects of our lives. This interconnectedness can work in our favor sometimes. Changing one keystone habit can lead to a cascade of positive changes across various areas of life. As we work on our habits, it's crucial to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. Habit formation and change take time. Our brains require repeated experiences to forge new neural pathways and strengthen them to the point of automaticity. This process can't be rushed, but it can be guided. It's also worth considering the broader implications of habit formation beyond individual behavior. Collective habits form the basis of culture, and societal change often involves shifting the habits of many individuals. By understanding and mastering our own habits, we not only improve our personal lives but potentially contribute to positive changes on a larger scale. In conclusion, the science of habit formation offers powerful insights into human behavior and personal growth. By understanding the habit loop of cue, craving, response, and reward, and applying the 4 laws of behavior change, we gain a framework for analyzing and modifying our automatic behaviors. This knowledge empowers us to shape our habits intentionally, aligning our automatic behaviors with our deepest values and aspirations. The journey of habit change is not about achieving perfection or adhering to rigid routines. It's about making consistent, small choices that compound over time, gradually sculpting us into the individuals we aspire to be. It's a process of continuous growth and refinement, where each small action is a vote for our desired identity. As we navigate this process, we must approach it with patience, self-compassion, and a long-term perspective. Meaningful change doesn't happen overnight, but through the accumulation of many small, consistent actions over time. By focusing on the process rather than just the outcome, we can find joy and fulfillment in the journey of personal growth itself. Ultimately, mastering our habits is about taking control of our own evolution. It's about consciously shaping our behaviors, our identities, and by extension, our lives. In doing so, we don't just change our routines, we change our worlds, opening up new possibilities and creating the freedom to live life on our own terms. The power of habit formation lies not just in its ability to automate our behaviors, but in its potential to transform who we are and who we can become. In our fast-paced world, we often find ourselves operating on autopilot, our actions guided by deeply ingrained habits that we may not even be consciously aware of. These habits, whether beneficial or detrimental, shape our daily lives, and ultimately determine our long-term outcomes. Understanding and harnessing the power of habits is crucial for personal growth and achieving our goals. Consider the story of a retail clerk who, after a series of transactions involving gift cards, absent-mindedly cut a customer's actual credit card in half. Or the former preschool teacher who, even in her new corporate job, couldn't shake the habit of asking co-workers if they had washed their hands after using the bathroom. These anecdotes illustrate how deeply ingrained our habits can become, often operating below the level of conscious awareness. The power of habits lies in their ability to automate our behaviors, freeing up mental resources for more complex tasks. However, this same automaticity can lead us astray when our habits are misaligned with our goals or values. The key to leveraging habits for personal growth lies in bringing them into our conscious awareness and intentionally shaping them to serve our desired outcomes. One powerful technique for increasing awareness of our habits is inspired by the Japanese railway system's pointing and calling method. This safety system, which involves operators physically pointing at and verbally calling out various checks and procedures, has been shown to reduce errors by up to 85% and cut accidents by 30%. The effectiveness of this method lies in its ability to elevate routine actions from the non-conscious to the conscious level, engaging multiple senses and increasing overall awareness. We can adapt this concept to our personal lives by creating what we might call a habits scorecard. This simple yet powerful exercise involves listing out our daily habits and evaluating each one as positive, negative, or neutral. By doing so, we bring our automatic behaviors into conscious awareness, allowing us to identify areas for improvement and reinforcement. To create your own habits scorecard, start by listing out your daily routines in detail. Include everything from the moment you wake up to the time you go to bed. Once you have a comprehensive list, go through each item and ask yourself, is this a good habit, a bad habit, or a neutral habit? Mark each habit with a or accordingly. It's important to note that the classification of habits as good or bad is somewhat subjective and depends on your personal goals and circumstances. For instance, eating a high-calorie breakfast might be a positive habit for someone trying to gain weight, but a negative one for someone aiming to lose weight. The key is to evaluate each habit in the context of your own aspirations and desired identity. In fact, it might be more accurate to think of habits not as inherently good or bad, but as either effective or ineffective at solving problems and serving our long-term goals. All habits, even those we might label as bad, serve us in some way. That's why we repeat them. The challenge is to identify which habits are truly serving our long-term interests and which are providing short-term benefits at the expense of our broader goals. When evaluating your habits, consider this question: does this behavior help me become the type of person I wish to be? Does this habit cast a vote for or against my desired identity? Habits that align with and reinforce your desired identity are generally positive, while those that conflict with it are typically negative. As you work through your habit scorecard, resist the urge to judge or criticize yourself. The goal at this stage is simply to observe and become aware of your behaviors, not to change them immediately. Approach the exercise with a sense of curiosity, as if you were an impartial observer of your own life. Notice your patterns without attaching emotion or self-judgment to them. This neutral observation is a crucial first step in the process of habit change. By simply becoming aware of our habits, we often naturally begin to adjust our behaviors. It's like shining a light into a dark room. Suddenly we can see what's actually there, and that awareness alone can be transformative. For those who find they need additional support in maintaining this awareness, the pointing and calling method can be adapted for personal use. For example, if you're trying to reduce snacking, you might say out loud, "I'm about to eat this cookie, but I don't need it. Eating it will move me further from my health goals." This verbalization brings the action fully into your conscious awareness, creating a moment of pause that allows you to make a more intentional choice. As you become more aware of your habits, you may start to notice the cues that trigger them. These cues, the ping of a notification, the sight of the TV remote, the smell of coffee, often become so familiar that they fade into the background of our awareness. By bringing these cues back into focus, we gain the power to interrupt the habit loop and potentially reshape our responses. It's worth noting that the process of habit change is not about achieving perfection or adhering to rigid routines. Rather, it's about making consistent, small choices that align with our desired identity and long-term goals. Every action we take is essentially a vote for the type of person we want to become. We don't need to win every vote, but we need to win the majority to see real change. Moreover, habits don't exist in isolation. They're part of complex systems in our lives, often interconnected in ways we might not immediately recognize. Changing one habit can have ripple effects, influencing other behaviors and aspects of our lives. This interconnectedness can work in our favor sometimes. Changing one keystone habit can lead to a cascade of positive changes across various areas of life. As we work on becoming more aware of our habits and shaping them intentionally, it's crucial to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. Habit formation and change take time. Our brains require repeated experiences to forge new neural pathways and strengthen them to the point of automaticity. This process can't be rushed, but it can be guided with consistent effort and awareness. It's also important to consider the broader implications of habit formation beyond individual behavior. Collective habits form the basis of culture, and societal change often involves shifting the habits of many individuals. By understanding and mastering our own habits, we not only improve our personal lives but potentially contribute to positive changes on a larger scale. The journey of habit awareness and change is not always easy. It requires us to confront uncomfortable truths about our behaviors and to challenge deeply ingrained patterns. However, the rewards of this process are immense. By bringing our habits into conscious awareness and intentionally shaping them to serve our goals, we gain a powerful tool for personal transformation. Imagine the compound effect of replacing just a few ineffective habits with more beneficial ones. Over time, these small changes can lead to dramatic improvements in our health, productivity, relationships, and overall quality of life. The key is to start small, focus on consistency rather than perfection, and maintain awareness of our behaviors over time. As we become more adept at recognizing and shaping our habits, we may find that this awareness extends beyond individual behaviors to larger patterns in our lives. We might start to notice recurring themes in our relationships, our work, or our emotional responses. This expanded awareness can open up new possibilities for growth and change in all areas of our lives. Furthermore, the skills we develop in habit awareness and modification can be applied to achieving any goal or making any change in our lives. Whether we're aiming to advance in our careers, improve our health, or cultivate better relationships, the ability to intentionally shape our habitual behaviors is a powerful tool. In conclusion, the journey of habit awareness and change is a fundamental aspect of personal growth and self-improvement. By bringing our automatic behaviors into conscious awareness, evaluating their effectiveness, and intentionally shaping them to serve our goals, we gain the power to direct our own evolution. This process requires patience, self-compassion, and consistent effort, but the potential rewards are immense. As we navigate this journey, we're not just changing our routines, we're reshaping our identity and our world. Each small action, each habit we modify, is a step towards becoming the person we aspire to be. In this way, the process of habit change is not just about achieving specific goals, but about continually growing and evolving as individuals. The power of habits lies not just in their ability to automate our behaviors, but in their potential to transform who we are and who we can become. By mastering our habits, we take control of our own destiny, creating the freedom to live life on our own terms and to make a positive impact on the world around us. In the complex tapestry of human behavior, habits play a crucial role in shaping our daily lives and long-term outcomes. Understanding how habits form, persist, and can be changed is essential for personal growth and self-improvement. At the heart of this understanding lies the concept of cue-induced wanting, a phenomenon that explains why breaking bad habits can be so challenging. Cue-induced wanting occurs when an external trigger sparks a compulsive craving to repeat a particular behavior, often a bad habit. This process is constantly at work in our lives, frequently operating below the level of conscious awareness. Research has shown that even incredibly brief exposure to cues associated with addictive behaviors can stimulate the brain's reward pathways and ignite desire. For instance, showing cocaine addicts an image of the drug for just 33 milliseconds too fast for conscious recognition is enough to trigger craving. This insight reveals a fundamental truth about habits. While they can be broken, they are rarely, if ever, completely forgotten. Once the neural pathways associated with a habit are established in the brain, they remain etched there, even if they go unused for extended periods. This persistence of habit-related neural structures explains why resisting temptation through sheer willpower is often an ineffective long-term strategy for behavior change. Maintaining constant vigilance against temptation is exhausting and unsustainable in a world filled with distractions and triggers. While it's possible to overpower temptation in the short term through force of will, this approach is likely to fail over time as our mental resources become depleted. Instead, we must recognize that we are, to a large extent, products of our environment. The contexts in which we live, work, and play exert a powerful influence on our behavior, often more so than our conscious intentions. Given this reality, a more effective approach to eliminating bad habits is to focus on reducing exposure to the cues that trigger them. This strategy involves restructuring our environment to make the stimuli associated with undesirable behaviors less prominent or entirely absent. For example, if smartphone use is interfering with productivity, simply placing the device in another room can significantly reduce the temptation to check it constantly. Similarly, unfollowing social media accounts that provoke feelings of jealousy or inadequacy can help break the cycle of comparison and self-doubt. This approach of environmental modification can be applied to a wide range of habits. Removing a television from the bedroom can curtail excessive late-night viewing. Unsubscribing from tech review newsletters might curb impulsive gadget purchases. Unplugging and storing away gaming consoles after each use can help manage time spent on video games. These simple changes can be surprisingly effective in disrupting ingrained behavior patterns. The power of this method lies in its alignment with the fundamental laws of behavior change. Just as making cues obvious can reinforce positive habits, making them invisible can help extinguish negative ones. By eliminating or reducing the visibility of triggers associated with unwanted behaviors, we can often cause the entire habit to fade away over time. This strategy of environmental optimization represents a more sustainable approach to self-control than relying on willpower alone. Rather than constantly fighting against our desires, we can create contexts that naturally support our goals and values. People who appear to have high levels of self-control often achieve this not through superior willpower, but by structuring their lives to minimize exposure to tempting situations. It's important to recognize that self-control, in the traditional sense of resisting temptation through mental effort, is a limited resource. It may be effective for occasional challenges, but it's not a reliable long-term solution for significant behavior change. Instead of repeatedly summoning the willpower to do the right thing, we're better off investing our energy in creating environments that make good choices easier and bad choices harder. This principle extends beyond individual habits to broader aspects of our lives. The people we associate with, the media we consume, the places we frequent, all of these environmental factors shape our behavior in subtle but powerful ways. By consciously designing our surroundings to support our aspirations, we can harness the power of our environment to work for us rather than against us. Understanding the role of cues and environment in habit formation also sheds light on why some people seem to effortlessly maintain positive habits while others struggle. It's not necessarily a matter of inherent discipline or character, but often a reflection of the different contexts in which people live and work. Creating a positive environment is thus not just a personal matter, but also a social and cultural issue. As we consider strategies for cultivating good habits and breaking bad ones, it's helpful to think in terms of 4 fundamental laws: make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, and make it satisfying. These principles can be applied to reinforce positive behaviors or, when inverted, to discourage negative ones. For establishing good habits, the first step is often simply becoming aware of our current patterns of behavior. This can be achieved through practices like maintaining a habit scorecard, where we write down our daily activities and assess their impact on our goals. Once we have this awareness, we can use techniques like implementation intention-specific plans that link a desired behavior to a particular time and place to make good habits more likely to occur. Another powerful tool is habit stacking, where we piggyback a new habit onto an existing one. This leverages the strength of our current routines to establish new behaviors. For example, after I pour my morning coffee, I will meditate for 5 minutes. By anchoring the new habit to an established one, we increase the likelihood of follow-through. Making habits attractive is another key principle. This can involve finding ways to associate positive emotions or rewards with the behaviors we want to encourage. Similarly, making habits easy reduces the friction that often prevents us from following through on our intentions. This might involve breaking down larger goals into smaller, more manageable steps or removing obstacles that make good habits more difficult to perform. Finally, making habits satisfying ensures that we feel rewarded for our efforts, increasing the likelihood that we'll repeat the behavior in the future. This can involve creating a sense of progress or achievement, or finding ways to make the process itself more enjoyable. When it comes to breaking bad habits, we can invert these principles. Making cues invisible, as discussed earlier, is a powerful first step. We can also work to make undesirable behaviors less attractive, perhaps by focusing on their negative consequences or finding healthier alternatives that fulfill the same needs. Making bad habits more difficult to perform, for instance, by adding extra steps or inconveniences, can also be effective. And finally, we can strive to make the outcomes of bad habits less satisfying, perhaps by implementing some form of negative consequence or by vividly imagining the long-term effects of the behavior. It's worth noting that the process of habit change is not always linear or straightforward. Our brains are complex systems shaped by evolution to respond to certain stimuli in ways that may no longer serve us well in modern environments. The work of scientists like Nico Tinbergen has revealed how deeply ingrained some of our responses to environmental cues can be. Tinbergen's experiments with herring gulls and greylag geese demonstrated the power of supernormal stimuli, exaggerated versions of natural cues that elicit stronger than normal responses. Baby gulls, for instance, were found to peck more vigorously at cardboard beaks with larger or more numerous red spots than at real gull beaks. Similarly, geese would attempt to roll larger, egg-shaped objects into their nests with greater effort than they would expend on actual eggs. These findings have profound implications for understanding human behavior in modern contexts. Just as the animals in Tinbergen's experiments responded more strongly to exaggerated versions of natural stimuli, humans often find themselves powerfully drawn to supernormal stimuli environment. Junk food, with its heightened flavors and carefully engineered combinations of salt, sugar, and fat, is a prime example of this phenomenon. Our brains, shaped by hundreds of thousands of years of evolution in environment,
Match found.
Stand in my way. I dare you.
No team.
Don't worry, guys. They say I'm a prodigy. Not my words. Not my words, baby.
Let's go, guys.
Enemy spotted mid.
Reloaded.
Let's rotate, let's rotate.
Reloading. Drop in a smoke.
Last player standing.
What the fuck?
No peeking.
You got fire in your eyes, Phoenix. I like that.
Here.
Saving.
Spike's here.
I'll destroy their sage.
Bunch of guys going up. Reloaded.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted.
Right here.
Concussing.
There you are, you little shit.
Their crew got sloppy. Punish them.
Find a way through them.
Trevor!
Enemy B.
Clearing out! Flash out!
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
What? Behind you, behind you.
Au revoir,
Behind
frérot.
you.
Next.
No peeking.
Thirty seconds left.
I have the spike. They found my trap.
10 seconds left.
Spike planted.
Enti.
This is crazy. It feels like we've been doing this forever. Anyone else feel like that? Just me?
Guys, do you have Hunter skin? Do you have Hunter skin?
Does anyone have funds?
Could I have a drop?
Merci.
Thank you.
In we go.
Enemy spotted me.
Concussing!
Reloading.
Blasting!
Block the sight.
Blinding!
Oh my god.
Last player standing.
They TP.
I'll outshine all their radiance.
Maybe let's go ace. It's more easy.
This is gonna be fun. Here.
Yeah.
They are so dead. Headshot. My ult's ready.
Trevor!
He's stunned.
Yeah.
Come on, let's go!
Clearing out! Flash out!
Smoke.
Our spike carrier's down.
Off your
Spike down
feet!
A.
Watch your eyes!
Dead.
One enemy remaining.
I reckon I'll take a kip after this. I've earned it.
Yeah, let's go A. It's more easy. Jett, where are we going? Jett? You don't wanna pick with us?
Let's go.
I will stand the top.
Concussing!
Dropping smokes.
Blasting!
Enemy A.
My ult
Enemy
is
spotted
ready.
A.
So good.
Blinding! Flash out!
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Where is he? Good job.
I hate waiting. Let's do this.
I will stand again here. Okay? Yeah.
You want to play? Let's play.
I got this fight. Dropping smokes.
Flash.
Get out of my way.
Target down.
Careful now.
Spike planted.
Clearing out.
One down. Enemy kill.
Blinding.
Enemy spotted me.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
Don't worry. Good job.
Aw, thought you'd try harder.
Oh, this reminds me of this one time where I, Actually, never mind.
Again, let's go. No, again. Until we lose, okay?
Right there.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
I will stand here.
Concussing. Blasting. Here. Blast off! Blast off!
Oh,
Like
good job.
Strike down A. One enemy
Good job.
remaining.
Teleport's ready.
planted.
Last player standing.
My ult is ready.
nice.
Look, don't start resting. There's still work to do.
One second, please. I'll buy you. Ask. Request chamber. I will buy you.
Does anyone have funds?
Thanks. Let's push fast. Let's push fast, guys.
Come on, let's go!
Dropping smoke.
Forever! Clearing out!
Good job.
Plant the spike.
Spike planted.
Here.
Yes.
Crowded.
Blinding. You're nothing. Flash out.
One enemy remaining.
One 114.
You will not kill my.
One enemy
Good job.
remaining.
Nice.
It's a shame you had to die, but you are not part of my bigger picture. I thought I would have to work today. Clearly not.
Skip vandal claw, please. Skip vandal, please.
Need a drop. Thanks. No stopping now.
Watch this.
Concussing. Blinding. Goodbye.
One enemy remaining.
Plastic.
Spike planted.
Forty.
Last player standing.
You got this.
No peeking.
Wait. Wait. Good job.
It seems these strangers want me dead. Eh bien, they're not the first.
They are so dead.
Oh. Just give me that, please.
I got you, bro.
Thank you.
Forever.
Dropping smokes.
Clearing out.
That's you, pal. Refreshing. Spike planted. Here, catch.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Last player
What the
standing.
fuck?
Back like I never left.
Nice.
Last round in the half.
Either spend all your money or give it to me. Good cause either way.
I need a drop. Cheers.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Reloading.
All right, muckers. Off we go.
You want to play? Let's play.
Reload him. Going up.
Concussing.
Dropping smokes.
Plastic.
Reloading.
Rotate. What are
Reloading.
Gun here.
Careful now.
Enemy spotted mid.
Off your feet.
You will not kill my allies.
Flash out.
Enemy spotted mid.
Reloading.
Right
30
there.
seconds left.
Forever. Blinding. My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining.
Good job.
Switching sides.
Yous don't get a reset button, so stay alive, please.
And it's so easy. So easy when you are chamber with chamber statistics. Phoenix. Shut up. Shh.
Watch your eyes. Concussing. Put down.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Yeah.
Let us see what they have planned for us this time.
Saving.
We are good and you don't save. Phoenix.
Guess they're fond of losing.
Wow. Chamber A.
Trevor. Clearing out.
Chamber top. A. The fuck?
Last player standing.
What the fuck?
Long.
Please do not mistake my smile. I take this all very seriously.
Okay, come on guys, let's focus.
Bonne chance, mes amis.
Hey.
Multiple enemies A. Blocking Cypher.
Enemy A.
Last player standing.
Phoenix, what the fuck, Phoenix?
Spike planted.
Trust me, they will make mistakes. When they do,
Take advantage.
Okay, Jett. I will come. Someone come with me here. I will stun them. You want to push close?
Let's go.
I will stun.
you want to play? Let's play.
Blasting.
Check mid.
Enemy B.
Phoenix is mid. Bridge. Yeah, bridge is mid.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
What the fuck?
Dusted.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
Hey, someone, hey.
Flash out!
You will not kill my
Come on,
allies.
guys, stop talking and focus.
Spike planted.
Sorry, bro. My ultimate's ready.
They
My
think they're
ult
better
is
than
ready.
us. I can tell.
Keep up.
Hey. What the fuck? All A.
Come on, let's go!
Spotted A. Back like I never left.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Shot in a smoke.
If you're not being shot at, you're doing something wrong.
They are so dead!
I'm ready.
Hey.
Enemy
Trevor! Clearing out!
There they are.
Flash out! My ult's ready.
Spike down A. Last player standing. Spike planted.
buy stuff, ka-ching, little skrrr, then we're done. Yeah?
Guys, I have ult. Hey.
Concussing! Blasting!
Maybe rotation. B.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted mid.
Good job. They go A.
30 seconds left.
Careful. B.
One enemy remaining.
Good job.
Spike down B.
Good job. Shut up, Phoenix. Shut up, Phoenix.
We get a pick, we move in.
It's not because of you.
No peeking.
Trevor! Clearing out!
Nice.
Off your feet!
Multiple enemies A.
The two. We have two here in A.
Spike planted.
Yeah, B. Fast B. Fast go B, fast.
Last
Oh my
player
god.
standing.
I don't think so. You lose.
You will not kill my allies.
Just save, maybe save.
And 4. Weapon choice, it is so personal, no? You pick a gun and it tells me who you are.
Chamber, give me Fantastic Plus. I'll come to you.
Does anyone have funds? Merci.
Bonne chance, mes amis.
Nice shot.
My ult is ready.
Good job.
Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A. Gun here.
amateur.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. 10 seconds left.
Back like I never left!
Kill everyone, and our job gets a whole lot easier.
Think I'll
Which
stay?
gun to pick this time?
Get out of my way!
You want to play? Let's play.
Spike planted.
Trevor! Blasting!
Last player standing. Match point.
Alright, lucky socks. Don't fail me now.
Chamber
Does
van
anyone have
please.
funds? Merci.
Let's go, guys.
Need a drop. Watch this.
No.
Flash out! Clearing out!
Last player standing.
Oh. Chamber to your right. Oh.
Spike planted. Attackers win.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. السلام عليكم. فين فينيكس؟ صباح. شي بخير؟ الله يحفظك ليا. با جيز نخويا. صافا بيان. الله يحفظك ليا. شتك لي بعد حقري على دوك الروبوتات. شتك لي حقري على دوك البوتات. مزيان على سلامتك اخويا. جو. مزيان ترانكيل. كي اللهم بارك مزيان. معاك صح صيفط لي ويدخل. صيفط لي ضيع ويدخل. اه اه اوكي اوكي. المهم نعطيك اللي راني جاي في الزربه. المهم اجي الدري ولونسي. يلا سير.
Deathmatch. Warm up.
All right, homies, chill. We'll go again. Damn, you love being here.
Fight!
Like, way too much. Let's see how it goes.
فين نكون موجودين هاتوا انت باين لا لا انا سكرت هذا قلت لي باين ها ها كيف بس كده انا بدوري ولا
ما شتك واحد
10 kills remaining.
لا لا دي بي اي دي بي اي دي بي اي سوري بتلتي سوري بتلتي لا شنو اللي ولا ثقيل شنو اللي ولا ثقيل
1 minute
شنو اللي
remaining.
ثقيل
Got him.
انا بانت لي قاعد عندي سنسيبيليتي دابا شنو تبدل دابا لك الرون باقي هو
30 seconds left.
واخا لك الرون شنو داير في السيتينغز ياك ما بدلتش السيتينغز
5 kills remaining.
واش درتي واخا والجرافيك كواليتي ياك ما داير هاي داير هاي
10 seconds left.
تشيكي لو واش تخربق عليك اللعب في راسك لا لعبتي بهاي خاصك تولفها وي اللهم بارك اللهم بارك مزيان والله عرفتي شنو الصات ياك ما ديك الفيتيس تاع البوينتر تاع السوري ياك ما زيد فيها ديك لي باغ ديفو تاع السيستم لا فيتيس الكورسور
Match found.
شفت لا فيتيس تاع البوانتور فيتيس البوانتور د لا سوري شوف ليكون بالتلال هذاك اللي كان عندك اه
Stand in my way. I dare you.
Do not worry. With me, this will be easy. C'est simple comme bonjour.
Reloaded.
I need this.
Reload him. Someone's A. Going up. Reload him. Enemy A. Enemy A. Blinding. Reloading.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Hunting them down. This thing cannot protect them all.
Save him. Reloaded.
yeah
Reload him. Hit. Grabber. Reload him. Plastic. Reload him. Flash out. Reload him.
Right there.
Someone's B. Here. Reload him.
روتيت روتيت
Here.
Last player standing. Spike down mid. Team Ace.
Strike at their weak points. If one link breaks, the rest will follow.
Reload him. Reload
I'll
him.
show you, scary Omen.
Reloading. Flash. No, you don't. Reloading.
Good.
Blinding. Healer's down. My ultimate's ready.
Last player
What
standing.
the fuck? Oh, fuck.
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team. So, what's the
Spike's
plan?
here.
يلا جيتو فينيكس دخلونا للسايت جيتو فينيكس.
Okay, start fresh.
وانا نسطاني هاد القنيت هذا.
Come on, let's go. Forever. Blasting. Someone's me. Worthless.
راه مشى واحد.
Going up. Watch your eyes.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Good job.
Team Ace.
Good job. اوه يلا بناخذه.
I'm done playing. I need a drop.
كان واحد مخبي راه مات بالافتر شوك.
Reloading.
كان واحد هنا كان واحد حتى هنايا درت ليه افتر شوك.
I need a drop. Cheers. Cheers.
ماشي ما تبيكوش نسطانيها بعدا
Hit them
نسطانيها
fast,
ديك
hit
الساعة.
them hard.
لا تسطانيها وديك الساعة طاشي ولا نلعبوها.
Concussing.
هاي طاشت.
Careful now. Watch your eyes. Clearing out. Loaded. Going up. Flash out.
Headshot.
اوه هذا كلبه كيضرب ويجري.
Spike down A.
عندك
Last
مرة.
player standing.
اوه هيك صاحبي هيك عمرك ما تدخل صاحبي نيشان بحال هكاك.
You want me serious?
كتدخل وراجع باللور في هذاك القنيت فهاد واخا راه شي حيت ما عرفتش جاي باللور دوز هنا تدخل باللور كتشوف هنايا. سميتك اجي حمزه اجي شي فانتاستيك لاحظك. Thank you.
Focus now. Eyes off me.
يلا
They are so dead. Loves his gun. Forever. Blasting. Blinding.
ماشي.
Plant the spike.
جاب بلانتي جات.
Drop the spike. Got spike. Here. Spike planted.
Flash out.
One enemy remaining.
ها هي رينا ميد اجي عندكم من هنا. والله تجي وراك حدا مع وراك. سيف خرجي اسمع قلت له نضل عندك.
I need this. I need this.
Reload him.
Stay safe.
Concussing. Reload him.
Cover going out.
Going up.
ماشي ماشي.
Reload him.
I've got your trail.
Reload him. Clearing out. Reload him. Blinding.
Я живой. Нет.
You will spike down A.
My ultimate.
One enemy remaining.
Вы чё?
Come on, let's go. Flash. Watch your eyes.
Ау.
I have the spike.
Планте.
Shadows traveling.
Планте.
Drop the spike.
عندك لحالكم زريدة. رجع. هاو جايب يعني. مالي. بتلوتش.
We doing this or what?
Need a drop.
Reloading.
Thanks.
I need a drop.
Reload
I need a drop.
Attention, station centrale, ici l'observatoire.
Tac, tac.
Thank you.
Reloading. Got hit.
بدور فوق شوي.
Let's go.
Reload him.
What? Get out of my way.
Blasting. Going up. Careful now. Flash out. Reloading. Watch your eyes. Flash. Someone's A.
لازم يشان فلاش امه.
Blinding. Not your best.
اوه.
Spike down A.
ضرب من ورا البوكس.
Last player standing.
اوه وراك. هدام قلت بعده.
New fight, new tactics, keep it fresh, yeah? Reload him. Reload him. Reload him. Reload him. Hit. Concussing. Clearing out. Reload him. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Flash out.
Enemies spotted B. Shadows traveling.
Blinding.
Quit your tiptoeing. Everyone's dead.
Take aim, Zenfire. Let's not complicate it.
Reloading.
Here. Here.
Who will I spot first?
Stalin ma käe näin.
Hey.
Mid, stop it, push. Oh.
Going up. Plastic.
What?
Flash out. I have them.
Nailed them. Enemy spotted.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
بس بيجي شو البيتي اللي كان والله صافي مشي بلانتي هو صافي رجع برجع صاحبي.
Spike planted.
شنو؟
Need a drop.
Reload him.
Thanks.
شكون اللي بغى؟ عندي فلوس خليك لا خليك
I need a drop. Does anyone have funds?
خلي وليدك سميتها عندي اولت خلي ولي الاورب يلا بوش
Flash out.
من اجي طلعنا
Going up. Clear him out. Careful now. Blinding.
مشاو.
Spike down B.
Grounded. I got the spike.
Here.
One enemy
Good job.
remaining.
There they are.
هو فلان اوه عندك اومن لا بتبقاش لا
Watch your eyes.
معلم هو في هذاك الفندق.
Last round before the switch.
We lose everything after this. Spend it.
رجع فندق الله يحفظك. فندق الله يحفظك.
I need this.
Thank you.
This one's for the fam back home. Come on, let's go! Who's traveling? Going up. Concussing! Someone see? Blasting! That's done. Blinding. Flash out!
And the spike, sorry.
Plant the spike.
The hunt begins. Planted.
You will not kill my ally.
Pitiful.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
What is that? لا مكاشية لتحت الهي اللي عندك عارفك سهل لي اوه انت
Switching sides.
I'm twitchy here. Let's go already.
يا الله.
Keep up. Careful now.
واش كل يا صاحبي واش الله صدق كان هذا صدق
Spike planted.
دابا اللي موقف.
One enemy remaining.
Teleport's ready.
دابا هاو عطي
Last
ربك
player standing.
معلم معلم. صافا.
Trust me, they'll know what hit them.
زعما يجيو عند الاي نطلع فيهم مزيان انا وشيمبر. شيمبر كون رجعت للور صافي سير اللي بالك ما
Enemies A. Flash out.
Spike down A.
Forever. Let's clearing out.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
اسم شا اسم شا لا 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 ماش.
I'll do my job, you do yours.
بدنا نشوف لا ثلاثة فلت لي اومن ولد كلبه. بيجربوا ميد هذا مرة واقع مشو البيت واقيلا اشياء مشو صار الله الشيك بيمشوا بيت قلتها لي باينة هابط سطانة عندك
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
هاي باقي لها شيء معلم.
Gun here.
Remember, stay out of the fire. Super high level tactic, remember, yeah?
Does anyone have funds?
اجوا عندك البي اس اومن المهم صار انتم اقرب للبي.
Bonne chance, mes amis.
Enemy A. Flash out. Clearing out. Blinding.
Too slow.
Last player standing.
لا والله لا شنو تخويره صار خورتها ما كملتهاش.
Y'all better keep up.
ندوز لهم واحد القنيات تيورقوا فيه حتى لعبة. كاين هادشي. هلا
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted B.
Last player standing.
What the? Oh, what the fuck? لا فريكي.
Got this.
Reload him. They are so
خصنا نزيرو مع مدار عجبونا.
reload him.
Hey. ماشيين.
Flash out. Blinding.
Oh, the kill. Very good.
Last player standing.
تقصر الصراحة.
These new friends of ours are not too friendly.
Does anyone have funds? Don't hold back.
جو بواقيلا تيلعبوا ميد ما داش شي واحد، عندك يدوز شي واحد عندك
You lose.
خدام ورانا بلا شي.
Reloading. Someone's B.
اوه
Clearing out. Concussing. Flash
One
out.
enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
اوف معلم
Gun here. Spike's here.
I'll make them remember. They're only human.
وي انا قلت عليه عندي قلت خصهم يتجمعوا. ها تيقربوا صافي يقربوا باش يبقاو مشدودين.
Cover going out.
صرخوا كاملين.
They found my trap.
You will not kill my allies.
Someone's here. Reloading.
ما ماتش وديك اللي هرب.
Going up.
اوف واش داروا لينا هنايا.
No, you don't. Bunch of guys, eh?
Scatter.
They're super dead.
رينا
Spike planted.
اوه تشكلي من تشكلي الفوق راهو الفوق كاين ضرب في وسط السموك ضرب في وسط السموك الفوق موراك ولد الكلبه الاخر طيب وسط السموك مزيان بعدا ماتو كاين عندهم الفلوس حنا اللي بدات تقوى عندنا
Let's have some fun.
I've got your trail.
Oh.
Concussing.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Snack time. Sorry, only brought enough for me.
بعد 0-0 الدرب باش ما نخسروش.
Does anyone have funds?
انا نمشي للبي حبيبي تيجي ولا تيجيو للبي بزاف. بي 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 شي فاندال انايا ما خدامش هاد السبيكتر هذا. خصني شي فاندال كاين شي فاندال. اوف اوف اوف
Last player standing. Seconds left. Spike planted.
فوتيهم فيه الله يعاون.
Match point.
0-0 الدراري.
They're so secure.
I need this.
فينيكس راه عندك اون الصوت ولكن عرف كيفاش تستعملوه الصوت.
Ini skär Sheldon.
قلت شامبر خليك مكواني. انا نسطانيهم لك الا كانوا جايين. هلو قولي نسطاني. كاين بي ولا داخلين بي داخلين بي.
Spike planted.
Get out of my way.
هذا كلب والله لا.
Away with you. My ulti.
عندك ديفيوز ولكن حدا الفوق عندك
Player standing.
اوه لا شيت
Attackers win.
So أنا أبتوعد ترى جي واحد دقيقة ونص صافي نفتكر
بلاد عتقها وما كاين ما يدار.
داروا والاخوان واش ما تلوصيوش ويلي يا صاحبي راه قلت الفينيكس تيلونسي كبيره 3 دقائق ولونسي كنشوف 6 دقائق
هلا بريدة. راه سلافريا انايا. هاديك جولد اصاحبي، واحد ثلاثة باقي ليك جولد، واخا بزاف. ماشي نشوف بلات جولد 3 زيد. حرام تيشوفوك صاحي تيبغي تجيب وياه. تيقول لك اجي لينا. هبط هبط النيفو ديالك تيقول لك.
Match found.
بلاطا ماشي شي حاجة، باقي ديامو وي. ديامو راه بحال شي ديامو، بحال الجولد، غير هما تيكون واحد شوية الجيم سينس شوية زيد. شي ديدلوك واقيلا احسن، خاص اللي يسد عليهم. شي بلاصة فايس شي ديدلوك. ما خاصك تسد، ما عندكش باش تسد، غيدخل عندنا بحال داخل للدار. خاصني نتعلم. العب لا 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 لا، بلاش. انت كتعرف تلعب سوفا، اخليك في سوفا.
Stand in my way. I dare you.
عاد يبان لك.
Impressive engineering for a precarious little place.
دابا تشوف واحد، دابا تفرج في شي 30 كيل 40 كيل. خمسة وخمسين.
Now we wait.
Reloading.
Now we wait.
تيبان لي هذوك بحال دوك البوتات اللي كاينين في الرينج.
Right here. Right here.
ها واحد جاي. كاين يسوي مواليه.
No peeking.
Reloading. Scanning ahead.
Multiple enemies. Hey.
Oh.
Spike planted.
Last player.
ناري. عرفتي داك الوول داير بحال شي قالب بحال نقولوا بان بنت الحرام.
Just let them try to catch me. Reloading.
Now we
لا
wait.
بلا ما تكراوتشي.
Reloading. Reloading. Reloading.
Take out their healer.
Drop in a smoke. Multiple enemies B. Reloading.
Clearing out.
واو
Reloading. Enemy spotted B.
شوف هذاك الدب هذاك يضرب من وسط السماء. كيف تجير صاحبي؟ كيف تجير صاحبي؟
Spike down B. Last player standing. Flash placed. Not ready yet.
لكن ما تفلشهاش.
Wind. Show
كان
me where to
الوول
go.
ما تفلش واحد الوول ولكن زوين هاد اللعبة صراحة.
Spike's here. Now we wait.
Reloading.
Take him.
Scanning ahead.
قد تهركب باش تعرفوا راه كاينين هنا. انا خصنا نرجع روتيتيو. صافي سير شفتي ما تبانش اكلو. هو خلاص طاني الطوالة ديك الطوالة. انا نسطاني تما نيس بيا جوي خذ.
Revealing area.
Plant the spike.
Shotgun.
30 seconds left.
Spike planted.
Thorns activated. Rip and tear. Thorns down. Shame. One enemy
C'est
remaining.
bon. C'est bon.
See, you're not too stubborn to die. You're just stubborn enough.
Hop,
Momentum is a powerful thing.
je connais pas hop.
Keep it up.
Gun here.
Gun here.
Gun here.
Gun
You know?
here.
Gun here.
Ah, so, thank you. No.
Jab a drop.
عرالي
Thank you. I don't quit.
Now we wait.
Reloading.
Flash out!
Right here.
Reloading. 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 Reloading.
Perfect.
Revealing area.
There they are. Enemy spotted. Trevor! Clearing out!
One enemy remaining.
Hey. Vale, dame.
Spike planted.
Nice. Nice. Vara.
May the wind guide your blades, Jett. And my arrows.
Need a drop. Reloading.
Now we wait.
Reloading.
شفت ولا ما
Need backup. Reloading.
Breakthrough.
لا صاحبي وما كان جاهز. هاي لا صاحبي. صافي بالك ما تموتش. بس عندي اوت بس حياتي.
Rip and tear. Ruin their lives. Planted. My ultimate.
رجع.
I shot somebody.
متشكر لكم شي واحد فلا. بيان جوي.
One enemy remaining.
صافي بالك. بيان جوي. جولي.
Time to be kiss link. Kick him in the shin.
لازم نجيو الدراري ندخلو اي.
Now we wait. Spikes here.
Right there.
الدراري يجيو الاي. انا قلتي ولكن ماشي دابا تيمشي للور.
Get on with it.
نشوفوا الا ما كانش لور نقلتي ديريكت. كاين لور. ولا شي عندك تكون شي واحد هنا.
Black boys.
Bomb trap destroyed.
رجع. اوف. لا. بلاش. ماشي اجل شوف صافي. او نو.
My ult ready. 3. Reloading.
اوه لا.
Last player
Wow.
standing. Spike down A. Speak up and ask questions. Assumptions will only get us in trouble.
Reloading.
My bad.
There.
رجيت بغا نطلع.
Now we wait.
بغا نطلع حدك.
Need a drop. Thanks. Need a drop. Thanks.
Reloading.
You want to play? Let's play.
عندكم.
Take flight. Enemy mark.
Enemy spotted. Oh!
Have the hunter! Concussing!
درتي ترى.
Dropping smokes. Right here. Have one of these.
Clearing out! Scanning ahead. Found them.
سير. اجا جاهز.
You
Vale.
will not kill my allies.
الوار.
Caution here. Reloading.
هذاك راك. بلاش. كاينين لا. نبقى شي واحد على اليسار.
Rip and tear. Rip Ultimate there.
It's you and me.
اوه طلعت بعدا. سي بون.
Blinding. Trevor. Flash out.
عرف.
Right here.
One enemy remaining.
عرف.
I'm thinking worse.
نعطيك.
My ult is ready. Don't be spending too many brain cells figuring them out. Overthinking is just as bad as underthinking. Reloading. Reloading.
ما عندوش فلوس الأوب. ما عندوش أوب.
Reloading.
ماشي شي حاجة.
What's this? Right here.
كاين لا لكن.
Dropping smokes.
سخون شراو عليه.
Drones are live.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B.
Launching sword.
Let's go.
Drones activated.
ولا
Spike planted.
ود الكلبة. ما تسطاناش. والله ما تسطانا بالله.
Obsolete.
بيان جوي.
One enemy remaining.
بقيت تما هاني.
Refreshing.
أوه.
Drop in a smoke.
صافي سيفي أوب أجيس. ايوا يجي بقى شادو صح.
Blinding.
سرع اليمين. اوه شوي. تاو. اوف بيان جوي.
I demand what I'm owed.
اجي نمشيو
Reloading.
Now we wait.
بعدا ايزو برونز نيت.
Come on then.
لا اش بقات في بينك. مساكن راه مشى ليه. اجي هكا طوالي.
Blinding fast. My blind is dead.
Dropping.
اليمن. واش على اليمن؟ ماشي صبر. لا.
Clearing out.
Plant the spike.
Back like I never left.
Right there.
One enemy remaining.
بيان جوي.
Reloading.
هو جاي قال قديمة.
Spotted A.
Blinding. This isn't a fight, it's stealing lunch money.
Reloading.
الدراري. ما تجيش انا باقي
Keep
طايح.
it up.
Now we wait.
Spike's here.
خلاص تقدر غير ما قلت.
I got the spike.
شفت كيف تحرك هنايا. ورط ولكن كاين شي
Got
واحد.
the spike.
والله ورط.
Dropped in a scope.
واو نقلت فيها ما نساش.
Spike down A.
رينا على الفندق. هذا
Last player
Oh,
standing.
دورة.
30 seconds left.
جبت لك الاوبن مع الميل.
No peeking.
Ten seconds left.
تلاقى معاهم. ها وحدك. لا مسخوط.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it. Can I have a drop?
Now we wait.
Thank you.
خاصك تالتي عرفتي من هنا. التي من هنايا.
The hunt begins.
Flash placed.
Flashing.
Reloading.
No peeking.
Trevor. Clearing out.
Rip and tear. Further line.
Deploying
Rip
drone.
and tear.
Enemy mark.
Spike planted.
Shock dart.
Flash placed. Flash trap destroyed.
Reloading.
3. Gun here.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted A.
Flash out.
تفلاشيتو. سوري.
Flawless.
شحال جبت فلاشة.
That's a hell of a benchmark. Last round in the half.
Spend what you got.
Now we wait.
Okej, nu kör vi.
Take flight.
Concussing.
Yeah.
Blasting.
Blinding trap.
Blinding.
فلاشة مزيان في
You will not
What?
kill my ally.
Reloading.
ياري.
Got you. My ult's ready.
Perfect. My ult is ready. Shock dart.
رجع واحد السموك كاين. رجع. كيفاش ترجع؟ عندكش كيفاش؟
Last player standing.
مشكلة صح. Skip.
Switching sides.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
Take out their healer. Revealing area.
B. 와, 샤무하지?
Flash out!
wallah! What the fuck?
Enemy spotted B.
Spike planted.
You're right.
One enemy
Vale.
remaining.
Right here.
Bien joué, bien joué. Bien joué.
Gun here.
Flash blade.
Was that important? No peeking. Reloading.
They brought weapons made of metal to kill me. Ironic. Now we wait.
Look, I'm squirm. Multiple enemies B. There they are.
Concussing! Clearing out!
Right here.
Enemy kill. Enemies B.
باقي ليه يقدر يروتيشن ما عندناش سبايك
See danger.
ما عندناش سبايك
One enemy remaining.
نايس
Flawless.
جي
You all are wonderful. Spike spotted activated.
You're not getting the message. Leave it to me, I'll run.
نمشي معك يلا سير انا جد ايليك
Right here. Let's kill this competition.
زعما يكونوا اي هذا ماشي ميد باقي ما بانوش
Multiple
Spike
enemies
down mid.
هو سبايك
Spike down mid.
Need backup.
Last player standing.
اوه
Spike planted.
الله الله شكرا شاشيري هم داماجين مش حابي لك على الليبل تشكت على الاسف ها واحدة ضرب لي انت أولي
Race it to the spike site.
كومي
Reloading.
Bye.
انا زدت لهم ايه لك شدوا لك وين هذا نفس اللعبة
Flash out! Concussing! Blasting!
باش ما يديفيوزوش باش ما يبلانتيوش
Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A.
انا
Spike planted.
My ult is ready.
One enemy remaining.
لا من سور
Enemy spotted. Ugh.
Enemy tag.
مالا
Reloading. Reloading. Drop in a smoke.
Not your day, is it?
Time to take these arms for a spin.
Reloading.
سميرف قال لي لا تقسموا دابا تقسموا اوه غادي البي
Like I never left.
It's you and me.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Clearing out! Flash out!
شي ماشي يموت بهذيك الكلمة
Ability, dedication, time.
That's all we need. Here. After stay. Watch this. Multiple enemies mid. My ult is ready.
هلا
Spike down mid.
Cussing!
Enemy standing ahead.
Blasting!
هلا مزيان عرفتي تستناو 4
One enemy remaining.
نايس
There you are.
عرفتي واحد عرفتي مزيان داك الالتي درتي اجيس درتي الالت فوق يدو عرفتي يلاه سطانيتهم كاملين
You know, from the front.
Have a draw. Thanks.
I need a drop.
Apresentamos a nossa
nova série de palestras.
Thank you.
Ouça testemunhos em primeira mão daqueles cujas vidas foram salvas, muito mais que renovadas no social.
Hey.
Scanning ahead.
Hey.
No peeking.
روتيشن هو ميد.
Enemy spotted. Attacker spot. No more thorns.
Spike down B.
3.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready. Clearing out. Blinding. Flash out. We bring enough body bags?
Match point.
Let's finish this already.
Reloading. Reloading.
صافي باقي لي واحد العيد على امهم. الله يولجيهم يجيو عندي. الله يلعزز هو. ايه ولك اي ميد.
Too late. Flash out. Got you. Blasting.
غلط عليه.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted B.
غلط كان يرفع. تشيكي انجلز.
Prepare for hellfire.
Drop in a smoke.
Revealing area.
Last
Oh,
player
forgot.
standing.
ايه او عليه من جد. اوه.
Come on. Get me in the line of fire.
Could I have a drop?
That's all. Right here. Right here. Let us hunt.
You want to play? Let's play.
كلام ميد او تاني.
Enemy tagged. Enemy spotted B. Right here.
You will not kill my allies!
Blinding.
Drop in a smoke.
Thirty seconds left.
يروح الميد.
It's you and me.
Spike planted.
Redundant. Flash trap destroyed.
شو بعد هنايا.
Drop in a smoke.
اوه.
Last player standing.
ما تفرق ما تفرق.
We get a pick, we move in. Got it?
On va gérer.
Multiple enemies B.
نجي فلاك ولا ما في. ما تجي بلانتي. اوه وات ذا فاك.
Spike planted.
خافش نخاف.
Flash out! Too late. Blinding!
Last player standing.
Enemy down.
ما الاخر عنده الاوب ولا قلبه.
One enemy remaining.
زين هبط على امه. هاي سير لا معلم معلم قدرت تجيبها. الله ناضي انت
My ult is ready.
Fusion cells. Okay, my arms are good. We can go.
صنصير الدراري صافي عجبوني هذا.
Behind me.
لا لا بيجي تربح هكا خص تلعب. ها ميد
Blasting!
Enemy spotted mid.
Trevor!
واو وين تربني هذا؟ كلاسيك وات ذا فاك. خذ راه واحد النضال ديالي الفونتوم غتلقى واحد بيكيك شامبر كاين.
Spike planted.
Irrelevant. My blind is dead. Enemy spotted. A. Enemy
On
Hello?
target. My ult is ready. Revealing area.
برافو.
One enemy
معلم.
remaining.
Brother.
Last player standing.
وات ذا فاك.
Act on my intel. Don't give them time to reposition.
Visite no Jardim dos Heróis o Memorial da Espada e do Escudo, dedicado àquela que conteve a maré e que serviu de inspiração para a cúpula que agora nos protege a todos.
Keep up.
عندنا أولتات الدراري. شوف كلنا أولتات كلشي أولتات.
Watch this.
هاي إلا بينا نخسر وصف. اوه ما تموت ما تموت رجع له رجع له.
Enemy spotted.
Clearing out.
Enemy spotted B.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
That's 3.
Spike planted.
شي واحد موراك خير لا او واحد اوه
Switching sides.
لا شاكير صافي الله يلا خورنا. شحال من راوند صاحبي خسرناه بزاف.
Now we wait.
طلعوا بالعقل بالعقل.
Reloading. Reloading. Right here. Let's fly.
ما تحركوش جف. اجي عندك اقدر طوالي وتخبى مورا عندك. كاين تراب على اليمين ياك دونك يكون هو هنا.
Dropping smoke.
Coming ahead.
Concussing. Blasting. Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
لا جوي.
If you can't do something right, don't. Lightning practice. Lightning!
Switching sides. Match point.
ما يعرفش ليه مزيان ولا بكي.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
Don't let up.
رجع.
Enemy marked. Flash out.
ولا زبل ولا واو.
Spike down B. Spike planted.
No more. Enemy spotted B.
Blocking sight.
Revealing area.
check.
No peeking.
Last player standing.
Prepare for hellfire.
Switching sides.
هما
Overtime.
Outside of this game.
سير ما يدراوي.
Now we wait.
بس شي فيك صاحبي البي دابا يسحبهم يعرفونا جاي الاي. صبر شوية صبر شوية. داك خرج شي واحد من السموك. الدراري حدهم على السموك.
One enemy
bien
remaining.
joué. هو 120 فيه 120 120 فيه. طب هاكو
Match switching sides.
يلا الدراري فرجنا معنا في هذا الماتش سريع. نمشي لأي.
Now we wait. Launching thorn.
إلا كانوا نسطانيهم. شوف اعطوا انفو بزربة نسطاني. خسر نحاول نسطاني في وسطكم. بي 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 بي. C'est bon. بالعقل الدراري.
Enemy spotted B.
شامبر كان ميد واقيلا ياك. هادي بيروتي تا واقيلا. خليك اصوت انا.
Thirty seconds left.
Swords activated.
Bien joué.
Spike down A.
Flash out.
One enemy remaining.
Bien joué. هذا.
10 seconds
اوه
left.
معلم.
Defenders win.
Time to go home. Scrape these bugs off my boots.
واش داكشي فين كتبتي؟ سانجيتري
لا تخشي.
Let's go. السلام عليكم. Play. Hello, I guess. It's better. Maybe. السلام عليكم. لوفي لعبتوا مع ديامون ذكريز ديامون
Match
انت
found.
طلع داك واقيلا داك النيفو داك الليفل ديالك 600 تا هو يدخل اون كونت لا والله الا واقيلا تيدخل تياخذ الليفل تا هو واقيلا اونكور. هذيك يا خويا ديك انريتد. نوع شويه نوع شويه شويه ديوليست شويه من الحاجه جوج من الحاجه. الله اكبر. باقي ما كملتيهاش. تيزرب عليك تيزرب عليك تيزرب عليك شا. زرب عليك قبل ما تقولها. صافي سير الله سير خليها هكا.
Stand in my way. I dare you.
ايوا كي داير هادو اش كدت تبارك الله.
They're not intimidating. They're stupid. Big difference.
شكون البلاط فينو؟ شكون اللي بلاط في هادوك؟ شكون الدراري؟ شكون اللي بلاط في هادوك؟ كايو كلوف. بس ايه هما ايه ايه بلاش راسي فلاشي بلاتي واحد جوج ثلاثة مقتلتوهاش. راينا بلاتي حيد ما ديفلوب. هي سيج.
One enemy
bien
remaining.
joué.
Reloading. No surprises.
Reloading.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
ايه ايه ماله
There are another quoi. Well, as well.
سير انا فين في ايه
I'm the last
ايه
thing they'll see before
يلا مشيو لايه يلا يلا نفرجك في الايه. انا سرت لما استنى انا امشي لهنا.
Right there.
لكن هرس الكاي هرس اللي رجع الكاي. هو الريفيل جاي هو الريفيل. فو دخلوا لي ولد الكلاب فو لو طون باش انني نهرس هذا فو Oh.
Spike planted.
Throwing net.
Last player standing.
خذ له سبكتر. عندك سبكتر عندك سبكتر عندك سبكتر يا صاحبي.
Combat is a means to an end. And we are the means.
Does anyone have funds?
Merci.
There.
Oh. Sick.
Sensor tripped. I hear you.
Bien joué, bien joué. Haydi beni stunlayın.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
لا صراحة دخلت خلق غيبة.
Does anyone have funds?
Merci.
The hunt begins.
Sensor tripped. Die and be done. Ultimate red.
You will not kill
Oh.
my allies.
Spike planted.
Flash out.
Shoot, my ult ready.
Last player standing.
If you are not doing well, keep trying. We must keep up appearances.
أنا أجيبك أنا أجيبك أجيبك سي. استانيهم استانيهم استانيهم. لا استان نشان. اوه اي.
Spike planted.
Clearing out.
No peeking. Gun here. Enemy spotted A.
Flash out.
Enemy spotted A.
اه إيه.
Last player standing.
No escape.
Flawless.
Killjoy is an offense to my radiance. I'll break her apart.
Teraz...
Let's remind them who we are.
garaż. بي وجراج.
You had your fun. My turn.
Spike planted.
Blinding! They couldn't save you! Target down.
Last player standing.
Back like I never left.
ذكرنا كان هنا. خلاص. هاي حد.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
هرلم.
Gun here.
These guns we use are okay, but I will also bring my own. No offense.
Wrap him up, Lockie.
Over there.
Cutting their vision.
Right, reloading.
Reload.
One enemy remaining.
3.
Flawless.
Reloading.
We are just too good.
One bullet per enemy. That should be enough, yes?
Over there. Over there. No surprises.
سي غادي سي واقيلا.
Spike planted.
عندك كيلجوي. بتجي من جراج.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
هرلم.
Gun here. Gun here.
Reloading.
Lads.
Listen up, you muckers. If I don't get back up, just give me a nudge. I might not be dead.
Just taking a recap. Oh shite, I lost my pet rock. I need help.
طبعا ايه
You are powerless.
ايه
You should run.
كل شيء دخل اليوم.
The hunt begins.
كيف كتمشي ورا صاحبي؟ راه كتمشي ورا.
Spike planted.
Back like I never left. That was close. That one is throwing net. Clean kill. Ultimate ready.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
شوف. ما عنديش انفاير. Oh.
Last player standing.
No.
These new friends of ours are not too friendly.
No surprises.
You will not kill my allies!
Reeling them in. Target escaped. Enemy.
You had your fun. My turn.
Vamos a
Spike down, C.
Over there.
Clearing out. One enemy remaining.
Over there. Reloading.
Enemy spotted. C.
No escape.
I would apologize to them, but alas, they are dead.
Please do not mistake my smile. I take this all very seriously.
Alright, muckers. Off we go.
Hey. Ah, sí.
Blasting! Blinding! Flash out!
They will cover.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Thank you, Fraser, mate.
Last round before the switch.
Could have a drop.
Spend it all before it's gone.
Thank you. Get on with it.
شكرا كيف. Hey. Hey.
Trevor!
Dropping smoke.
Clearing out!
واحد مشى.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
بس ياك لو فلاش هذي.
Flash out!
Right here. Right here.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading. Refreshing.
نجوا.
Reloading.
Team Ace.
Let them rot.
Switching sides.
Deep breaths, everyone.
Your hearts are pounding.
Need a drop.
Bring your best.
Concussing!
Still inside.
No escape.
Blinding!
Reloading.
Out plantie. Oh, mag ik weer joinen?
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Teleport's ready.
اللي مجيك اللي مجيك اللي مجيك يا صاحبي. فلاشيت يا صاحبي،
They're
فلاشيت
not getting
كبيرة.
the message. Leave it to me, I'll rough them up.
هنا فلاشيت هنا، فلاشيت هنا هذا. وي يا صاحبي هذاك ما فلاشيت.
Does anyone have funds? Merci.
With me.
يلا بنفلور.
Reloading.
Spike down A.
Reloading.
Tremor! Blasting!
Last
What
player
the good one.
standing.
Shut the site.
Spike down C.
Shut the site ولا كلمة.
I don't think so.
30 seconds left.
Oh.
My city needs me. I can't be away for long. Let's end this quickly. Need a drop.
Does anyone have funds?
Thank you.
What the fuck?
Drop in a smoke.
Easy.
Reloading.
Oh.
Scratch one.
Flash out!
Last player standing.
Shit.
Spike down C.
Concussing!
There's no need for the enemy to suffer. Kill them fast.
Roll for initiative.
Reloading. There.
Enemy spotted.
Tremor!
Cutting their vision.
Blocking movement.
Spike planted.
Sensor destroyed.
ماشي الفلاك دابا مشكلة في الفلاك.
Worthless.
Parasite.
You should run. One enemy remaining.
Dead.
Purge your batteries. And I need a recharge.
They are so dead.
Does anyone have funds? Merci.
I love this part.
باش نخلصها.
Flash out.
استنى اول فلاشي.
Cussing.
Cutting their vision.
Blasting.
عندك. اوه كاين اللي يبي. لا بكيتش تقاعد.
Reloading. My ult is ready. Spike dropped. Enemy spotted.
Oh, I like it.
I got the spike.
واتش فلانك الفلانك الطريق مقطع المقابله. فاو
Carrier down. Back like
Spike down.
I got the spike.
Thirty seconds left. Last player standing.
Come on, get me in the line of fire.
زوج.
Here.
Oh shite, I lost my pet rock.
هرسب هذا الريفيو هرسب الريفيو صافي مزيان. انجل سميتو انجل الالت ولكن كاينه الاخرى عندك راه كاينه كيلجوي هنايا. رجع فلانك
Throwing net.
Last
spike's
player
down.
standing. Spike down A.
You're all more important than words, I'm a brief. Look out for each other.
Does anyone have funds? Merci.
We win, we survive.
Enemy spotted C.
Target spotted.
Reloading.
Trevor. Clearing out.
You had your fun. My turn. Hold them to their grave. Reeling them in. Hostile target escaped.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Trust me, they will make mistakes. When they do, take advantage.
Does anyone have funds? Merci.
I've done more with less. Keep fighting.
Multiple enemies met. Pew pew.
Concussing!
عندي
Gun here.
عندي قلت
No
ايش يا رمو
Reloading.
اوه
That's three.
No peeking. Plant the spike. Barrier My ult is ready.
Blasting! Trevor!
One enemy remaining.
Can't use that. Not one left.
The battlefield changes.
Does anyone have funds?
عشان نبوشو ايه بعد الريفيل شوية ولا نمشي على ايه الجيت بعد الريفيل كيف بعد الريفيل كسمعش
Back like I never left.
شنو الجو مشينا هادي ماما
I have the spike.
Spike down A. Last player standing. Match point.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
Does anyone have funds?
I have the spike.
كيف افضل كيف Maria. Oh.
You will not kill my allies!
Hmm.
Spike down A.
So close.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Oh, I am not cleaning this up.
Reloading. We doing this or what? Does anyone have funds? Got the spike.
What?
Reloading.
Throwing net.
Trevor! Clearing out!
Viene Killjoy, no?
You should run.
No.
Not your best.
Fuck.
You had your fun. My turn.
Nothing there.
What?
Last player standing.
I have the spike.
Spike down mid.
I have them. That's 3. My ult is ready.
30 seconds left.
I'm too far.
Defenders win.
Environments where calories were scarce and hard to come by are primed to seek out and consume energy-dense foods whenever they're available. In our ancestral past, this drive served us well, helping to ensure survival in uncertain conditions. Today, however, in an environment of abundance, these same instincts can lead us astray, driving overconsumption and contributing to health problems. This mismatch between our evolutionary programming and our current environment extends beyond food to many other aspects of modern life. The instant gratification offered by social media, the immersive experiences provided by video games, the constant stream of novel information available at our fingertips, all of these can be seen as supernormal stimuli that hijack our reward systems in ways our ancestors never had to contend with. Understanding these dynamics can help us approach habit change with greater compassion for ourselves and others. It's not a matter of weak will or moral failing when we struggle with bad habits. We're often fighting against deeply ingrained instincts that served our species well for millennia but may be maladaptive in our current context. At the same time, this understanding empowers us to take more effective action. By recognizing the power of environmental cues and the limitations of willpower, we can focus our efforts on creating contexts that support our goals rather than undermine them. We can design our physical and digital spaces to minimize exposure to tempting stimuli and maximize exposure to cues that trigger positive behaviors. Moreover, we can work to create new, healthier supernormal stimuli that satisfy our innate drives in more beneficial ways. For instance, we might seek out activities that provide the novelty and excitement our brains crave, but in forms that contribute to our well-being rather than detract from it. Engaging hobbies, challenging physical activities, or immersive learning experiences can all provide the kind of stimulation our brains seek, without the negative consequences associated with many modern sources of supernormal stimuli. In conclusion, the journey of habit change is a complex but fascinating one, deeply rooted in our evolutionary history and profoundly influenced by our modern environment. By understanding the mechanisms behind habit formation and persistence, we can develop more effective strategies for personal growth and self-improvement. The key lies not in heroic feats of willpower, but in thoughtful design of our environments and routines to align with our goals and values. Through this approach, we can harness the power of our habits to create lasting positive change in our lives. The intricate relationship between human behavior, habit formation, and the food industry reveals fascinating insights into the nature of desire and consumption in our modern world. At the heart of this relationship lies the powerful influence of dopamine, a neurotransmitter that plays a crucial role in motivation, reward, and habit formation. The food science industry has harnessed our biological predispositions to create products that are irresistibly attractive to consumers. By manipulating factors such as texture, flavor, and sensory experience, food scientists have developed techniques to make processed foods exceptionally appealing. The concept of dynamic contrast. In food, the combination of different sensations like crunchiness and creaminess keeps our brains engaged and interested, encouraging continued consumption beyond the point of satiety. This optimization of food products extends to finding the perfect bliss point, a precise balance of salt, sugar, and fat that maximizes palatability and appeal. The result is a category of hyper-palatable foods that effectively hijack our reward systems, leading to overconsumption and potentially contributing to issues like obesity and related health problems. The power of these engineered foods lies in their ability to trigger dopamine release in our brains. Dopamine, once thought to be primarily associated with pleasure, is now understood to play a complex role in motivation, learning, and anticipation of rewards. Crucially, dopamine is released not just when we experience pleasure, but also when we anticipate it. This anticipatory aspect of dopamine release is key to understanding why certain habits, including those related to food consumption, can become so deeply ingrained and difficult to break. The dopamine-driven feedback loop that underlies habit formation extends far beyond food. In our modern society, we are surrounded by highly engineered versions of reality that are more attractive and stimulating than anything our ancestors encountered. From carefully crafted advertisements to the instant gratification of social media likes, these supernormal stimuli exploit our natural inclinations and drive us towards excessive behaviors in shopping, social media use, and various forms of entertainment. The trend towards more concentrated rewards and more enticing stimuli is likely to continue, presenting ever greater challenges to our ability to regulate our behavior and make healthy choices. Junk food, hard liquor, and video games are all examples of how natural rewards have been concentrated and amplified in ways that make them particularly hard to resist. Understanding the role of dopamine in craving and habit formation provides valuable insights for those seeking to change their behavior or break undesirable habits. The key realization is that it's the anticipation of reward, not necessarily the reward itself, that drives much of our behavior. This explains why the excitement of planning a vacation can sometimes exceed the enjoyment of the trip itself, or why the anticipation of a special event can be more thrilling than the event itself. This knowledge can be leveraged to make positive habits more attractive and thus more likely to stick. By finding ways to increase the anticipation of rewards associated with beneficial behaviors, we can harness the power of our dopamine system to work in our favor. Similarly, understanding the role of environmental cues in triggering cravings can help us design our surroundings to support our goals rather than undermine them. The challenge we face is significant. Our brains, evolved in an environment of scarcity, are now confronted with abundance and hyperstimulation at every turn. The very mechanisms that once ensured our survival, like the drive to consume calorie-dense foods, can now lead us astray in a world of plenty. However, by understanding these mechanisms, we gain the power to make informed choices and design strategies to align our behavior with our long-term goals and values. As we navigate this landscape of engineered experiences and supernormal stimuli, it's crucial to maintain awareness of how our environments and choices are shaping our habits. By consciously designing our surroundings and routines to support positive behaviors, we can work with our dopamine systems rather than against them. This might involve creating rewarding rituals around healthy activities, finding ways to make beneficial habits more immediately gratifying, or structuring our environments to minimize exposure to tempting cues. Moreover, this understanding calls for a broader societal conversation about the ethics of designing products and experiences that exploit our psychological vulnerabilities. As our ability to create irresistible stimuli grows, so too does our responsibility to consider the long-term impacts on individual and public health. In conclusion, the interplay between our ancient reward systems and our modern, engineered environment presents both challenges and opportunities. By deepening our understanding of the dopamine-driven processes underlying habit formation and craving, we equip ourselves with powerful tools for personal growth and societal progress. The key lies in harnessing these insights to create environments and habits that support our well-being, while remaining mindful of the potent forces shaping our desires and behaviors in the modern world. In our modern world, we find ourselves surrounded by an array of products and experiences meticulously designed to captivate our attention and spark our desires. At the forefront of this phenomenon is the food industry, where science and consumer psychology intersect to create irresistible edibles that keep us coming back for more. But this is just the tip of the iceberg in a society increasingly shaped by supernormal stimuli and engineered experiences that exploit our deepest biological drives. The food science industry has elevated the creation of appealing products to an art form, investing millions in research to perfect every aspect of the eating experience. From the satisfying crunch of a potato chip to the fizz of a soda, no detail is too small to escape scrutiny. The concept of aura sensation, how a food feels in your mouth, has become a key focus, with entire departments dedicated to optimizing this sensory experience. Consider the humble French fry, a seemingly simple food that embodies this approach. Its appeal lies in the contrast between its crispy exterior and soft interior, a combination that lights up our pleasure centers with each bite. This principle of dynamic contrast is a powerful tool in the food scientist's arsenal, creating products that offer a variety of sensations in a single item. The gooey cheese atop a crisp pizza crust, or the interplay between a crunchy cookie and its creamy filling, are prime examples of this strategy in action. These techniques serve a singular purpose to keep us engaged and eating long past the point where we might normally feel satisfied. Natural, unprocessed foods tend to become less appealing as we consume them, a phenomenon known as sensory-specific satiety. Your brain gradually loses interest in the repetitive sensations, signaling that it's time to stop eating. However, foods high in dynamic contrast circumvent this natural mechanism, maintaining novelty and interest bite after bite. The ultimate goal of this scientific approach to food design is to find the bliss point, that perfect balance of salt, sugar, and fat that makes a product irresistible to the human palate. This combination triggers a powerful response in our brains, overriding natural satiety signals and encouraging overconsumption. The result is a category of hyperpalatable foods that are incredibly attractive to our reward systems, often leading to overeating and associated health issues. But the implications of this approach extend far beyond the realm of nutrition. The principle at work here, making something more attractive to increase the likelihood of repeated engagement, is a fundamental aspect of habit formation. In essence, the food industry has become adept at creating habit-forming products by exploiting our natural tendencies and biological drives. This phenomenon is not limited to food. Our modern society is replete with examples of engineered experiences designed to be more appealing than anything our ancestors encountered. Retail stores use mannequins with exaggerated features to sell clothing, tapping into our instinctive responses to certain body shapes. Social media platforms have perfected the art of delivering rapid-fire positive reinforcement, providing more likes and praise in a few minutes than we might receive in days of real-world interaction. The world of online entertainment offers perhaps the most striking examples of this trend. Pornography sites present a constant stream of novel, highly stimulating content at a pace impossible to replicate in real life. Video games offer immersive experiences that can be more engaging than many real-world activities. Even advertisements have become highly sophisticated, using ideal lighting, professional makeup, and digital editing to create images that are more attractive than reality. These are all examples of supernormal stimuli, artificial constructs that exaggerate the features we're naturally attracted to eliciting a stronger response than we would have to natural stimuli. Our instincts, honed over millennia of evolution, are ill-equipped to handle these intensified versions of reality. As a result, we often find ourselves drawn into excessive behaviors, whether it's overeating, compulsive shopping, social media addiction, or other habits that can be detrimental to our well-being. The trend towards more concentrated rewards and more enticing stimuli shows no signs of slowing down. If anything, history suggests that future opportunities for gratification will be even more attractive than those available today. We can see this pattern in the evolution of various products and experiences. Junk food offers a more concentrated form of calories than natural foods. Hard liquor provides a more potent dose of alcohol than beer. Video games present a more immersive and stimulating form of play than traditional board games. This intensification of experience poses a significant challenge to our ability to regulate our behavior and make healthy choices. We find ourselves equipped with brains that evolved in an environment of scarcity, now faced with abundance and hyperstimulation at every turn. The very mechanisms that once ensured our survival, like the drive to consume calorie-dense foods when available, can now lead us astray in a world of plenty. To understand why these engineered experiences are so powerful, we need to delve into the neuroscience of habit formation and craving. At the heart of this process is dopamine, a neurotransmitter that plays a crucial role in motivation, reward, and learning. For many years, scientists believed that dopamine was primarily associated with pleasure. However, more recent research has revealed that its role is far more complex and central to a wide range of neurological processes. Dopamine is involved not just in experiencing pleasure, but in motivation, learning and memory, punishment and aversion, and even voluntary movement. The key insight when it comes to habit formation is that dopamine is released not only when we experience a reward, but also when we anticipate one. This anticipatory aspect of dopamine release is crucial to understanding why certain behaviors become habitual and why breaking bad habits can be so challenging. Experiments with animals have provided striking demonstrations of dopamine's power. When researchers blocked dopamine release in rats, the animals lost all motivation, refusing to eat, drink, or engage in any goal-directed behavior. They quite literally lost the will to live. Conversely, when scientists flooded the reward centers of animal brains with dopamine, the subjects engaged in repetitive behaviors at an astonishing rate, such as mice poking their noses into a box hundreds of times per hour in pursuit of a dopamine hit. Human behavior shows similar patterns, albeit in more complex forms. Gambling addicts experience a surge of dopamine just before placing a bet, not after winning. Cocaine users get a dopamine spike at the sight of the drug, before actually consuming it. This anticipatory release of dopamine is what drives us to action, creating the motivation to pursue rewards. This understanding of dopamine's role helps explain why the anticipation of an experience can often be more enjoyable than the experience itself. The excitement of planning a vacation or looking forward to a special event can surpass the actual pleasure of the moment when it arrives. Scientists describe this as the difference between wanting and liking two related but distinct processes in the brain. The implications of this dopamine-driven feedback loop are profound for our understanding of habit formation and behavior change. Every highly habit-forming behavior, from drug use to social media browsing, is associated with elevated levels of dopamine. Even our most basic habitual behaviors, like eating, drinking, and social interaction, operate on this same principle. Recognizing the power of anticipation in driving behavior provides valuable insights for those seeking to change their habits or cultivate new ones. Rather than relying solely on willpower to resist temptation, we can focus on manipulating our environment and routines to make desirable behaviors more attractive and undesirable ones less so. For instance, if we want to establish a habit of regular exercise, we might focus on creating positive anticipation around the activity. This could involve planning enjoyable routes for runs, choosing workout music that excites us, or rewarding ourselves with a pleasant post-workout ritual. By associating the anticipation of exercise with positive feelings, we can harness our dopamine system to reinforce the habit. Conversely, to break a bad habit, we might focus on reducing the anticipatory pleasure associated with it. This could involve removing cues from our environment that trigger cravings, or consciously focusing on the negative consequences of the behavior rather than its short-term rewards. However, it's important to recognize that we're not just passive recipients of our environment's influences. We have the power to consciously design our surroundings and routines in ways that support our goals. This might involve creating physical spaces that encourage productive behaviors, carefully curating our digital environments to minimize exposure to addictive content, or structuring our daily schedules to prioritize activities that align with our long-term aspirations. Moreover, understanding the role of dopamine and anticipation in driving behavior can help us develop more compassion for ourselves and others when it comes to struggling with bad habits or addictions. Rather than viewing these challenges as simple matters of willpower or moral failing, we can recognize them as the result of powerful neurological processes shaped by both our biology and our environment. This perspective also raises important questions about the ethics of designing products and experiences that exploit these psychological vulnerabilities. As our ability to create irresistible stimuli grows, so too does our responsibility to consider the long-term impacts on individual and public health. There's a need for broader societal conversations about how we can balance innovation and consumer appeal with ethical considerations and public well-being. In conclusion, the intricate dance between our ancient reward systems and our modern, engineered environment presents both challenges and opportunities. By deepening our understanding of the dopamine-driven processes underlying habit formation and craving, we equip ourselves with powerful tools for personal growth and societal progress. The key lies in harnessing these insights to create environments and habits that support our well-being, while remaining mindful of the potent forces shaping our desires and behaviors in the modern world. As we navigate this landscape of supernormal stimuli and carefully crafted experiences, maintaining awareness of how our choices and surroundings influence our habits becomes crucial. By consciously designing our environments and routines to support positive behaviors, we can work with our dopamine systems rather than against them. This might involve creating rewarding rituals around healthy activities, finding ways to make beneficial habits more immediately gratifying, or structuring our surroundings to minimize exposure to tempting cues. Ultimately, the goal is not to eliminate all sources of pleasure or to live in denial of our natural drives. Rather, it's to create a balance where we can enjoy the fruits of human ingenuity and progress while maintaining control over our behaviors and staying true to our deeper values and aspirations. By understanding the science behind habit formation and applying these insights thoughtfully, we can cultivate lives rich in meaningful experiences and sustainable pleasures, rather than being driven by the fleeting highs of engineered stimuli. In doing so, we reclaim our agency in a world increasingly designed to push our buttons, charting a course towards greater well-being and fulfillment. The intricate dance between our brains and behavior reveals fascinating insights into the nature of habit formation and the power of anticipation. At the heart of this process lies dopamine, a neurotransmitter that plays a far more complex role than simply signaling pleasure. Understanding how dopamine functions in our brains can provide valuable tools for shaping our habits and improving our lives. When we first encounter a rewarding experience, our brains release dopamine as we enjoy the novel pleasure. However, as we repeat this experience, our clever brains begin to shift the timing of the dopamine release. Instead of spiking when we receive the reward, dopamine now surges in anticipation immediately after we recognize a cue associated with the pleasurable experience. This shift is the key to habit formation, as it creates a feeling of desire and a craving to take action whenever we encounter the cue. This anticipatory dopamine release explains why the excitement of looking forward to a vacation can sometimes exceed the enjoyment of the trip itself, or why the build-up to a special event often feels more thrilling than the actual moment. Our brains are wired to motivate us through anticipation, pushing us to pursue rewards based on the expectation of pleasure rather than the pleasure itself. Interestingly, once a habit is firmly established, dopamine no longer increases when we experience the expected reward. However, if we encounter a cue and anticipate a reward that doesn't materialize, dopamine levels drop sharply, leading to feelings of disappointment and frustration. This sensitivity to prediction errors helps refine our habits over time, reinforcing behaviors that reliably lead to rewards and discouraging those that don't. The power of anticipation in driving behavior becomes even more apparent when we consider the neural real estate devoted to wanting versus liking. Our brains have significantly more circuitry allocated for desiring rewards than for enjoying them. The wanting centers of the brain are expansive, including regions like the nucleus accumbens ventral tegmental area and portions of the prefrontal cortex. In contrast, the liking centers are much smaller, consisting of scattered hedonic hotspots throughout the brain. This disproportionate allocation of neural resources to wanting over liking underscores the crucial role that desire and anticipation play in motivating our actions. It's not the fleeting moment of pleasure that drives us, but the persistent craving that precedes it. This insight has profound implications for how we approach habit formation and behavior change. Recognizing the power of anticipation, we can employ strategies to make our desired habits more attractive and thus more likely to stick. One such approach is temptation bundling, a clever technique that links an action we want to do with one we need to do. By pairing a necessary but unappealing task with a highly desirable activity, we can leverage our brain's reward system to motivate positive behavior. Consider the story of Ronan Byrne, an engineering student who hacked his stationary bike to only allow Netflix to play while he was pedaling at a certain speed. By bundling the enjoyment of watching his favorite shows with the physical activity he knew he should be doing, Byrne created a powerful incentive for exercise. This ingenious solution not only made his workout more appealing, but also added an element of immediate reward to an otherwise challenging task. Businesses often employ similar strategies on a larger scale. The American broadcasting company ABC masterfully used temptation bundling in promoting their Thursday night television lineup. By encouraging viewers to pair watching their shows with enjoyable activities like drinking wine and eating popcorn, ABC associated their programming with relaxation and indulgence. Over time, this association strengthened, making the habit of tuning in on Thursday nights more attractive to viewers. The effectiveness of temptation bundling is rooted in a psychological principle known as Premack's principle, which states that more probable behaviors will reinforce less probable behaviors. In other words, by linking a desired activity like watching TV with a less appealing but necessary task like exercising, we can condition ourselves to engage in the less enjoyable activity more consistently. This principle can be applied to a wide range of habits. For instance, someone might allow themselves to read gossip magazines only while at the gym, or permit themselves to get a pedicure only while catching up on work emails. The key is to identify activities you genuinely enjoy and use them as rewards for completing necessary but less appealing tasks. To maximize the effectiveness of temptation bundling, it can be combined with habit stacking, another powerful behavior change strategy. Habit stacking involves linking a new habit you want to form with an existing habit you already perform consistently. By creating a formula that pairs a current habit with a needed habit, followed by a wanted habit, you can create a chain of behaviors that reinforces positive change. For example, someone trying to cultivate gratitude and stay informed might adopt the following routine: after I get my morning coffee, I will say one thing I'm grateful for. After I express gratitude, I will read the news. This sequence links an existing habit, getting coffee, with a desired new habit, practicing gratitude, and a rewarding activity, reading the news. The power of this approach lies in its ability to transform necessary but unappealing tasks into gateways to enjoyable activities. Over time, the anticipation of the reward, like checking social media or watching sports highlights, can make the associated necessary task, like doing burpees or making sales calls, more appealing by association. While temptation bundling and habit stacking are powerful tools, it's important to recognize that they are part of a broader principle making habits more attractive. In our modern world, we are constantly bombarded with supernormal stimuli, exaggerated versions of reality that are more appealing than anything our ancestors encountered. From junk food engineered to hit the perfect bliss point, of salt, sugar, and fat, to social media platforms designed to deliver constant hits of social validation, these stimuli exploit our brain's reward systems in unprecedented ways. Understanding this landscape of engineered experiences allows us to approach habit formation with greater intentionality. While we may not be able to compete with the intensity of these supernormal stimuli, we can use their principles to enhance the appeal of beneficial habits. By thoughtfully designing our environment and routines, we can create our own heightened versions of reality that make positive behaviors more attractive. For instance, we might create a specially designated, comfortable space for reading to make a daily reading habit more appealing. Or we could invest in high-quality exercise equipment and create an energizing playlist to make workouts more enticing. The goal is to enhance the sensory and emotional experience associated with the habit we want to cultivate. It's crucial to remember that the power of anticipation works both ways. Just as we can use it to reinforce positive habits, unchecked anticipation of unhealthy rewards can lead to destructive behavior patterns. This is particularly evident in addictions, where the anticipation of the drug or behavior becomes all-consuming, driving compulsive actions despite negative consequences. Recognizing the role of anticipation in our behavior also highlights the importance of managing our environment. If we're constantly surrounded by cues that trigger cravings for unhealthy behaviors, we're fighting an uphill battle. By thoughtfully curating our physical and digital spaces to minimize exposure to tempting cues and maximize exposure to cues for positive habits, we can set ourselves up for success. Moreover, understanding the dopamine-driven nature of habit formation can help us be more compassionate with ourselves and others when it comes to struggling with bad habits or addictions. Rather than viewing these challenges as simple matters of willpower or moral failing, we can recognize them as the result of powerful neurological processes shaped by both our biology and our environment. This perspective also raises important ethical questions about the design of products and experiences that exploit these psychological vulnerabilities. As our ability to create irresistible stimuli grows, so too does our responsibility to consider the long-term impacts on individual and public health. There's a need for broader societal conversations about how we can balance innovation and consumer appeal with ethical considerations and public well-being. In conclusion, the science of habit formation reveals that desire, driven by anticipation, is the engine of behavior. By understanding how our brains process rewards and generate cravings, we can develop more effective strategies for cultivating positive habits and breaking negative ones. Techniques like temptation bundling and habit stacking allow us to work with our brain's natural tendencies rather than against them, making the process of behavior change more enjoyable and sustainable. As we navigate a world increasingly filled with supernormal stimuli and engineered experiences, maintaining awareness of how our choices and surroundings influence our habits becomes crucial. By consciously designing our environments and routines to support positive behaviors, we can harness the power of anticipation to drive personal growth and well-being. Ultimately, the goal is not to eliminate all sources of pleasure or to live in denial of our natural drives. Rather, it's to create a balance where we can enjoy the fruits of human ingenuity and progress, while maintaining control over our behaviors and staying true to our deeper values and aspirations. By understanding the science behind habit formation and applying these insights thoughtfully, we can cultivate lives rich in meaningful experiences and sustainable pleasures, rather than being driven by the fleeting highs of engineered stimuli. In doing so, we reclaim our agency in a world increasingly designed to push our buttons, charting a course towards greater well-being and fulfillment. The power to shape our habits and thus our lives lies within our grasp. Armed with knowledge of how our brains work and tools to work with our nature rather than against it, we can embark on a journey of continuous self-improvement and personal growth. The power of environment in shaping human behavior is a fascinating and often underappreciated aspect of personal development. This concept is powerfully illustrated by the story of the Polgar sisters, whose extraordinary achievements in chess demonstrate the profound impact that culture and upbringing can have on skill development and habit formation. Laszlo Polgar, a Hungarian educator, held a controversial belief that genius was not innate but could be cultivated through deliberate practice and the development of good habits. He was so convinced of this idea that he set out to prove it with his own children. Laszlo's experiment began even before his children were born, as he sought a wife who would be willing to participate in his unconventional parenting plan. The Polgar household became a carefully crafted environment dedicated to chess excellence. The children were homeschooled, which was unusual in Hungary at the time, allowing for a focused and immersive education. Chess books and pictures of famous players filled the home, creating a constant visual reminder of their goal. The sisters played against each other regularly and competed in high-level tournaments from a young age. Their parents even maintained meticulous records of every competitor the children faced, demonstrating an extraordinary level of commitment to their development. The results of this experiment were nothing short of remarkable. All three Polgar sisters, Susan, Sophia, and Judith, achieved extraordinary success in chess. Susan, the eldest, was defeating adult players within 6 months of learning the game at age 4. Sophia became a world champion by 14 and later a grandmaster. Judith, the youngest, surpassed even her sister's achievements, becoming the youngest grandmaster of all time and holding the title of the world's top-ranked female chess player for an astonishing 27 years. What's particularly intriguing about the Polgar sisters' story is their perspective on their unusual upbringing. Far from viewing their childhood as oppressive or grueling, they describe it as enjoyable and engaging. They loved chess so much that they would even play in secret when they were supposed to be sleeping. This highlights a crucial aspect of habit formation and skill development. When an activity is normalized and celebrated within a culture, it becomes inherently attractive and rewarding. The Polgar sisters' experience exemplifies a broader principle of human behavior. We are profoundly influenced by our social environment. As inherently social creatures, humans have a deep-seated need to belong and fit in with their group. This instinct, which served our ancestors well in tribal societies where isolation could mean death, continues to exert a powerful influence on our behavior today. Our earliest habits are often not chosen but imitated from those around us. We absorb the customs, expectations, and standards of our family, community, and broader society. These social norms act as invisible guides for our behavior, influencing everything from our daily routines to major life decisions. Often we follow these norms without conscious thought or questioning, simply because they feel natural and expected within our cultural context. This tendency to conform to social norms is not inherently negative. In fact, it often doesn't feel like a burden at all, because the desire to belong is so fundamental to human nature. If you grow up in an environment where a particular skill or behavior is highly valued, like chess in the Polgar household, engaging in that activity feels natural and rewarding. Similarly, if you work in a professional environment where everyone dresses in a certain way, you're likely to adopt that style without much resistance. The power of social influence on our habits can be broken down into 3 main categories: the close, the many, and the powerful. Each of these groups offers opportunities to make our desired habits more attractive and easier to adopt. The influence of close relationships on our habits is particularly strong. We tend to pick up behaviors, attitudes, and even speech patterns from those we spend the most time with. This effect is so pronounced that studies have shown that obesity can spread through social networks, with a person's chances of becoming obese increasing significantly if a close friend becomes obese. The same principle applies to positive habits as well, with weight loss often occurring in pairs within relationships. This proximity effect extends beyond just close friends and family. Our broader social circles, including classmates, co-workers, and community members, also shape our perception of what's normal and attainable. For instance, if you're in an environment where many people are achieving a particular goal, like becoming an astronaut or improving their IQ, those achievements start to seem more feasible and attractive. The power of the many, or the influence of broader social norms, is another crucial factor in habit formation. We naturally want to conform to the behaviors that we see as common or popular within our social groups. This is why trends spread so quickly, and why certain behaviors can become suddenly popular within specific communities. The influence of the powerful, those we admire or aspire to be like, also plays a significant role in shaping our habits. We often emulate the behaviors of successful individuals in our field or society at large, believing that by adopting their habits, we might achieve similar success. Understanding these influences allows us to be more intentional about shaping our environment to support the habits we want to develop. One of the most effective strategies for building better habits is to immerse ourselves in a culture where the desired behavior is the norm. When we see others regularly engaging in the habits we want to adopt, those behaviors seem more achievable and natural. This principle can be applied across various areas of life. If you want to be more physically active, surrounding yourself with fitness enthusiasts can make regular exercise seem like a normal, expected part of daily life. If you aspire to be more creative, immersing yourself in a community of artists or innovators can normalize the habits of regular practice and experimentation. However, it's important to note that this environmental influence works both ways. Just as positive habits can be reinforced by our social surroundings, negative habits can also be perpetuated or exacerbated by the wrong environment. This is why it's crucial to be mindful of the influences we expose ourselves to and to actively seek out environments that support our goals and values. The story of the Polgar sisters also raises interesting questions about the nature vs. nurture debate in talent development. While their achievements certainly demonstrate the power of focus training and a supportive environment, it's worth considering whether they may have had some innate aptitude for chess that was then nurtured to an extraordinary degree. This nuanced view suggests that while environment and practice are crucial, individual differences in natural abilities may also play a role in ultimate achievement. Moreover, the Polgar experiment prompts us to reflect on the ethics and practicality of such intensive, specialized upbringing. While the sisters report positive feelings about their childhood, such an approach might not be suitable or desirable for every family. It's important to balance the cultivation of specific skills with the need for a well-rounded education and personal development. In our modern, interconnected world, the concept of our environment extends beyond our physical surroundings to include our digital spaces as well. The content we consume online, the social media networks we engage with, and the virtual communities we participate in all contribute to shaping our habits and perceptions of normal behavior. This digital influence adds another layer of complexity to the task of curating a supportive environment for positive habit formation. As we navigate the challenge of developing beneficial habits, it's crucial to approach the process with self-compassion and realistic expectations. Changing ingrained behaviors or adopting new ones is rarely a linear or easy process. It often involves setbacks and requires persistent effort. Understanding the powerful role that our social environment plays in this process can help us be more strategic and patient in our approach to personal growth. Furthermore, recognizing the impact of social influence on our habits can foster greater empathy and understanding for others who may be struggling with behavior change. It highlights the fact that individual willpower, while important, is just one factor in a complex web of influences that shape our actions and choices. In conclusion, the story of the Polgar sisters and the broader principles of social influence in habit formation offer valuable insights for anyone seeking personal growth or behavior change. By consciously shaping our environment, both physical and social, to support our desired habits, we can make the process of change more natural and sustainable. Whether we're trying to excel in a specific skill, adopt healthier lifestyle habits, or simply become better versions of ourselves, understanding and leveraging the power of our social context can be a game changer.
As we strive to improve ourselves and our communities, it's worth reflecting on how we can create cultures that normalize and celebrate positive habits. By doing so, we not only enhance our own lives, but also contribute to a ripple effect of positive change in our broader social circles. The Polgar experiment, while extreme, demonstrates the remarkable potential of human beings when immersed in an environment that consistently reinforces and rewards desired behaviors. Ultimately, the key to lasting behavior change may lie not in Herculean feats of willpower, but in the thoughtful curation of our social environments and the cultivation of communities that support our aspirations. By surrounding ourselves with the right influences and normalizing the habits we wish to adopt, we can harness the natural human inclination to conform and belong in service of our personal and collective growth. The power of social influence on our behavior and habits is profound and often underestimated. We are social creatures, constantly looking to our peers, role models, and cultural norms to guide our actions and shape our identities. This tendency is deeply ingrained in human nature and has played a crucial role in our evolution and survival. One of the most effective ways to cultivate lasting change in our lives is to immerse ourselves in a culture where our desired behavior is already the norm. By surrounding ourselves with people who embody the habits and traits we aspire to, we create an environment that naturally encourages and reinforces positive change. Consider the example of someone trying to improve their fitness. Joining a gym can be intimidating for beginners, as they may feel out of place among seasoned athletes. However, imagine a fitness community tailored specifically for self-proclaimed nerds or misfits. In such an environment, newcomers immediately have something in common with other members, perhaps a shared love for science fiction or video games. This common ground creates a sense of belonging, making the process of adopting new fitness habits feel more natural and less daunting. The power of belonging to a tribe cannot be overstated when it comes to sustaining motivation and embedding new habits. When we join a group that aligns with our interests and goals, our personal journey transforms into a collective one. No longer are we struggling alone. Instead, we become part of a community of like-minded individuals all working towards similar objectives. This shift from I to we has a profound impact on our identity and commitment to change. A solitary reader becomes part of a book club, a lone musician joins a band, and an individual cyclist becomes part of a cycling group. The shared identity reinforces and strengthens our personal identity, making it more resilient in the face of challenges and setbacks. It's worth noting that maintaining connections with supportive communities even after achieving initial goals is crucial for long-term success. The friendships and sense of belonging fostered within these groups help to cement new identities and ensure that positive habits persist over time. This is why many people who successfully lose weight or quit smoking find it beneficial to continue attending support group meetings or engaging with their communities long after reaching their primary objectives. The influence of group behavior on individual choices is a well-documented phenomenon in psychology. One classic example is the series of conformity experiments conducted by Solomon Asch in the 1950s. These experiments revealed our startling tendency to doubt our own judgment and conform to group opinion, even when the group is clearly incorrect. In Asch's experiments, participants were asked to perform a simple visual task matching the length of a line to one of 3 comparison lines. Unbeknownst to the actual subject, the other participants were confederates of the experimenter, instructed to unanimously give wrong answers on certain trials. The results were striking. Faced with unanimous opposition, many subjects began to doubt their own perception and conform to the group's incorrect judgments. This tendency to conform to group behavior extends far beyond simple perceptual tasks. In our daily lives, we constantly look to others for cues on how to act, what to buy, where to eat, and countless other decisions. We rely on reviews and ratings to guide our choices, assuming that the wisdom of the crowd will lead us to the best options. While this strategy often serves us well, it can also lead us astray. The pressure to conform to group norms can be so strong that it overrides our individual judgment and even our own best interests. This phenomenon isn't unique to humans. Studies have shown that even chimpanzees will abandon more effective techniques in favor of less efficient methods used by their new group members, simply to fit in. The desire to be accepted by our peers is a powerful motivator, often outweighing the desire to be right or to find the truth. This instinct to conform is deeply rooted in our psychology and has likely played a crucial role in our survival as a species. After all, in many situations throughout human history, going against the group could have dire consequences. However, this tendency can also hold us back from positive change, especially when our desired habits conflict with the norms of our current social group. Changing our behavior in ways that challenge the status quo requires significant effort and courage. It means swimming against the current of our culture and risking social disapproval or exclusion. On the flip side, when our desired changes align with the values and behaviors of our social group, change becomes much more attractive and achievable. This is why finding or creating a supportive community can be such a powerful catalyst for personal growth and transformation. Another crucial aspect of social influence is our tendency to imitate those we perceive as powerful or high status. Throughout history, individuals with greater power and status have typically enjoyed better access to resources, faced fewer survival challenges, and been seen as more desirable mates. As a result, we are naturally drawn to behaviors that earn us respect, approval, and admiration from others. This drive for status and recognition explains our fascination with the habits of highly successful people. We eagerly consume content about the daily routines of CEOs, the workout regimens of athletes, and the productivity hacks of top performers in various fields. By emulating these behaviors, we hope to achieve similar levels of success and recognition. Many of our daily habits are, in fact, imitations of people we admire or envy. We might adopt the communication style of a charismatic leader, the creative techniques of an artist we respect, or the financial strategies of a successful entrepreneur. This imitation isn't necessarily conscious. We often absorb and replicate behaviors subconsciously, especially when they're exhibited by people we look up to. The flip side of this status-seeking behavior is our desire to avoid actions that might lower our social standing. We maintain our homes and appearances not just for personal satisfaction, but also to avoid negative judgments from our neighbors, friends, and family. The constant underlying question, "What will others think of me?" shapes many of our decisions and actions, often without us even realizing it. The power of social influence on habit formation and behavior change is perfectly illustrated by the story of the Polgar sisters, chess prodigies who achieved remarkable success through dedicated practice. While their individual efforts were undoubtedly crucial, the supportive culture created by their parents and the broader chess community played a significant role in sustaining their motivation and commitment over many years. The sisters' dedication to chess was reinforced not just by parental encouragement, but also by the respect and admiration they received from the chess world. Achieving milestones like becoming grandmasters provided external validation and status, further cementing their identities as exceptional chess players. This combination of internal drive and external recognition created a powerful feedback loop that sustained their intense practice regimen for decades. Understanding the profound impact of social influence on our behavior offers valuable insights for anyone seeking to make lasting changes in their life. Rather than relying solely on willpower and individual effort, we can leverage the power of social connections and cultural norms to support our goals. For those looking to adopt new habits or break old ones, finding or creating a supportive community can be transformative. This might involve joining existing groups aligned with our goals, or even starting our own communities centered around shared interests and aspirations. By surrounding ourselves with people who embody the traits and habits we wish to cultivate, we create an environment that naturally encourages and reinforces positive change. It's also worth examining the cultural norms and social influences that shape our current behaviors. Are there aspects of our social environment that are hindering our growth or reinforcing negative habits? Recognizing these influences is the first step towards either changing our environment or developing strategies to resist unhelpful social pressures. At the same time, we should be mindful of our own potential to influence others. As we work towards our goals and adopt positive habits, we may find ourselves becoming role models for those around us. By openly sharing our journeys, struggles, and successes, we can contribute to creating a culture that values growth, resilience, and mutual support. Ultimately, the interplay between individual choice and social influence is complex and multifaceted. While we have the power to make conscious decisions about our behavior, we are also inevitably shaped by the cultural context in which we live. By understanding and harnessing the power of social influence, we can create environments and communities that support our personal growth and help us become the best versions of ourselves. As we navigate the challenges of changing habits and pursuing personal growth, it's crucial to remember that we're not alone in this journey. The very social nature that can sometimes hinder our progress can also be our greatest ally in achieving lasting change. By consciously choosing our social environments, seeking out supportive communities, and being mindful of the cultural forces that shape our behavior, we can harness the power of social influence to drive positive change in our lives and in the world around us. The human tendency to adopt habits that are praised and approved by our culture is a powerful force that shapes our behaviors and identities. This inclination stems from our deep-seated need to belong and fit in with our social groups. Throughout human history, being accepted by the tribe has been crucial for survival, and this evolutionary legacy continues to influence our actions today. We are particularly prone to imitating the habits of three key social groups: the close, our family and friends; the many, our broader community or tribe; and the powerful, those with status and prestige. This pattern of imitation is not arbitrary but serves important social and psychological functions. Our closest relationships, family and friends, have a profound impact on our habits because they are the people we interact with most frequently and whose opinions we value most highly. We often unconsciously adopt the mannerisms, attitudes and behaviors of those closest to us. This can be both beneficial and detrimental, depending on the nature of those habits. For instance, growing up in a family that prioritizes education and intellectual curiosity can instill lifelong learning habits. Conversely, being surrounded by friends who engage in unhealthy behaviors like excessive drinking can normalize and encourage those habits. The influence of the many, our broader social group or community, is equally significant. Humans are inherently social creatures, and we have a strong drive to conform to the norms of our group. This tendency can be so powerful that it often overrides our individual judgment or preferences. As the saying goes, most days we'd rather be wrong with the crowd than be right by ourselves. This phenomenon explains why certain behaviors or trends can spread rapidly through a community, even when they may not be objectively beneficial. Consider the example of fashion trends. Often, these trends are not particularly comfortable or practical, yet they spread widely because of our desire to fit in and be seen as part of the group. The same principle applies to many other areas of life, from the way we speak to the food we eat and the activities we engage in. The habits of the powerful, those with status and prestige, also exert a strong influence on our behavior. We are naturally drawn to emulate those who have achieved success or prominence in society. This is why celebrity endorsements are so effective in marketing, and why we often see trends start among the elite before trickling down to the broader population. If a behavior can earn us approval, respect and praise, especially from those we admire or aspire to be like, we find it inherently attractive. Understanding these social dynamics is crucial when trying to build better habits or break detrimental ones. One of the most effective strategies for positive change is to join a culture where your desired behavior is already the norm and where you have something in common with the group. This approach leverages our natural tendency to conform and belong, but channels it towards positive outcomes. For example, if you're trying to adopt a healthier lifestyle, joining a community of health enthusiasts who share your interests can be far more effective than trying to go it alone. Not only does this provide you with role models and support, but it also makes the desired behavior feel more natural and attainable. You're no longer swimming against the tide of your social group, but rather going with the flow of a new, supportive community. This principle extends to various areas of personal development. Want to become more entrepreneurial? Surround yourself with startups and small business owners. Trying to cultivate a meditation practice? Join a mindfulness group. The power of social influence can work in your favor when you consciously choose your environment. However, it's important to recognize that the flip side of this social influence can also hold us back. The normal behavior of the tribe often overpowers the desired behavior of the individual. This can make it extremely challenging to break away from unhealthy or unproductive habits if they are deeply ingrained in our social group. Consider the struggle many people face when trying to quit smoking. If all of your friends smoke and social gatherings revolve around this habit, quitting becomes not just a personal challenge but a social one as well. You're not just fighting against a physical addiction, but also against the fear of social exclusion or the loss of shared experiences with your friends. This is where the power of reframing comes into play. As illustrated by the example of Alan Carr's approach to helping smokers quit, changing the way we perceive a habit can dramatically alter its appeal. By systematically challenging the beliefs and associations we have about a particular behavior, we can reduce its attractiveness and weaken its hold on us. Carr's method involves repeatedly questioning and debunking the perceived benefits of smoking. He encourages smokers to see that they're not actually enjoying cigarettes but rather just feeding an addiction. by reframing smoking as an unattractive and unnecessary behavior, rather than a source of pleasure or stress relief. He helps people break free from the mental trap that keeps them addicted. This approach can be applied to various habits we wish to change. It involves a deep examination of our motivations and a willingness to challenge our existing beliefs. For instance, if you're trying to reduce your social media usage, you might reframe it from being a way to stay connected with friends to being a time-wasting activity that actually makes you feel more isolated. By changing the narrative around the habit, you can make it less appealing and easier to resist. Understanding the root of our cravings is another crucial aspect of habit change. Every behavior we engage in is ultimately driven by deeper, underlying motives. These fundamental drives, such as the need to conserve energy, obtain food and water, find love and reproduce, connect with others, win social acceptance, reduce uncertainty, and achieve status, are hardwired into our biology. Our specific habits are simply modern manifestations of these ancient desires. Social media platforms, for example, tap into our need for social connection and approval. Video games fulfill our drive for achievement and status. Fast food satisfies our instinct to consume high-calorie foods for survival. Recognizing this can be empowering because it allows us to see that there are multiple ways to satisfy these underlying motives. If we can identify healthier or more productive ways to meet these basic needs, we can replace harmful habits with beneficial ones. For instance, if you find yourself constantly checking your phone for social media notifications, recognize that this behavior is driven by a need for social connection and validation. Once you understand this, you can explore alternative ways to meet this need, such as scheduling more face-to-face time with friends or engaging in community activities. It's also crucial to understand the role of prediction in our habits. Our brains are constantly making predictions based on past experiences and environmental cues. These predictions shape our behavior in powerful ways. When we encounter a cue, our brain quickly categorizes it based on past experience and determines the appropriate response. This predictive nature of our behavior explains why breaking habits can be so challenging. Once we've formed a strong association between a cue and a response, our brain automatically predicts that this response is the appropriate action. Changing this requires conscious effort to override these automatic predictions and create new associations. Interestingly, it's not the objective reality of events that determines our behavior, but rather how we interpret these events. Two people can encounter the same situation and react in completely different ways based on their past experiences and the predictions their brains make. This is why changing our mindset and the way we interpret situations can be such a powerful tool for habit change. In conclusion, our habits are deeply influenced by our social environment and our innate human drives. By understanding these influences, we can more effectively shape our behavior. Whether we're trying to break a bad habit or cultivate a good one, strategies like joining supportive communities, reframing our perceptions, addressing underlying motives, and consciously changing our predictions can be powerful tools for personal growth. The journey of habit change is not always easy, but it is ultimately about aligning our behaviors with our true desires and values. By leveraging our understanding of social influence, cognitive reframing, and the predictive nature of our brains, we can create lasting positive changes in our lives. Remember, every habit, good or bad, is ultimately our mind's attempt to solve a problem or meet a need. By finding better solutions to these fundamental human needs, we can create a life filled with habits that truly serve us. The human mind is a remarkable prediction machine, constantly analyzing our environment and making split-second decisions based on past experiences and current cues. This predictive nature of our brain plays a crucial role in shaping our habits and behaviors, often without our conscious awareness. Understanding this process can provide valuable insights into how we can effectively change our habits and improve our lives. At the core of our behavior are cravings, those powerful urges that drive us to act in certain ways. But what exactly is a craving? It's not just a simple desire for a specific object or action. Rather, It's a complex interplay of predictions, emotions, and underlying motives that shape our perception of the world and guide our actions. Consider for a moment how you feel right now. Without consciously thinking about it, you're aware of the temperature around you. If it were to drop slightly, you might not notice or react, but if it plummeted 10 degrees, you'd likely feel cold and reach for a sweater. This seemingly simple reaction is actually a sophisticated process of prediction and response. Your brain is constantly monitoring your environment, making predictions about what different changes might mean for your well-being and prompting you to act when it detects a significant discrepancy between your current state and your desired state. This gap between our current experience and our desired experience is the essence of a craving. It's the feeling that something is missing, the urge to change our internal state. When we feel cold, we crave warmth. When we feel lonely, we crave connection. When we feel stressed, we crave relaxation. These cravings are not just random impulses, but signals from our brain telling us that there's a mismatch between our current state and what it predicts would be a more favorable state. Understanding this process can shed light on why we engage in certain behaviors, even when we know they might not be good for us in the long run. Take the example of social media use. When we scroll through our feeds, what we're really seeking isn't just information or entertainment. We're looking for a change in our emotional state, perhaps a feeling of connection, validation, or distraction from our current worries. The act of checking social media has become associated in our minds with these positive changes in our internal state, which is why it can be so compelling and hard to resist. This understanding also reveals why it can be so challenging to break bad habits or form new, beneficial ones. Our habits, both good and bad, are essentially our mind's attempts to address fundamental human needs and desires. These underlying motives are deeply ingrained in our biology and psychology, shaped by millions of years of evolution. They include basic drives like conserving energy, obtaining food and water, finding love and reproducing, connecting with others, winning social acceptance and approval, reducing uncertainty, and achieving status and prestige. Our specific habits are modern-day manifestations of these ancient desires. Social media taps into our need for social connection and approval. Fast food satisfies our instinct to consume high-calorie foods for survival. Video games fulfill our drive for achievement and status. Recognizing this can be empowering because it allows us to see that there are multiple ways to satisfy these underlying motives. If we can identify healthier or more productive ways to meet these basic needs, we can replace harmful habits with beneficial ones. But how do we go about changing our habits, especially when they're so deeply ingrained? One powerful approach is to reframe how we think about the habits we want to cultivate. Often we approach new habits or challenging tasks with a sense of obligation or dread. We tell ourselves we have to do something, which immediately frames it as an unpleasant chore. But what if we changed that single word? What if, instead of saying we have to do something, we said we get to do it? This simple shift in language can have a profound impact on our mindset and motivation. When we say we get to do something, we're reframing it as an opportunity rather than an obligation. We're focusing on the benefits and privileges associated with the action rather than the difficulties or inconveniences. For example, instead of saying I have to wake up early for work, try saying I get to wake up early for work. This subtle change acknowledges the privilege of having a job in a challenging economy. Instead of I have to cook dinner for my family, try I get to cook dinner for my family, recognizing the blessing of having loved ones to care for and the means to provide meals. This reframing technique can be applied to virtually any habit or task you're trying to cultivate. Exercise becomes an opportunity to build strength and improve health, rather than a grueling chore. Saving money becomes a path to future freedom and opportunities, rather than a restrictive limitation. Meditation transforms from a frustrating struggle against distraction into a chance to practice returning to the present moment. The key is to find the positive aspects of the habit or task and focus on those. This doesn't mean ignoring the challenges or difficulties, but rather choosing to emphasize the benefits and opportunities. Both perspectives are typically true. Any given task can be both a challenge and an opportunity. By consciously choosing to focus on the positive aspects, we can make the habit more attractive and easier to maintain. Another powerful technique for changing our relationship with habits is to create positive associations through rituals and cues. Our brains are incredibly adept at forming associations between different stimuli and experiences. We can leverage this ability to make challenging habits more appealing. Consider the example of a writer who always puts on headphones before beginning to write. Initially, they might play music to help them focus. Over time, however, they might find that simply putting on the headphones, even without playing any music, helps them enter a focused state. Without realizing it, they've conditioned their brain to associate the act of putting on headphones with increased concentration and productivity. Athletes often use similar techniques to prepare for competition. A baseball player might have a specific stretching and warm-up routine they perform before each game. While this routine serves a physical purpose in preparing the body for action, it also plays a crucial psychological role. By consistently performing the same actions before each game, the athlete creates a strong mental association between the routine and a competitive, focused mindset. Even on days when they don't feel particularly motivated, going through the routine can help shift their mental state into game mode. We can adapt this principle to create motivation rituals for various aspects of our lives. If you want to cultivate a more positive outlook, for instance, you might create a short routine that you perform each time before doing something you genuinely enjoy. This could be as simple as taking 3 deep breaths and smiling. By consistently pairing this action with a positive experience, you can train your brain to associate the routine with feeling good. Once established, you can use this routine as a tool to shift your emotional state when needed, even in situations unrelated to the original context. This technique of creating positive associations can be particularly powerful when trying to establish new habits or break old ones. For example, if you're trying to develop a regular exercise habit, you might create a pre-workout ritual that includes something you genuinely enjoy, like listening to your favorite upbeat song. Over time, your brain will begin to associate the anticipation of exercise with the positive feelings evoked by the music, making it easier to motivate yourself to work out. It's important to note that while these techniques can be highly effective, they're not magic solutions. Changing deeply ingrained habits and thought patterns takes time, consistency, and patience. It's also crucial to remember that our habits, both good and bad, often serve important functions in our lives. Before trying to eliminate a habit, it's worth examining what need or desire it's fulfilling and considering healthier alternatives that might meet the same underlying motive. Moreover, it's essential to approach habit change with self-compassion and realistic expectations. Setbacks and slip-ups are a normal part of the process. Instead of viewing these as failures, try to see them as valuable learning opportunities. Each time you catch yourself falling into an old pattern, you're actually strengthening your awareness and creating an opportunity to make a different choice next time. In conclusion, understanding the predictive nature of our brain and the role of cravings in our behavior provides powerful insights into how we can shape our habits and, by extension, our lives. By reframing our perspective on challenging tasks, creating positive associations, and addressing our fundamental underlying motives in healthier ways, we can make significant strides in personal growth and development. Remember, every habit, whether it seems positive or negative on the surface, is ultimately our mind's attempt to meet a basic human need or desire. By recognizing this, we can approach habit change not as a battle against our nature, but as a process of aligning our behaviors more closely with our true values and long-term well-being. This perspective allows us to work with our brain's natural tendencies rather than against them, making lasting change more achievable and sustainable. As you embark on your journey of habit change, be patient with yourself and celebrate small victories along the way. Each time you make a conscious choice to engage in a beneficial habit or resist an unhelpful one, you're rewiring your brain and moving closer to becoming the person you aspire to be. With persistence, self-reflection, and the right strategies, you have the power to transform your habits and, in turn, transform your life. The journey of personal growth and habit formation is a fascinating exploration of human psychology and neurobiology. At its core, this process is driven by the predictive nature of our brains, which constantly anticipate outcomes based on past experiences and environmental cues. Understanding this mechanism provides valuable insights into how we can effectively shape our behaviors and, by extension, our lives. The foundation of any habit, whether beneficial or detrimental, lies in the predictions our brain makes about the outcomes of our actions. These predictions trigger feelings and emotions that drive us to act in certain ways. For instance, the mere sight of a cigarette might evoke a sense of relaxation in a smoker's mind, prompting them to light up. Conversely, the thought of going for a run might elicit feelings of dread in someone who associates exercise with discomfort. These emotional responses, rooted in our brain's predictions, play a crucial role in determining our habitual behaviors. To create lasting change, we must learn to manipulate these predictions and associated feelings. One effective strategy is to highlight the benefits of avoiding harmful habits, thereby making them less attractive. For example, rather than focusing on the immediate pleasure of smoking, one might emphasize the long-term health benefits of quitting, such as improved lung function, reduced risk of cancer, and increased life expectancy. By consistently reinforcing these positive outcomes, we can gradually shift our brain's predictions and make the habit less appealing. Similarly, we can enhance the attractiveness of beneficial habits by associating them with positive feelings. This can be achieved through a technique known as a motivation ritual. The idea is to pair a challenging habit with something you genuinely enjoy. For instance, if you struggle with regular exercise, you might create a ritual of listening to your favorite podcast or audiobook only during workouts. Over time, your brain will begin to associate physical activity with the pleasure of engaging with content you love, making it easier to maintain the habit. Creating good habits and breaking bad ones requires a systematic approach. Let's explore some practical strategies for each aspect of habit formation, organized around 4 fundamental laws: make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, and make it satisfying. To make a habit obvious, start by becoming aware of your current behaviors. This can be done through a simple exercise called the habit scorecard. Take a few minutes to write down all the habits you perform on a typical day, from waking up to going to bed. This process alone can be eye-opening, revealing patterns you might not have noticed before. Next, use implementation intentions to clearly define when and where you'll perform your new habit. Instead of vaguely deciding to exercise more, create a specific plan. I will go for a 20-minute walk at 7 a.m. in my neighborhood. This clarity eliminates ambiguity and reduces the mental effort required to initiate the habit. Habit stacking is another powerful technique to make new behaviors obvious. It involves linking a new habit to an existing one. For example, after I pour my morning coffee, I will meditate for 5 minutes. By anchoring the new behavior to an established routine, you create a natural cue for the desired action. Lastly, design your environment to support your goals. Make the cues for good habits visible and accessible. If you want to read more, place books in prominent locations around your home. If you're trying to eat healthier, keep nutritious snacks at eye level in your refrigerator. To make a habit attractive, consider using temptation bundling. This involves pairing an action you want to do with one you need to do. For instance, only allowing yourself to watch your favorite TV show while folding laundry can make a tedious chore more appealing. Another powerful strategy is to surround yourself with a culture where your desired behavior is the norm. If you want to adopt a healthier lifestyle, spend time with health-conscious individuals. Their habits and attitudes will naturally influence your own, making the desired behavior feel more attainable and appealing. Making a habit easy is crucial for long-term success. This often involves reducing friction and minimizing the effort required to perform the desired behavior. For example, if you want to start a gym routine, choose a facility that's on your way home from work, reducing the extra effort required to get there. To break bad habits, we can invert these laws. Make the cues for undesirable behaviors invisible by removing them from your environment. Reframe your mindset to highlight the negative aspects of the habit, making it unattractive. increase the difficulty of performing the bad habit by adding friction. For instance, if you want to reduce social media usage, log out of all your accounts after each use, making it more cumbersome to access them impulsively. While these strategies provide a solid framework for habit formation, it's crucial to remember that the key to mastering any habit lies in repetition, not perfection. This principle is beautifully illustrated by an experiment conducted with photography students. One group was instructed to focus on quantity, producing as many photos as possible, while the other group was told to strive for a single, perfect image. Surprisingly, the quantity group ended up producing the highest quality work. By engaging in frequent practice and experimentation, they honed their skills more effectively than those who were paralyzed by the pursuit of perfection. This lesson applies broadly to habit formation and skill development. Too often we get caught up in finding the optimal approach, spending excessive time planning and strategizing rather than taking action. While preparation has its place, it's easy to use it as a form of procrastination, avoiding the risk of failure or criticism. The distinction between being in motion and taking action is crucial here. Motion involves planning, strategizing, and learning all valuable activities, but ones that don't directly produce results. Action, on the other hand, is behavior that delivers an outcome. Writing an outline for an article is motion, actually writing the article is action. Researching diets is motion, eating a healthy meal is action. To make real progress, we need to prioritize action over motion. This doesn't mean abandoning planning altogether, but rather ensuring that our preparation leads to concrete steps forward. The focus should be on getting repetitions in, not on achieving perfection from the outset. This emphasis on repetition is supported by neuroscience. Every time we repeat an action, the neural pathways associated with that behavior are strengthened through a process called long-term potentiation. This phenomenon, often summarized as neurons that fire together, wire together, explains how habits become ingrained over time. Research has shown remarkable physical changes in the brain resulting from repeated behaviors. Musicians, for instance, develop larger cerebellums, a region critical for physical movements. Mathematicians show increased grey matter in areas associated with computation. Even taxi drivers in London were found to have larger hippocampi, a region involved in spatial memory, compared to non-drivers, with the size correlating with their years of experience. These findings highlight the plasticity of our brains and the power of consistent practice. Each repetition of a habit, no matter how small, contributes to physical changes in our neural structure, making the behavior progressively more automatic. Understanding this process can be incredibly empowering. It means that we have the ability to literally reshape our brains through our actions. Every time we choose to perform a desired habit, we're not just completing a task, we're reinforcing neural pathways that make that behavior more natural and effortless in the future. However, it's important to note that habit formation is not a linear process. The often cited idea that it takes exactly 21 days to form a habit is an oversimplification. The reality is that the time required varies greatly depending on the individual and the complexity of the habit. Some simple behaviors might become automatic relatively quickly, while more complex habits can take months or even years to fully ingrain. This variability underscores the importance of patience and persistence in habit formation. Rather than focusing on an arbitrary timeline, it's more productive to concentrate on consistency. Each repetition, regardless of how small, is a step forward in rewiring your brain. Moreover, it's crucial to approach habit formation with self-compassion. Setbacks and occasional lapses are a normal part of the process. Instead of viewing these as failures, try to see them as valuable learning opportunities. Each time you notice yourself slipping into an old pattern, you're actually strengthening your awareness and creating an opportunity to make a different choice next time. Another valuable insight from neuroscience is the concept of neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. This means that it's never too late to change your habits or learn new skills. While it's true that certain periods in life, such as childhood and adolescence, are characterized by greater neural plasticity, our brains retain the ability to change and adapt well into adulthood. This understanding can be particularly encouraging for those who feel stuck in long-standing habits or believe they're too old to change. The brain's plasticity means that with consistent effort and the right strategies, significant personal growth is always possible. As you embark on your journey of habit formation, it can be helpful to view the process as an experiment. Approach each new habit with curiosity rather than judgment. What works? What doesn't? How can you tweak your approach to make the habit easier or more enjoyable? This mindset of experimentation can make the process more engaging and less daunting. Remember, too, that small changes can lead to significant results over time. The power of habits lies in their compounding nature. A small improvement of just 1% each day might seem insignificant in the moment, but over the course of a year, it leads to a 37-fold improvement. This principle, often referred to as the aggregation of marginal gains, has been used to great effect in various fields, from sports to business. In conclusion, the journey of habit formation is a fascinating exploration of our brain's capacity for change. By understanding the predictive nature of our minds, leveraging the power of repetition, and employing strategic approaches to make habits obvious, attractive, easy, and satisfying, we can effectively reshape our behaviors and, by extension, our lives. The key is to focus on consistency over perfection, action over motion, and to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. Remember that each repetition of a desired habit, no matter how small, is physically changing your brain, making the behavior more automatic over time. Embrace the journey of personal growth with curiosity and optimism. Your brain is an incredibly adaptable organ, capable of remarkable changes throughout your life. By harnessing this plasticity through deliberate habit formation, you have the power to continuously evolve and become the person you aspire to be. The path may not always be easy or straightforward, but with persistence and the right strategies, lasting change is within your reach. The formation of habits is a fascinating intersection of neuroscience, psychology, and human behavior. At its core, habit formation is about the brain's remarkable ability to optimize our actions for efficiency and ease. This process, while often overlooked in our day-to-day lives, plays a crucial role in shaping our behaviors, abilities, and ultimately our lives. One of the most fundamental principles in habit formation is the power of repetition. Each time we perform an action, we're not just completing a task, we're actually rewiring our brains. This process involves the activation and strengthening of specific neural circuits associated with that particular habit. It's a biological manifestation of the old adage, practice makes perfect. Consider the difference between active practice and passive learning. Imagine two groups of photography students. One group spends their time taking hundreds of photos, experimenting with different techniques and learning from their mistakes. The other group focuses on theoretical perfection, discussing and planning the ideal photograph without actually taking many pictures. It's not hard to guess which group will improve more rapidly and significantly. The group engaging in active practice, through sheer repetition, is literally changing their brains with every shot they take. This principle extends far beyond photography. Whether you're learning to play an instrument, mastering a new language, or trying to incorporate a new exercise routine into your life, the key is consistent repetition. It's not about achieving perfection from the start, but rather about putting in the reps, day after day. As we repeat an action, it gradually moves from requiring conscious effort to becoming automatic. This process, known as automaticity, is the holy grail of habit formation. It's the point at which a behavior becomes so ingrained that we can perform it without actively thinking about each step. Think about how you tie your shoelaces or brush your teeth. These are perfect examples of automaticity in action. The journey from conscious effort to automaticity isn't a sudden leap, but rather a gradual progression. Initially, a new habit requires significant mental energy and focus. With each repetition, it becomes slightly easier, requiring less conscious attention. Eventually, after enough practice, the behavior crosses what we might call the habit line, the point at which it becomes more automatic than conscious. This progression challenges a common misconception about habit formation, the idea that it takes a specific number of days to form a new habit. You've probably heard that it takes 21 days or 30 days to form a habit. In reality, the time it takes is far less important than the number of repetitions. A habit performed twice in 30 days is far less likely to stick than one performed 60 times in the same period. The focus on time rather than frequency is a fundamental misunderstanding of how our brains work. Our neural pathways don't care about the passage of time, they care about the number of times a circuit is activated. This is why consistency is so crucial in habit formation. It's not about perfect streaks or arbitrary timelines, but about accumulating repetitions. Understanding this can be incredibly liberating. It shifts our focus from an often arbitrary deadline to the process itself. Instead of getting discouraged if we haven't mastered a habit in 21 days, we can celebrate each repetition as a step towards rewiring our brains. This insight leads us to a crucial principle in habit formation, the law of least effort. This law, deeply ingrained in human nature, states that when faced with similar options, we will naturally gravitate towards the one that requires the least amount of work. Far from being a character flaw, this tendency towards efficiency is a smart evolutionary strategy. Consider the fascinating example of how the shape of continents influenced the spread of agriculture. Crops spread more quickly across Europe and Asia than they did in the Americas, not because of any difference in the farmers' abilities or motivations, but simply because it was easier. The east-west orientation of Eurasia meant that crops could be transported to areas with similar climates more easily than in the north-south oriented Americas, where dramatic climate changes posed significant challenges. This principle of choosing the path of least resistance applies just as much to our personal habits as it does to global agricultural patterns. When we're trying to form a new habit, we're much more likely to succeed if we make it as easy as possible to perform. This isn't laziness, it's working with our brain's natural tendencies rather than against them. For instance, if you're trying to start a habit of daily exercise, you're more likely to succeed with a modest goal of 1 push-up a day than with an ambitious plan of 100 push-ups. The energy barrier to doing 1 push-up is so low that it's hard to find an excuse not to do it. And once you've started, it's often easier to do a few more. On the other hand, the prospect of doing 100 push-ups can be so daunting that you're more likely to skip it entirely on days when you're tired or busy. This principle of making habits as easy as possible to start is incredibly powerful. It's not about lowering your standards or giving up on ambitious goals. Rather, it's about understanding that the hardest part of any habit is often just getting started. By lowering the initial energy requirement, you make it much more likely that you'll take that crucial first step. Moreover, starting small doesn't mean staying small. Once a habit is established, it can be gradually expanded. That 1 push-up can grow into a full workout routine over time. The key is to make the habit so easy at first that you can't say no. Another powerful strategy in habit formation is environment design. Our surroundings play a much larger role in our behavior than we often realize. By structuring our environment to make good habits easy and bad habits difficult, we can significantly increase our chances of success. For example, if you want to eat healthier, simply placing fruit in a visible, easily accessible place and hiding less healthy snacks can make a big difference. If you want to read more, leaving a book on your bedside table and charging your phone in another room can help. These small environmental tweaks reduce the friction for good habits and increase it for less desirable ones. It's also worth considering the role of technology in habit formation. While often blamed for creating bad habits, technology can be a powerful tool for building good ones when used mindfully. Apps that track habits, send reminders, or gamify the process can provide helpful external cues and motivation. However, it's important to remember that these are tools to support the fundamental process of repetition and ease, not replacements for it. As we strive to form new habits, it's crucial to maintain a balance between challenge and ease. While we want to make habits as easy as possible to start, we also need to ensure they remain engaging and meaningful. A habit that's too easy might not provide the sense of accomplishment or progress that keeps us motivated in the long term. This is where the concept of just manageable difficulty comes in. The idea is to set the bar just high enough to be challenging, but not so high that it becomes discouraging. This sweet spot will vary from person to person and may change over time as you progress. The key is to continually adjust, always staying just at the edge of your comfort zone. It's also important to remember that habit formation is not a linear process. There will be setbacks, days when the habit feels harder than usual, or times when progress seems to plateau. This is normal and doesn't indicate failure. In fact, these challenges are often where the most significant growth occurs. Each time you push through resistance, you're strengthening your habit even more than on the easy days. Patience and self-compassion are crucial throughout this process. Lasting change takes time, and beating yourself up over slip-ups or slow progress is counterproductive. Instead, view each attempt at your habit, successful or not, as valuable data. What made it easier on some days? What made it harder on others? This information can help you refine your approach and make your habit even more robust. Remember, too, that habits don't exist in isolation. They're part of the broader context of your life, interacting with your other behaviors, your environment, and your overall goals. Sometimes, struggling with a particular habit might be a sign that it's not aligned with your broader life direction. It's okay to reassess and adjust your habits as your life and priorities evolve. In conclusion, the key to successful habit formation lies in understanding and working with our brain's natural tendencies. By focusing on consistent repetition rather than arbitrary timelines, making habits as easy as possible to start, designing our environment to support our goals, and maintaining a balance between challenge and achievability, we can effectively rewire our brains and transform our behaviors. The process of habit formation is a powerful tool for personal growth and transformation. It allows us to automate positive behaviors, freeing up mental energy for other tasks and gradually steering our lives in the direction we choose. While it requires patience and persistence, the compounding effects of good habits over time can lead to remarkable changes. As you embark on your own habit formation journey, remember that you're not just trying to change your behavior, you're literally reshaping your brain. Each repetition, no matter how small, is a step towards rewiring your neural pathways. Celebrate these small victories, learn from the setbacks, and trust in the process. With time and consistent effort, you have the power to transform not just your habits, but your entire life. Habits, those seemingly innocuous patterns of behavior, have an outsized impact on our lives. They shape our days, influence our decisions, and ultimately determine the trajectory of our personal and professional journeys. Yet, paradoxically, many of our most pervasive habits require surprisingly little motivation to maintain. Consider how effortlessly we reach for our phones to scroll through social media, check our emails, or binge-watch television shows. These activities consume vast swaths of our time precisely because they demand so little from us. Their convenience is their power. This observation leads us to a crucial insight: every habit, at its core, is an obstacle between us and our desired outcome. When we diet, we're not truly after the act of restricting our food intake, we're seeking the health and appearance benefits that come with it. Meditation isn't about sitting still, it's about achieving a state of calm and mental clarity. Journaling isn't the end goal, clear thinking is. Understanding this distinction is vital because it highlights the friction that exists between our current state and our aspirations. The more difficult a habit is to maintain, the more friction it introduces into our lives. This is why making our positive habits as effortless as possible is crucial for long-term success. By reducing the barriers to entry, we increase the likelihood of following through, even on days when our motivation wanes. It's about creating a path of least resistance towards our goals. However, this emphasis on ease might seem at odds with human achievement. After all, history is replete with examples of individuals accomplishing incredibly challenging feats. From raising children to building businesses to scaling the world's highest peaks, humans have demonstrated time and again their capacity for overcoming immense obstacles. How do we reconcile this with the idea that we're fundamentally lazy creatures? The answer lies in understanding the ebb and flow of human motivation. While we are indeed capable of Herculean efforts, our drive to tackle difficult tasks fluctuates. Some days we feel invincible, ready to take on the world. Other days, the simplest tasks feel insurmountable. It's on these challenging days that having systems and environments optimized for our success becomes crucial. By minimizing friction in our lives, we make it easier for our most motivated, capable selves to emerge and tackle the inevitable challenges life throws our way. This doesn't mean we should only pursue easy tasks. Rather, it suggests that we should strive to make the initial steps of important long-term habits as frictionless as possible. By doing so, we set ourselves up for success in the moments when our willpower is at its lowest. To illustrate this concept, imagine a garden hose with a kink in it. Water can still flow, but it's severely restricted. To increase the flow, you have two options. You can try to force more water through by cranking up the pressure, or you can simply remove the kink. Trying to boost your motivation to stick with a difficult habit is akin to forcing water through a kinked hose. It's possible, but it requires significant effort and creates unnecessary tension. Making your habits simpler and easier, on the other hand, is like straightening out the hose. You're not fighting against resistance, you're eliminating it altogether. One of the most effective strategies for reducing friction in our habits is through thoughtful environment design. This goes beyond simply making cues for our habits more obvious. It involves optimizing our surroundings to make the actions themselves easier to perform. For instance, when choosing where to practice a new habit, it's wise to select a location that's already part of your daily routine. If you're trying to establish a gym habit, choosing a facility that's on your way to work makes it far more likely you'll stop in regularly. It doesn't feel like you're going out of your way because it fits seamlessly into your existing pattern. This principle extends to our homes and workspaces as well. Too often, we attempt to build habits in high-friction environments. We try to adhere to strict diets while dining out with friends, write books in chaotic households, or focus on important work while surrounded by digital distractions. By identifying and eliminating these points of friction, we can dramatically increase our chances of success. The power of reducing friction is well illustrated by the transformation of Japanese manufacturing in the 1970s. Companies embraced the concept of lean production, meticulously examining every aspect of their processes to eliminate waste. This extended to redesigning workspaces so that employees could access tools without unnecessary twisting or turning. The results were remarkable. Japanese factories became more efficient, and their products more reliable than their American counterparts. By 1979, American workers needed 3 times as long to assemble television sets compared to their Japanese counterparts. This strategy of addition by subtraction has profound implications beyond manufacturing. In our personal lives, removing obstacles that drain our time and energy allows us to achieve more with less effort. It's why decluttering can feel so liberating. We're not just organizing our space, we're lightening the cognitive load our environment places on us. The most habit-forming products and services in our modern world excel at eliminating friction from our lives. Meal delivery services remove the need for grocery shopping. Dating apps simplify social introductions. Ride-sharing services make getting across town effortless. Each of these innovations automates, eliminates, or simplifies steps in processes that were once more cumbersome. Successful companies apply this principle rigorously to their product design. They reduce form fields, minimize account creation steps, and provide clear, concise instructions. Even small reductions in friction can have significant impacts. When the British government wanted to increase tax collection rates, they made a simple change. Instead of sending citizens to a web page where they could download a tax form, they provided a direct link to the form itself. This minor adjustment increased response rates from 19.2% to 23.4%, translating to millions in additional tax revenue. The key takeaway is clear: create an environment where doing the right thing is as easy as possible. Much of the challenge in building better habits comes down to finding ways to reduce the friction associated with positive behaviors while increasing the friction associated with negative ones. One intriguing approach to this is the concept of resetting the room as practiced by Oswald Knuckles, an IT developer from Mississippi. After finishing an activity, Knuckles takes a moment to prepare the space for its next use. After watching TV, he returns the remote to its designated spot, arranges the pillows, and folds the blanket. When leaving his car, he disposes of any trash. While waiting for the shower to warm up, he quickly wipes down the toilet. This practice serves a dual purpose. It's not just about cleaning up after the last action, but about reducing friction for the next one. By resetting each space to its optimal state, Knuckles is essentially laying out a welcome mat for his future self. He's making it easier to engage in positive behaviors by ensuring that the environment is always primed and ready. This approach can be applied broadly across various aspects of our lives. For instance, preparing your workout clothes the night before reduces the friction of getting ready for exercise in the morning. Setting out your writing materials or opening your document editor before bed makes it easier to start writing first thing in the day. Clearing your desk at the end of each workday sets the stage for a productive start the next morning. The beauty of this strategy is its simplicity and scalability. Small actions consistently applied can dramatically reshape our environment and, by extension, our behavior. It's a practical application of the idea that our physical space both reflects and influences our mental state. Moreover, the act of resetting our environment can itself become a rewarding habit. It provides a sense of closure to activities, creates a tangible sense of accomplishment, and fosters a mindset of continuous improvement. Over time, this practice can lead to a more organized, intentional way of living that extends far beyond the physical spaces we inhabit. In conclusion, the path to lasting habit change is often more about smart engineering than brute force willpower. By understanding the role of friction in our behaviors, optimizing our environments, and consistently preparing for future actions, we can make significant strides towards our goals with less struggle and more sustainability. This approach acknowledges our human tendencies towards the path of least resistance while harnessing that same tendency to work in our favor.
As we navigate the complexities of modern life, with its myriad distractions and competing priorities, these strategies offer a roadmap for reclaiming our time and energy. They remind us that often, the most profound changes come not from grandiose gestures, but from thoughtful adjustments to our daily routines and surroundings. By making our positive habits more convenient and our negative habits less so, we create an environment that naturally nudges us towards our best selves. Ultimately, this perspective invites us to view our habits not as battles to be won through sheer force of will, but as opportunities for intelligent design. It encourages us to be architects of our own behavior, crafting spaces and routines that align with our deepest aspirations. In doing so, we not only increase our chances of success, but also reduce the mental and emotional toll of constant self-regulation. As we move forward, let's challenge ourselves to look at our habits through this lens of friction and flow. Where can we straighten the hose in our lives? How can we reset our rooms, both literally and figuratively, to prime ourselves for success? By asking these questions and acting on the answers, we open up new possibilities for growth, achievement, and fulfillment. The journey of self-improvement need not be a constant uphill battle. With the right approach, it can be a thoughtfully designed path of gradual, sustainable progress. In the intricate tapestry of human behavior, habits stand out as the threads that weave our daily lives together. These automatic routines, often performed with little conscious thought, shape our experiences and outcomes in profound ways. Understanding the power of habits and learning to harness them effectively can be transformative, leading to increased productivity, better health, and greater overall satisfaction in life. Consider the case of Twyla Tharp, a renowned dancer and choreographer whose success is inextricably linked to her daily rituals. Each morning, without fail, Tharp begins her day by hailing a cab to take her to the gym. This simple act might seem insignificant at first glance, but it serves as the cornerstone of her entire routine. By habitualizing this small action, Tharp has effectively removed any opportunity for hesitation or second guessing. The moment she steps into the cab, the rest of her morning unfolds almost automatically. This example beautifully illustrates a fundamental principle of habit formation: the power of small, consistent actions. By focusing on the initial step in this case, hailing a cab tharp has created a trigger that sets her entire morning routine in motion. The gym workout that follows becomes an inevitable consequence rather than a decision to be made anew each day.
Your tactics fail.
The influence of habits on our daily lives is staggering. Research suggests that between 40 to 50% of our actions on any given day are habitual. However, this statistic, impressive as it is, actually understates the true impact of habits on our behavior. Habits don't just account for a large portion of our actions, they also shape the conscious decisions that follow them. Think of habits as the on-ramps to a highway. Once you've merged onto that road, your direction and speed are largely determined. In the same way, our habits often set us on a path that influences our subsequent choices and actions. This is why we might find ourselves sitting through a movie we're not enjoying, continuing to snack well past the point of fullness, or losing track of time on our smartphones. The initial habitual action turning on the TV, reaching for a snack, or picking up the phone creates a momentum that's difficult to resist. This cascading effect of habits highlights their true power. While a single habit might only take a few seconds to perform, its influence can extend far beyond that brief moment. A morning habit of meditation, for instance, might only take 10 minutes, but it can set the tone for a calmer, more focused day. Conversely, a habit of checking social media first thing in the morning might lead to hours of distraction and reduced productivity. Understanding this principle allows us to leverage the power of habits to our advantage. By carefully choosing and cultivating positive habits, we can create a domino effect of beneficial behaviors throughout our day. This is where the concept of decisive moments comes into play.
Thanks.
Decisive moments are those brief instances where we make choices that have an outsized impact on the course of our day. These are the forks in the road, the points where we decide between actions that align with our goals and those that don't. It's the moment when we choose between cooking a healthy meal or ordering takeout, between going for a run or watching another episode of our favorite show, between starting our work or procrastinating for just 5 more minutes. These moments might seem small and insignificant in isolation, but they stack up over the course of a day, week, month, and year to create vastly different outcomes. The single decision to go to the gym might not make much difference, but when that decision is made consistently over months and years, the cumulative effect is transformative.
The hunt begins.
The power of these decisive moments lies in their ability to set us on different paths. Once we've made the initial choice to put on our running shoes, to open our textbook, to start preparing a healthy meal, the subsequent actions become much easier. It's as if we've created a groove for our behavior to follow, and staying in that groove requires less effort than veering off course. This insight provides us with a powerful strategy for behavior change. Instead of trying to overhaul our entire day at once, we can focus on identifying and optimizing these decisive moments. By creating habits that make the right choice the easy choice at these critical junctures, we can dramatically improve our odds of following through on our intentions. One effective way to do this is through environmental design. By structuring our surroundings to support our desired habits, we can reduce the friction associated with positive behaviors and increase the friction associated with negative ones. This approach recognizes that willpower is a finite resource, and that it's far more effective to change our environment than to rely solely on self-control. For instance, if you want to eat healthier, you might prep fruits and vegetables in advance and keep them easily accessible in your refrigerator. This simple act of preparation makes it more likely that you'll reach for these healthy options when you're hungry. Conversely, you might store less healthy snacks in hard-to-reach places or avoid buying them altogether, increasing the effort required to indulge in them. The same principle can be applied to other areas of life. If you want to read more, keep books visible and within easy reach in your newsroom. If you want to exercise more consistently, lay out your workout clothes the night before. If you want to reduce your social media usage, remove the apps from your phone or use website blockers on your computer. These environmental tweaks might seem small, but they can have a profound impact on our behavior. By making the desired action the path of least resistance, we harness our natural tendency to gravitate towards easier options. This strategy aligns our environment with our intentions, making it more likely that we'll follow through on our goals, even when our motivation wavers. Another powerful technique for habit formation is the 2-minute rule. This rule suggests that when you're trying to establish a new habit, you should scale it down to an action that takes 2 minutes or less to complete. The idea is to make the habit so easy that you can't say no to it. For example, if your goal is to read more, your 2-minute habit might be to read 1 page each day. If you want to start a journaling practice, commit to writing for just 2 minutes. If you're trying to establish a meditation habit, begin with just 2 minutes of mindful breathing. The beauty of this approach is twofold. First, it makes the habit so easy that you're likely to follow through, even on days when you're tired or unmotivated. Second, it gets you over the often challenging hurdle of simply starting. Once you've begun the activity, you'll often find that you continue beyond the 2-minute mark. This strategy recognizes that consistency is more important than intensity when it comes to habit formation. It's better to meditate for 2 minutes every day than to do an hour-long session once a week. The regular repetition of the behavior, no matter how small, helps to solidify the neural pathways associated with the habit, making it increasingly automatic over time. Moreover, the 2-minute rule allows for gradual progression. As the initial 2-minute action becomes habitual, you can slowly expand the duration or complexity of the habit. What starts as 2 minutes of reading might grow into 30 minutes or an hour. A 2-minute journaling habit might evolve into a rich daily writing practice. The key is to focus on establishing the habit loop, the cue, the routine, and the reward rather than on achieving a particular outcome. By making the habit easy to start and consistently repeatable, you create a foundation upon which more substantial behavior change can be built. It's also worth noting that the inverse of this principle can be used to break undesirable habits. If you want to reduce a negative behavior, you can increase the friction associated with it. For instance, if you find yourself watching too much television, you might unplug the TV after each use and store the remote in a drawer. This small increase in effort can be enough to break the automatic nature of the habit and give you a moment to reconsider your choice. Ultimately, the goal is to create an environment and a set of habits that make positive behaviors easy and negative behaviors difficult. This approach recognizes that our willpower is limited and that sustained behavior change is more likely to come from changing our surroundings than from sheer force of will. As we navigate the complexities of modern life with its myriad distractions and competing priorities, understanding and leveraging the power of habits becomes increasingly crucial. By focusing on the small, everyday choices that shape our behavior, we can gradually steer ourselves towards the lives we aspire to lead. This perspective invites us to view our daily routines not as a series of inconsequential actions, but as opportunities to align our behavior with our goals. Every habit, no matter how small, is a vote for the type of person we want to become. When we choose to read a page instead of scrolling through social media, when we opt for a healthy snack instead of junk food, when we decide to meditate for 2 minutes instead of immediately checking our emails, we are casting votes for our ideal selves. The cumulative effect of these small choices can be truly transformative. Over time, these habits shape not just our actions, but our identities. We become leaders, healthy eaters, mindful individuals not through single, heroic efforts, but through the consistent repetition of small, positive actions. Moreover, this approach to behavior change is inherently empowering. Instead of feeling overwhelmed by the magnitude of our goals, we can focus on taking small, manageable steps in the right direction. We recognize that every day presents us with numerous opportunities to make choices that align with our aspirations. As we become more attuned to the decisive moments in our days, we can approach them with greater intentionality. We can design our environments and routines to support our goals, making it easier to make positive choices even when our motivation wavers. We can leverage the power of small habits to create momentum towards larger changes. In essence, mastering our habits is about mastering ourselves. It's about recognizing the immense power we have to shape our lives through the small choices we make each day.
30 seconds left.
By understanding the mechanics of habit formation and leveraging principles like environmental design and the 2-minute rule, we can gradually reshape our behaviors and, by extension, our lives. This journey of self-improvement through habit formation is not about achieving perfection or adhering to a rigid set of rules. Rather, it's about creating systems that naturally guide us towards our goals. It's about making the right choices easier and the wrong choices harder. It's about harnessing the power of incremental progress to create lasting change. As we embark on this journey, it's important to approach it with patience and self-compassion. Changing ingrained habits takes time, and setbacks are a normal part of the process. The key is to focus on consistency rather than perfection, to celebrate small victories, and to view each day as a new opportunity to align our actions with our intentions. In conclusion, the study of habits offers you as a powerful lens through which to view personal growth. By understanding the outsized impact of small actions, the importance of decisive moments, and the power of environmental design, we can approach self-improvement in a more strategic and effective way. As we master our habits, we don't just change our behaviors, we change our lives. In the intricate tapestry of human behavior, our daily choices serve as the individual threads that, when woven together, create the fabric of our lives. Among these myriad decisions, certain moments stand out as particularly significant. These are what we might call decisive moments. These pivotal instances, often seemingly small and inconsequential, have the power to shape the course of our day and, by extension, our lives. Consider the simple act of walking into a restaurant. On the surface, it might appear to be a mundane decision, but in reality, it's a decisive moment that sets the stage for what follows.
Reloading.
By choosing to enter a particular establishment, you've effectively determined the range of options available for your meal. If you step into a steakhouse, your choices are immediately constrained to what's on their menu. You can order a sirloin or a ribeye, but sushi is off the table. This principle extends far beyond food choices. It applies to virtually every aspect of our lives. These decisive moments are the junctures at which our habits exert their influence most powerfully. Our habitual behaviors lead us down certain paths, opening some doors while closing others. This is why developing an awareness of these critical points throughout our day is so crucial. Each day is composed of countless moments, but it's the habitual choices we make at these key junctures that ultimately determine the trajectory of our time and energy. Understanding this concept allows us to approach personal growth and habit formation from a more strategic perspective. Instead of trying to overhaul our entire lifestyle at once, a daunting task that often leads to frustration and failure, we can focus on identifying and optimizing these decisive moments. By doing so, we create a ripple effect that can lead to significant changes over time. However, even when we recognize the importance of starting small, it's all too easy to fall into the trap of trying to do too much too soon. The excitement of potential change can be intoxicating, leading us to set unrealistic goals or attempt to make sweeping changes overnight. This is where the 2-minute rule comes into play, a powerful strategy. The 2-minute rule posits that when you're trying to establish a new habit, it should take less than 2 minutes to do. This might seem counterintuitive at first. After all, how can you achieve significant change in just 2 minutes? But the beauty of this rule lies in its simplicity and its focus on getting started. Almost any habit can be distilled down to a 2-minute version. Want to read more? Start with reading just 1 page before bed. Aiming to exercise regularly. Begin by simply putting on your workout clothes. Hoping to improve your diet? Start by adding 1 vegetable to your plate at dinner. The key is to make the initial action so easy that it's almost impossible to say no to it. This approach is powerful for several reasons. Firstly, it removes the intimidation factor that often comes with trying to establish new habits. Reading an entire book might seem daunting, but reading a single page is manageable for anyone. Secondly, it leverages the principle of momentum. Once you've started an activity, it's much easier to continue. You might sit down intending to read just 1 page, only to find yourself engrossed in the book an hour later. The 2-minute rule isn't about limiting yourself to only 2 minutes of an activity. Rather, it's about creating what we might call a gateway habit, a small, easy action that naturally leads you down a more productive path. It's about mastering the art of showing up consistently, which is the foundation of any lasting habit. This concept aligns with the idea that habits must be established before they can be improved. Many people make the mistake of trying to optimize a habit before it's even become a regular part of their routine. But if you can't consistently show up, you have little hope of mastering the finer details. The 2-minute rule allows you to focus on the most critical aspect of habit formation and consistency. As you become more consistent with your 2-minute habit, it begins to serve as a ritual that signals the beginning of a larger routine. This ritualization is actually an ideal way to approach mastering difficult skills. By standardizing the beginning of a process, you make it easier to slip into a state of deep focus. Athletes often have specific warm-up routines that help them get into the right mindset for peak performance. Writers might have a particular ritual they follow before sitting down to work. These routines serve as triggers that tell your brain it's time to focus on the task at hand. Some might view the 2-minute rule as a psychological trick, and in a sense it is. Know that your ultimate goal is to do more than just 2 minutes of an activity. But this trick is based on sound psychological principles. It's about making the barrier to entry so low that you can't help but take action. And once you've taken that first step, you've already overcome the hardest part getting started. If the idea of tricking yourself doesn't sit well with you, try this variation, do the activity for 2 minutes, and then stop, even if you want to continue. Go for a run, but stop after 2 minutes. Start meditating, but stop after 2 minutes. Study a new language, but stop after 2 minutes. This approach can be particularly effective because it leaves you wanting more, which increases the likelihood that you'll return to the activity the next day. This strategy has proven effective for many people across various goals. One individual used it to lose over 100 pounds. He started by going to the gym each day, but limiting himself to just 5 minutes. After a few weeks, he naturally began to extend his workouts. The key was that he had established the habit of going to the gym consistently before trying to do lengthy workouts. Journaling provides another excellent example of the power of this approach. Many people avoid journaling or give up quickly because it feels like a chore. But by committing to write for just 2 minutes a day, or to write less than you feel like writing, you can build a consistent habit without it ever feeling burdensome. This principle of stopping before it feels like work can be applied to virtually any habit you're trying to establish. The 2-minute rule and similar strategies are effective for another crucial reason: they reinforce the identity you want to build. Every time you show up to do your 2-minute habit, you're casting a vote for your new identity. If you go to the gym for 5 days in a row, even if it's just for 2 minutes each time, you're reinforcing your identity as someone who doesn't miss workouts. You're not focused on getting in shape the outcome, you're focused on becoming the type of person who exercises regularly the identity. This shift in focus from outcomes to identity is a powerful one. It's easy to get consumed by end goals, losing weight, writing a book, learning a new skill. But by focusing on the smallest actions that confirm the type of person you want to be, you're laying the groundwork for lasting change. 1 push-up is better than not exercising at all. 1 minute of guitar practice is better than none. 1 page of reading is better than never picking up a book. As you consistently show up and your 2-minute habit becomes ingrained, you can begin to shape it towards your ultimate goal. This process, which we might call habit shaping, involves gradually scaling up your habit while still maintaining your focus on the crucial first 2 minutes. For example, if your goal is to become an early riser, you might start by simply being home by 10 p.m. every night. Once that becomes easy, you move to having all devices turned off by 10 p.m. The next step might be being in bed by 10 p.m., then lights off by 10 p.m. and finally waking up at 6 a.m. each day. At each day, you're focusing on mastering just the first 2 minutes of the behavior before moving on to the next level. This gradual approach can be applied to any habit you're trying to build. If you want to become vegan, you might start by adding vegetables to each meal, then progressively eliminating different types of animal products from your diet. If you're aiming to establish an exercise routine, you begin with simply changing into workout clothes, then stepping out the door for a walk, and gradually building up to regular gym sessions. The beauty of this approach lies in its flexibility and its respect for the gradual nature of true behavior change. It recognizes that lasting habits are built slowly and consistently, not through Herculean efforts that burn you out quickly. It allows you to celebrate small victories along the way, reinforcing your motivation and your new identity.
This is gonna be fun.
Moreover, this strategy aligns with our understanding of how the brain forms habits. Neuroscience tells us that habits are formed through repetition, as neural pathways are strengthened through consistent use. By focusing on small, manageable actions that you can repeat daily, you're effectively training your brain to associate certain cues with certain behaviors. It's worth noting that this approach to habit formation doesn't just apply to personal habits, it can be equally effective in professional settings or when trying to implement changes in organizations. Too often, companies try to implement sweeping changes all at once, leading to resistance and failed initiatives. By breaking down large changes into smaller, more manageable steps, organizations can more effectively guide their employees towards new ways of working. As you embark on your journey of habit formation, it's crucial to maintain a perspective of patience and self-compassion. Change takes time and setbacks are a normal part of the process. The goal isn't perfection, but progress. Every time you show up for your 2-minute habit, you're moving in the right direction, regardless of what happens afterwards. Remember, too, that the habits you're working to establish are not the end goal in themselves. They are the entry point, the first step on a longer journey. Just as hailing a cab was the crucial first step in Twyla Farm's morning routine, your 2-minute habit is the gateway to larger changes and growth. In conclusion, the path to lasting change lies not in grand gestures or heroic efforts, but in the small, consistent actions we take each day. By understanding the power of decisive moments, leveraging the 2-minute rule, and focusing on identity-based habits, we can create meaningful change in our lives. It's about making the right behaviors easy, focusing on consistency over intensity, trusting in the compounding effect of small actions over time. As you move forward, challenge yourself to identify the decisive moments in your day. Where are the points at which a small choice could lead you down a more positive path? Then, apply the 2-minute rule to create gateway habits that align with your goals. Remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, or in this case, a single 2-minute action. By mastering the art of showing up, you set the stage for transformative change and growth. Your future self will thank you for the small, consistent efforts you make today. In the realm of personal development and habit formation, we often focus on strategies to make positive behaviors easier to adopt. However, an equally powerful approach is to make undesirable habits more difficult to maintain. This principle is beautifully illustrated by the story of Victor Hugo and his novel, The Hunchback of Notre Dame. In 1830, Hugo found himself in a predicament familiar to many creatives who had promised his publisher a new book but had spent the year procrastinating. Faced with an imminent deadline, Hugo devised an ingenious, if unconventional, solution. He gathered all his clothes and had them locked away, leaving himself with nothing but a large shawl to wear. Unable to leave his study without proper attire, Hugo had no choice but to focus on his writing. The result, The Hunchback of Notre Dame was completed ahead of schedule. This anecdote exemplifies what psychologists call a commitment device, a choice made in the present to control future actions. By removing the option to engage in other activities, Hugo created an environment where writing was the path of least resistance. This strategy inverts the common advice to make good habits easier. Instead, it focuses on making bad habits harder. Commitment devices can take many forms, each tailored to address specific challenges. For those struggling with overeating, purchasing food in individual portions rather than bulk sizes can serve as a natural limit on consumption. Gamblers might voluntarily add themselves to casino ban lists to prevent future indulgences. Athletes needing to maintain a certain weight for competition might leave their wallets at home to avoid the temptation of fast food. These strategies work by leveraging our good intentions before we can fall victim to temptation. They recognize that willpower is a finite resource, and
Zobaczymy.
that the environment often plays a more significant role in our behavior than sheer determination. By altering our environment or creating obstacles to undesired behaviors, we can guide ourselves towards better choices without relying solely on willpower. The key to effective commitment is to make the effort required to break a good habit or engage in a bad one greater than the effort to maintain the desired behavior. For instance, if you're trying to establish a fitness routine, you might schedule and pay for classes in advance.
Last player standing.
The financial commitment and the social expectation of attendance create a situation where following through requires less effort than cancelling. While commitment devices are powerful tools for behavior change, we can push this concept even further. Instead of just making bad habits difficult, we can strive to make good habits inevitable and bad habits impossible. This approach is exemplified by the story of John Henry Patterson and the invention of the cash register. In the mid-1800s, Patterson owned a small supply store that was struggling due to employee theft. At the time, this was a common problem with no easy solution. However, Patterson's fortunes changed when he discovered Ritty's incorruptible cashier, the first cash register. By automatically locking away cash and receipts after each transaction, the machine made theft practically impossible. The results were immediate, and dramatic Patterson's business went from losing money to turning a significant profit within 6 months. The brilliance of the cash register lay in its ability to automate ethical behavior. Rather than trying to change the employee's mindset or increase surveillance, it simply removed the option to steal. This principle can be applied to various aspects of our lives. By creating systems that make preferred behaviors automatic and undesired behaviors impractical, we can effect lasting change with minimal ongoing effort. This concept of one-time actions that pay dividends over time is particularly intriguing. These are choices that require some initial effort, but create increasing value as time passes. For example, installing a water filter can lead to long-term improvements in health and reduce plastic waste. Buying a quality mattress can enhance sleep quality for years to come. Unsubscribing from unnecessary emails can permanently reduce daily distractions. The power of these one-time actions lies in their ability to shape our environment and, by extension, our behavior without requiring constant conscious effort. They embody the principle of making good habits easier and bad habits harder on a long-term scale. By thoughtfully modifying our surroundings and systems, we can create an environment that naturally guides us towards better choices. Consider the impact of seemingly small changes like using smaller plates to reduce caloric intake or removing the TV from the bedroom to improve sleep habits. These simple actions can have profound effects on our health and well-being over time. Similarly, financial habits can be dramatically improved through one-time actions like setting up automatic savings plans or bill payments. The beauty of this approach is its simplicity and accessibility. While not everyone may have the willpower to consistently make healthy choices or stick to a budget, most people can manage a one-time action that sets up a more supportive environment. This democratizes the process of habit formation, making it attainable for a wider range of individuals.
Last player standing.
Moreover, these strategies often have compounding effects. For instance, improving sleep quality through better bedding and a TV-free bedroom can lead to increased energy and productivity during the day. This, in turn, might make it easier to maintain a regular exercise routine or make healthier food choices. Similarly, automating finances can reduce stress and free up mental energy for other pursuits. It's important to note that while these strategies can be highly effective, they're not a panacea. Personal growth and habit formation still require effort and commitment. However, by focusing on creating an environment that supports our goals, we can significantly reduce the amount of willpower required to maintain positive habits. This approach also aligns well with our understanding of human psychology. We are profoundly influenced by our environment, often more than we realize. By consciously shaping that environment, we can harness this influence for our benefit. It's a way of working with our natural tendencies rather than constantly fighting against them. Furthermore, this strategy of environmental design can be applied at various scales. Individuals can use it to improve personal habits, but it can also be implemented at organizational or societal levels. For example, companies might redesign office spaces to encourage more movement or collaboration. Cities could modify urban planning to promote walking and cycling over driving. As we consider implementing these strategies in our own lives, it's worth taking time to reflect on our specific challenges and goals. What are the habits we're struggling to form or break? What aspects of our environment might be hindering our progress? By identifying these pain points, we can more effectively target our interventions. It's also valuable to think creatively about potential solutions. While some commitment devices or environmental changes might be obvious, others might require more innovative thinking. The goal is to find solutions that work for our individual circumstances and preferences. Additionally, it's crucial to approach this process with patience and self-compassion. Habit change is rarely a linear process, and setbacks are normal. The advantage of focusing on environmental changes is that they continue to exert their influence, even when our motivation wavers. In conclusion, while traditional advice on habit formation often focuses on willpower and motivation, there's immense power in shaping our environment to support our goals. By creating commitment devices, automating good behaviors, and making one-time changes that yield long-term benefits, we can significantly increase our chances of success. This approach recognizes that sustainable change often comes not from Herculean efforts of will, but from thoughtful adjustments to our surroundings and systems. It's about creating an environment where good habits are the path of least resistance, and bad habits require conscious effort to maintain. As we move forward in our personal growth journeys, let's consider how we can leverage these principles. What commitment devices might help us overcome our specific challenges? What one-time actions could we take to set ourselves up for long-term success? By answering these questions and taking action, we can create lasting change with less ongoing effort, freeing up our mental energy to focus on what truly matters in our lives. Remember, the goal isn't perfection, but progress. Every step we take to align our environment with our aspirations is a step towards becoming the person we want to be. By making good habits inevitable and bad habits impossible, we're not just changing our behaviors, we're reshaping our lives. In the realm of personal development and habit formation, we often focus on strategies to make positive behaviors easier to adopt. However, an equally powerful approach is to make undesirable habits more difficult to maintain. This principle is beautifully illustrated by the story of Victor Hugo and his novel, The Hunchback of Notre Dame. In 1830, Hugo found himself in a predicament familiar to many creatives. He had promised his publisher a new book but had spent the year procrastinating. Faced with an imminent deadline, Hugo devised an ingenious, if unconventional, solution. He gathered all his clothes and had them locked away, leaving himself with nothing but a large shawl to wear. Unable to leave his study without proper attire, Hugo had no choice but to focus on his writing. The result? The Hunchback of Notre Dame was completed ahead of schedule. This anecdote exemplifies what psychologists call a commitment device, a choice made in the present that controls future actions. By removing the option to engage in other activities, Hugo created an environment where writing was the path of least resistance. This strategy inverts the common advice to make good habits easier. Instead, it focuses on making bad habits harder. Commitment devices can take many forms, each tailored to address specific challenges. For those struggling with overeating, purchasing food in individual portions rather than bulk sizes can serve as a natural limit on consumption. Gamblers might voluntarily add themselves to casino ban lists to prevent future indulgences. Athletes needing to maintain a certain weight for competition might leave their wallets at home to avoid the temptation of fast food. These strategies work by leveraging our good intentions before we can fall victim to temptation. They recognize that willpower is a finite resource, and that the environment often plays a more significant role in our behavior than sheer determination. By altering our environment or creating obstacles to undesired behaviors, we can guide ourselves towards better choices without relying solely on willpower. The key to effective commitment devices is to make the effort required to break a good habit or engage in a bad one greater than the effort to maintain the desired behavior. For instance, if you're trying to establish a fitness routine, you might schedule and pay for classes in advance. The financial commitment and the social expectation of attendance create a situation where following through requires less effort than cancelling. While commitment devices are powerful tools for behavior change, we can push this concept even further. Instead of just making bad habits difficult, we can strive to make good habits inevitable and bad habits impossible. This approach is exemplified by the story of John Henry Patterson and the invention of the cash register. In the mid-1800s, Patterson owned a small supply store that was struggling due to employee theft. At the time, this was a common problem with no easy solution. However, Patterson's fortunes changed when he discovered Ritty's incorruptible cashier, the first cash register. By automatically locking away cash and receipts after each transaction, the machine made theft practically impossible. The results were immediate and dramatic. Patterson's business went from losing money to turning a significant profit within 6 months. The brilliance of the cash register lay in its ability to automate ethical behavior. Rather than trying to change the employee's mindset or increase surveillance, it simply removed the option to steal. This principle can be applied to various aspects of our lives. By creating systems that make preferred behaviors automatic and undesired behaviors impractical, we can effect lasting change with minimal ongoing effort. This concept of one-time actions that pay dividends over time is particularly intriguing. These are choices that require some initial effort, but create increasing value as time passes. For example, installing a water filter can lead to long-term improvements in health and reduced plastic waste. Buying a quality mattress can enhance sleep quality for years to come. Unsubscribing from unnecessary emails can permanently reduce daily distractions. The power of these one-time actions lies in their ability to shape our environment and, by extension, our behavior, without requiring constant conscious effort. They embody the principle of making good habits easier and bad habits harder on a long-term scale. By thoughtfully modifying our surroundings and systems, we can create an environment that naturally guides us towards better choices. Consider the impact of seemingly small changes like using smaller plates to reduce caloric intake or removing the TV from the bedroom to improve sleep habits. These simple actions can have profound effects on our health and well-being over time. Similarly, financial habits can be dramatically improved through one-time actions like setting up automatic savings plans or bill payments. The beauty of this approach is its simplicity and accessibility. While not everyone may have the willpower to consistently make healthy choices or stick to a budget, most people can manage a one-time action that sets up a more supportive environment. This democratizes the process of habit formation, making it attainable for a wider range of individuals. Moreover, these strategies often have compounding effects. For instance, improving sleep quality through better bedding and a TV-free bedroom can lead to increased energy and productivity during the day. This, in turn, might make it easier to maintain a regular exercise routine or make healthier food choices. Similarly, automating finances can reduce stress and free up mental energy for other pursuits. It's important to note that while these strategies can be highly effective, they're not a panacea. Personal growth and habit formation still require effort and commitment. However, by focusing on creating an environment that supports our goals, we can significantly reduce the amount of willpower required to maintain positive habits. This approach also aligns well with our understanding of human psychology. We are profoundly influenced by our environment, often more than we realize. By consciously shaping that environment, we can harness this influence for our benefit. It's a way of working with our natural tendencies rather than constantly fighting against them. Furthermore, this strategy of environmental design can be applied at various scales. Individuals can use it to improve personal habits, but it can also be implemented at organizational or societal levels. For example, companies might redesign office spaces to encourage more movement or collaboration. Cities could modify urban planning to promote walking and cycling over driving. As we consider implementing these strategies in our own lives, it's worth taking time to reflect on our specific challenges and goals. What are the habits we're struggling to form or break? What aspects of our environment might be hindering our progress? By identifying these pain points, we can more effectively target our interventions. It's also valuable to think
Spike
creatively
down
about
A.
potential solutions. While some commitment devices or environmental changes might be obvious,
Spike
others might
planted.
require more innovative thinking. The goal is to find solutions that work for our individual circumstances and preferences. Additionally, it's crucial to approach this process with patience and self-compassion. Habit change is rarely a linear process, and setbacks are normal. The advantage of focusing on environmental changes is that they continue to exert their influence even when our motivation wavers. In conclusion, while traditional advice on habit formation often focuses on willpower and motivation, there's immense power in shaping our environment to support our goals. By creating commitment devices, automating good behaviors, and making one-time changes that yield long-term benefits, we can significantly increase our chances of success. This approach recognizes that sustainable change often comes not from Herculean efforts of will, but from thoughtful adjustments to our surroundings and systems. It's about creating an environment where good habits are the path of least resistance and bad habits require conscious effort to maintain. As we move forward in our personal growth journeys, let's consider how we can leverage these principles. What commitment devices might help us overcome our specific challenges? What one-time actions could we take to set ourselves up for long-term success? By answering these questions and taking action, we can create lasting change with less ongoing effort, freeing up our mental energy to focus on what truly matters in our lives. Remember, the goal isn't perfection, but progress. Every step we take to align our environment with our aspirations is a step towards becoming the person we want to be. By making good habits inevitable and bad habits impossible, we're not just changing our behaviors, we're reshaping our lives.
One enemy remaining.
In the bustling streets of a
Spike down
Pakistani
A.
neighborhood, where unsanitary conditions once led to widespread illness and disease, a remarkable transformation took place. This change wasn't brought about by advanced medical treatments or cutting-edge technology, but by something as simple as soap and the habit of hand-washing. The story begins with contaminated water sources causing epidemics of diarrhea, vomiting, and abdominal pain. In this densely populated area, nearly 1/3 of the children were malnourished, and the close quarters allowed viruses and bacterial infections to spread like wildfire. It was this dire public health crisis that brought researcher Stephen Luby and his team to Pakistan. Upon arrival, Luby and his colleagues quickly realized that in such an environment with poor sanitation, the simple act of washing one's hands could make a significant difference in the health of the residents. However, they soon discovered a surprising fact: many people were already aware that hand-washing was important. This revelation highlights a crucial point about human behavior. Knowledge alone is often not enough to change habits or improve outcomes. The residents understood the importance of hand-washing, but their practices were inconsistent and haphazard. Some would merely run their hands underwater quickly, others would wash only one hand, and many would simply forget to wash their hands before preparing food. The problem wasn't a lack of information, it was a lack of consistency. This scenario is not unique to hand-washing or to this particular community. We often see similar patterns in various aspects of our lives. We know we should exercise regularly, eat a balanced diet, or save money for the future, yet we struggle to consistently follow through on these intentions. This gap between knowledge and action is a fundamental challenge in behavior change. Recognizing this, Luby and his team took an innovative approach. They partnered with Procter & Gamble to supply the neighborhood with Safeguard soap. This wasn't just any ordinary soap, it was a premium product that provided a more enjoyable hand-washing experience. The soap foamed easily, allowing people to lather their hands with suds, and it had a pleasant scent. Suddenly, hand-washing became slightly more pleasurable. This strategy tapped into a powerful principle of behavior change: make it satisfying. We are more likely to repeat behaviors that provide immediate, positive feedback. The pleasant sensory experience of using the Safeguard soap, the feel of the lather, the appealing scent created a small but significant reward for the act of hand-washing. The results were dramatic. Within months, the researchers observed a rapid shift in the health of children in the neighborhood. The rate of diarrhea fell by 52%, pneumonia by 48%, and impetigo, a bacterial skin infection, by 35%. These improvements in health outcomes were achieved not through complex medical interventions, but through the consistent practice of a simple habit made more enjoyable. Even more impressive were the long-term effects. When the researchers returned to some of the households in Karachi 6 years later, they found that over 95% of households who had been given the soap for free and encouraged to wash their hands still had a hand-washing station with soap and water available. The researchers hadn't provided any soap to the intervention group for over 5 years, yet the habit had become so ingrained that the practice was maintained. This long-term adherence to the hand-washing habit illustrates another critical aspect of behavior change: the power of habit formation. Once a behavior becomes habitual, it requires less conscious effort and discipline. It becomes an automatic response to certain cues or situations. In this case, the residents had internalized hand-washing as a routine part of their daily lives, continuing the practice even years after the initial intervention. The success of this hand-washing initiative in Pakistan exemplifies what can be considered the fourth law of behavior change: make it satisfying. This principle asserts that we are more likely to repeat a behavior when the experience is satisfying. It's a logical concept. Feelings of pleasure, even minor ones, signal to our brain that a behavior is worth remembering and repeating. This principle isn't limited to hand-washing. We can see its application in various products and behaviors that have become widespread habits. Take chewing gum, for instance. While gum had been sold commercially throughout the 1800s, it wasn't until Wrigley launched in 1891 that it became a worldwide habit. Wrigley's innovation was to add flavors like spearmint and juicy fruit, making the product more enjoyable to use. They further enhanced the appeal by marketing gum as a way to refresh your taste, associating it with the pleasant feeling of a clean mouth. The success of flavored toothpaste follows a similar pattern. Manufacturers saw great success when they added flavors like spearmint, peppermint, and cinnamon to their products. These flavors don't actually improve the effectiveness of toothpaste in cleaning teeth. Instead, they create a clean mouth feel and make the experience of brushing teeth more pleasurable. This added satisfaction makes people more likely to maintain a habit of regular toothbrushing. These examples illustrate a fundamental truth about human behavior: what is rewarded is repeated, what is punished is avoided. We learn what to do in the future based on what we were rewarded for, punished for in the past. Positive emotions cultivate habits, while negative emotions tend to destroy them. However, there's a crucial aspect to this principle that's easy to overlook. When we talk about making behaviors satisfying, we're not looking for just any type of satisfaction. We're specifically seeking immediate satisfaction.
Can I get a drop?
This is where we encounter a significant challenge in modern society: the mismatch between immediate and delayed rewards. To understand this mismatch, it's helpful to consider the environment in which the human brain evolved. For most of our species' history, we lived in what scientists call an immediate return environment. Imagine being an animal roaming the plains of Africa. Your decisions typically have an immediate impact. You're constantly focused on immediate concerns like finding food, avoiding predators, or seeking shelter. Your actions deliver clear and immediate outcomes. In contrast, modern society often operates in what's called a delayed return environment. Many of the choices we make today won't benefit us immediately. If we do a good job at work, we might get a paycheck in a few weeks. If we exercise today, we might see health benefits months or years down the line. If we save money now, it might secure our retirement decades in the future. This shift to a delayed return environment is relatively recent in human history, primarily occurring in the last 500 years or so. Compared to the age of the human brain, which has remained largely unchanged for about 200,000 years, modern society is brand new. Our brains evolved in an environment where immediate rewards were crucial for survival, and we still carry that hardware with us today. This mismatch between our brain's preference for immediate rewards and the delayed nature of many modern benefits creates significant challenges. It's one reason why we often struggle with behaviors that have long-term benefits but little immediate payoff. Saving for retirement, maintaining a healthy diet, or studying for future exams all require us to override our innate preference for immediate gratification. Understanding this mismatch is crucial for anyone trying to change their behavior or habits. It explains why it's often so difficult to maintain motivation for long-term goals, and why we're easily swayed by short-term pleasures even when we know they might not be in our best interest. So, how can we bridge this gap between our brain's desire for immediate satisfaction and the often delayed rewards of beneficial behaviors? One effective strategy is to find ways to add immediate positive feedback to otherwise unrewarding tasks. For instance, if you're trying to establish a habit of daily exercise, you might pair your workout with listening to your favorite podcast or audiobook. This way, even on days when you don't feel particularly motivated to exercise, you have the immediate reward of enjoying engaging content. Similarly, if you're trying to eat healthier, you might focus on finding nutritious recipes that are also delicious, providing immediate taste satisfaction alongside long-term health benefits. Another approach is to use a habit tracker or similar tool to provide immediate visual feedback on your progress. The simple act of marking off a day on a calendar or seeing a streak of successful days can provide a small but meaningful sense of accomplishment, helping to bridge the gap until the long-term benefits of your habit become apparent. It's also worth noting that while our brains may be wired for immediate gratification, we humans have a unique capacity for long-term thinking. By consciously cultivating an appreciation for delayed rewards and regularly reminding ourselves of our long-term goals, we can gradually shift our perspective and find more satisfaction in behaviors that contribute to those goals. In conclusion, the story of the hand-washing initiative in Pakistan and the broader principles it illustrates offer valuable insights into human behavior and habit formation. By understanding the power of immediate satisfaction and the challenges posed by our delayed return environment, we can design more effective strategies for personal growth and societal change. Whether we're trying to improve public health, encourage better financial habits, or simply stick to our New Year's resolutions, making behaviors more immediately satisfying can be a powerful tool for positive change. As we navigate the complexities of modern life with our Stone Age brains, being aware of these principles can help us make better choices, form lasting habits, and bridge the gap between our actions today and our goals for tomorrow. By aligning our behaviors with both our long-term aspirations and our innate need for immediate satisfaction, we can create meaningful, sustainable changes in our lives and our world. In our quest for self-improvement and personal growth, we often find ourselves grappling with a peculiar challenge: the disconnect between our long-term aspirations and our short-term actions. This phenomenon, known as time inconsistency, is a fundamental aspect of human behavior that has far-reaching implications for our daily lives and long-term success. At its core, time inconsistency refers to our brain's tendency to value immediate rewards more highly than future benefits. This bias towards instant gratification is deeply ingrained in our neural circuitry, a remnant of our evolutionary past when immediate survival took precedence over long-term planning. In most situations, this inclination serves us well. After all, a reward that's certain and available right now is typically more valuable than one that's merely possible in the future. However, this same tendency can sometimes lead us astray, particularly in the modern world where many of our most important goals require sustained effort and delayed gratification. This misalignment between our immediate desires and our long-term objectives is at the heart of many of our struggles with habit formation and behavior change.
Last player standing.
Consider, for instance, the paradox of harmful behaviors like smoking, overeating, or engaging in unsafe sex. Most people are well aware of the potential long-term consequences of these actions. We know that smoking increases the risk of lung cancer, that overeating can lead to obesity and associated health problems, and that unsafe sex can result in sexually transmitted diseases. Yet, despite this knowledge, many individuals continue to engage in these behaviors. The reason for this apparent contradiction becomes clear when we understand how our brain prioritizes rewards. The consequences of these harmful habits are often delayed, sometimes by years or even decades. In contrast, the rewards are immediate and tangible. Smoking might increase your risk of cancer in the future, but it reduces stress and satisfies nicotine cravings now. Overeating may lead to health problems down the line, but it provides immediate pleasure and satiation. Unsafe sex might result in disease later, but it offers instant gratification. This pattern isn't limited to harmful habits. In fact, it's a characteristic of virtually all habits, both good and bad. Every habit produces multiple outcomes across time, but these outcomes are often misaligned. With detrimental habits, the immediate outcome is usually pleasurable, while the ultimate outcome is negative. Conversely, with beneficial habits, the immediate experience is often unenjoyable, but the long-term results are positive. Take exercise, for example. The immediate experience of working out can be uncomfortable, even painful. Your muscles ache, you're out of breath, and you might prefer to be relaxing on the couch. However, the long-term benefits of regular exercise, improved health, increased energy, better mood are substantial. The challenge lies in overcoming the immediate discomfort to reap these future rewards.
One of my cameras is broken.
This misalignment of outcomes across time creates a significant hurdle for behavior change. When we make plans to improve ourselves, whether it's losing weight, writing a book, or learning a new language, we're essentially making plans for our future selves.
Thank you.
In these moments of planning, it's easy to see the value in actions that have long-term benefits. We all want better lives for our future selves, after all. However, when the moment of decision arrives, we're no longer choosing for that idealized future self. Instead, we're choosing for our present self, who craves comfort, pleasure, and immediate satisfaction. This is why relying solely on good intentions is rarely effective for long-term behavior change. The brain's bias towards the present moment is simply too strong. Understanding this tendency can help explain many of the seemingly irrational choices we make in our daily lives. It's why we might choose to watch TV instead of studying, even though we know studying will lead to better grades. It's why we might grab fast food instead of cooking a healthy meal, even though we're trying to eat better. In each of these moments, the allure of immediate gratification overpowers our longer-term goals. This preference for instant gratification reveals an important truth about success. Most people spend their days chasing quick hits of satisfaction. The path less traveled is the road of delayed gratification. If you're willing to wait for rewards, you'll often face less competition and potentially reap greater benefits. As the saying goes, the last mile is always the least crowded. Research consistently supports this idea. Studies have shown that individuals who are better at delaying gratification tend to have higher SAT scores, lower levels of substance abuse, lower likelihood of obesity, better responses to stress, and superior social skills. We've all observed this play out in our own lives. The student who resists the temptation to procrastinate and completes their assignments on time generally achieves better grades. The individual who forgoes purchasing junk food at the grocery store often maintains a healthier diet at home. At some point, success in nearly every field requires the ability to ignore an immediate reward in favor of a delayed, but ultimately more significant reward. This is true whether you're an athlete training for a competition, an entrepreneur building a business, or a writer working on a novel. The ability to delay gratification is a crucial skill for achieving long-term success. However, it's important to note that while delaying gratification is often the wise approach, it's not always easy or intuitive. Our brains are not naturally wired for long-term thinking, and constantly fighting against our instincts for immediate reward can be exhausting and unsustainable. So how can we work with our brain's tendencies rather than against them? The key lies in finding ways to make delayed gratification more appealing and immediate. Here are some strategies that can help. 1. Add immediate pleasure to long-term beneficial habits. Find ways to make habits with delayed rewards more immediately enjoyable. If you're trying to exercise more, pair your workout with listening to your favorite podcast or audiobook. This way you get an immediate reward enjoying the content along with the long-term benefits of exercise. 2. Add immediate consequences to harmful habits. Similarly, try to associate immediate, small negative consequences with habits you're trying to break. If you're trying to cut back on social media use, for example, you could commit to doing 10 push-ups every time you catch yourself mindlessly scrolling.
Last player standing.
3. Use visual cues and tracking. Our brains respond well to visual feedback. Use habit trackers or charts to give yourself an immediate sense of accomplishment when you stick to a good habit. The satisfaction of marking off a day on a calendar can be a powerful motivator. 4. Create artificial milestones. Break long-term goals into smaller, more immediate targets. If you're saving for a big purchase, celebrate hitting smaller savings milestones along the way. 5. Practice mindfulness and visualization regularly. Take time to vividly imagine the long-term benefits of your good habits. This can help make those future rewards feel more real and immediate. 6. Use commitment devices. These are strategies where you make it more difficult or costly to engage in bad habits. For example, you might give a friend money to hold and only return if you meet your goal. 7. Reframe the immediate experience. Instead of focusing on the discomfort of a challenging habit, try to find aspects of the immediate experience to appreciate. For example, instead of dwelling on the physical strain of exercise, focus on the sense of accomplishment or the endorphin rush. 8. Create a reward system. Set up a system where you give yourself small, immediate rewards for sticking to your long-term habits. These rewards don't have to be large or costly, is that they're immediate and consistently applied. One particularly effective strategy is to turn instant gratification to your advantage by using a technique called reinforcement. This involves providing yourself with an immediate reward for completing a desired behavior. The reward instant and directly tied to the habit you're trying to build. For example, if you're trying to build a habit of daily meditation, you might reward yourself with a small piece of dark chocolate immediately after each session. The taste of the chocolate becomes an immediate, positive reinforcement for your meditation practice. Over time, your brain begins to associate meditation with this pleasant reward, making it easier to stick to the habit. This approach can be especially helpful when dealing with habits of avoidance behaviors you want to stop doing. It can be challenging to feel satisfied when you're simply not doing something, like not buying unnecessary items or not drinking alcohol. In these cases, you can create a system that makes the avoidance visible and rewarding. For instance, you could open a savings account labeled for something you want, like dream vacation or new guitar. Every time you successfully avoid a temptation, say, not buying that unnecessary gadget or skipping that expensive night out, you transfer the money you would have spent into this account. This way, you're turning the act of not doing something into a positive, but visible action. You're essentially creating a loyalty program for yourself, where your points accumulate towards something you genuinely want. This strategy not only provides immediate satisfaction, but also helps to reframe the experience of avoiding temptation. Instead of feeling deprived, you feel like you're actively working towards a goal. The immediate reward of seeing your savings grow feels much better than the nebulous sense of having resisted a temptation. It's worth noting that while these strategies can be highly effective, they're not magic bullets. Changing ingrained habits and overcoming our natural bias towards immediate gratification is a challenging process that requires patience, persistence, and self-compassion. It's normal to struggle and occasionally give in to temptation. The key is to view these moments not as failures, but as opportunities to learn and adjust your approach. Moreover, it's crucial to remember that delayed gratification isn't always the right choice. Sometimes, immediate experiences are valuable in their own right. The key is to find a balance that aligns with your values and long-term goals while still allowing for present enjoyment.
I can't play dead.
In conclusion, understanding the concept of time inconsistency and our brain's bias towards immediate rewards can be a powerful tool in our quest for personal growth and habit formation. By acknowledging this aspect of our nature, we can design strategies that work with our brain's tendencies rather than against them. Whether it's adding immediate pleasures to beneficial habits, creating visible rewards for avoidance behaviors, or using reinforcement techniques, these approaches can help bridge the gap between our present actions and our future aspirations. Ultimately, the ability to delay gratification and work towards long-term goals is a skill that can be developed and strengthened over time. It's a journey of self-discovery and continuous improvement, one that requires patience, creativity, and a deep understanding of our own motivations and tendencies. By mastering this skill, we open ourselves up to greater achievements, deeper satisfaction, and a life more closely aligned with our true values and aspirations. The path may not always be easy, but the rewards both immediate and long-term make it a journey worth undertaking. In the pursuit of personal growth and self-improvement, we often find ourselves grappling with the challenge of maintaining good habits. We start with enthusiasm, determined to make positive changes in our lives, but as time passes, our resolve can waver. The key to lasting change, it turns out, lies not just in willpower or motivation, but in the way we approach habit formation itself. By understanding the psychology behind habit formation and employing strategic techniques, we can dramatically increase our chances of success. One of the most powerful tools in this journey is the concept of making habits satisfying. This idea is rooted in the fundamental principle that we are more likely to repeat behaviors that provide immediate rewards. Our brains are wired to seek pleasure and avoid pain, and this instinct plays a crucial role in shaping our habits. However, there's a catch. Many of the habits we want to cultivate, like exercising regularly, eating healthily, or saving money, don't provide immediate gratification. Their benefits are often delayed, sometimes by months or even years. This delay can make it challenging to stick with these habits, especially when we're faced with more immediately rewarding alternatives. To overcome this challenge, we need to find ways to make our desired habits more immediately satisfying. This doesn't mean compromising on our long-term goals, but rather finding ways to bridge the gap between the present action and the future reward. One effective strategy is to create a system of short-term rewards that align with your long-term goals. For instance, if you're trying to exercise more, you might reward yourself with a relaxing bath or an episode of your favorite show after each workout. The key is to choose rewards that reinforce your desired identity rather than conflicting with it. If your goal is to improve your health, rewarding yourself with unhealthy food after exercising would be counterproductive.
Need a drop.
Instead, choose rewards that align with your vision of becoming a healthier person. This approach of aligning short-term rewards with long-term goals can be applied to virtually any habit you're trying to build. If you're aiming to read more, you might allow yourself to buy a new book only after finishing your current one.
Shift, guys.
If you're trying to save money, you could allocate a small portion of your savings to a fun fund that you can spend guilt-free once you reach certain milestones. The power of this strategy lies in its ability to tap into our brain's reward system. By providing immediate positive reinforcement, we're training our brains to associate the habit with pleasure. Over time, this association can make the habit itself more enjoyable, reducing our reliance on external rewards. Another powerful technique for making habits stick is the use of visual tracking systems. This approach, sometimes called the paperclip strategy, involves creating a tangible representation of your progress. The name comes from a story about a young stockbroker who used 2 jars of paperclips to track his daily sales calls. Each time he made a call, he would move a paperclip from one jar to another. This simple act provided a clear, visual measure of his progress, which proved to be incredibly motivating. The beauty of this strategy lies in simplicity and flexibility. You can adapt it to virtually any habit you're trying to build. For example, if you're trying to write a book, you might move a marble from one jar to another for each page you complete. If you're aiming to increase your daily step count, you could use a similar system to track your progress. These visual tracking systems work on multiple levels. First, they provide immediate satisfaction. The act of moving a paperclip or marking an X on a calendar gives you a small sense of accomplishment, which can be particularly motivating on days when you might not feel like sticking to your habit. Second, they make your progress visible. On days when you're feeling discouraged, you can look at your tracker and see how far you've come, which can provide the motivation to keep going. Perhaps the most comprehensive form of visual tracking is the habit tracker. This tool, which can be as simple as a calendar where you mark off each day you complete your habit, has been used by many successful individuals throughout history. Benjamin Franklin famously used a small booklet to track 13 personal virtues, while comedian Jerry Seinfeld is known for his don't break the chain approach to writing jokes every day. Habit tracking is powerful because it leverages multiple principles of behavior change simultaneously. It makes the habit obvious by providing a visual clue, attractive by showcasing your progress, and satisfying by giving you a sense of accomplishment each time you mark off a day. Moreover, habit tracking keeps you honest. Many of us have a tendency to overestimate how consistently we perform our habits. By keeping a record, we're forced to confront the reality of our behavior.
Omen.
This awareness alone can be a powerful motivator to change.
One enemy remaining.
The effectiveness of habit tracking has been demonstrated in numerous studies. Research has shown that people who track their progress on goals like losing weight, quitting smoking, and lowering blood pressure are more likely to succeed than those who don't. One study found that individuals who kept a daily food log lost twice as much weight as those who didn't track their eating habits. However, it's important to note that while tracking can be a powerful tool, it's not without potential pitfalls. One risk is becoming too focused on the act of tracking itself, rather than the underlying behavior you're trying to change. Remember, the tracker is a tool to support your habit, not the goal itself. Another potential issue is the risk of breaking the chain. Missing a day on your tracker can be discouraging, and some people might be tempted to give up entirely after a slip-up. It's crucial to remember that consistency matters more than perfection. If you miss a day, simply pick up where you left off. The goal is progress, not perfection. As you continue with your habit, you may find that the external rewards and tracking systems become less necessary. This is a natural and positive progression. Over time, the habit itself can become intrinsically rewarding. For example, someone who starts exercising for weight loss might initially need external motivators, but over time they may come to enjoy the energy boost and sense of accomplishment that comes with each workout. This shift from extrinsic to intrinsic motivation is a sign that the habit is becoming ingrained in your identity. When you reach this point, you're no longer just someone trying to exercise more, you've become someone who exercises regularly. This identity-based approach to habit formation can be incredibly powerful and sustainable.
Face your fear!
However, reaching this point takes time and consistency. In the meantime, don't hesitate to use whatever tools and strategies help you maintain your habit. Whether it's a paper-clip system, a habit tracker, or carefully chosen rewards, these techniques can provide the bridge you need to get from where you are to where you want to be. It's also worth considering how you can make the habit itself more enjoyable. This might involve finding ways to make the process more pleasant, or combining the habit with activities you already enjoy. For instance, if you're trying to establish a running habit, you might listen to your favorite podcasts or audiobooks while you run. If you're aiming to cook more healthy meals at home, you could turn cooking into a social activity by inviting friends over or taking a cooking class. Remember, the goal is to create a positive feedback loop where the habit reinforces itself. By making the habit satisfying in the short term, you increase the likelihood that you'll stick with it long enough to reap the long-term benefits. As you embark on your journey of habit formation, it's important to be patient with yourself. Changing ingrained behaviors takes time, and setbacks are a normal part of the process. Each day is an opportunity to reinforce your desired identity and move closer to your goal. Moreover, don't underestimate the power of small wins. Consistently performing a small habit can lead to significant changes over time. Whether you're moving paper clips, marking excess on a calendar, or using a more sophisticated tracking system, each small action is a vote for the person you want to become. In conclusion, the key to sticking with good habits lies in making them satisfying. By providing immediate rewards, using visual tracking systems, and gradually shifting towards intrinsic motivation, we can bridge the gap between our present actions and our future goals. Remember, the most effective form of motivation is progress. By making your progress visible and rewarding, you create a positive feedback loop that can sustain your habits over the long term. As you apply these strategies, you may find that building good habits becomes not just easier, but enjoyable. And that, perhaps, is the greatest satisfaction of all, the realization that you're not just doing things differently, but becoming the person you aspire to be. So start small, track your progress, celebrate your wins, and watch as your habits transform not just your actions, but your identity. In the quest for personal growth and self-improvement, we often find ourselves grappling with the challenge of maintaining good habits.
Match point.
While starting a new habit can be exciting, the real test lies in consistently following through day after day, week after week. This is where the power of habit tracking comes into play, offering a simple yet effective tool to reinforce positive behaviors and keep us on track towards our goals. Habit tracking, at its core, is about making progress visible. It's a way of creating a tangible record of our efforts, transforming abstract goals into concrete actions. This visibility serves multiple purposes, each contributing to the overall effectiveness of the habit-building process. First and foremost, tracking creates a visual cue that reminds us to act. In our busy lives, it's easy to forget or postpone the habits we're trying to build. A habit tracker, whether it's a simple calendar with X's marking completed days or a more elaborate system, serves as a constant reminder of our commitments. It's a gentle nudge, prompting us to take action when we might otherwise let things slide. But the power of habit tracking goes beyond mere reminders. It taps into our innate desire for progress and achievement. As we mark off each successful instance of our habit, we create a streak. This streak becomes a source of motivation in itself. We see the progress we're making, and we don't want to break the chain. This phenomenon, sometimes called the don't break the chain method, has been used by successful individuals across various fields, from comedians to writers to athletes. The satisfaction of recording our progress is another key benefit of habit tracking. There's a small but significant sense of accomplishment that comes from crossing an item off a to-do list or marking an X on a calendar. This feeling of satisfaction is immediate and tangible, providing a quick hit of dopamine that reinforces the behavior. In essence, the act of tracking becomes its own reward, making the habit more likely to stick. Moreover, habit tracking shifts our focus from the end result to the process itself. When we're trying to build a new habit, it's easy to get discouraged if we don't see immediate results. For instance, if you're trying to lose weight, you might get frustrated if the number on the scale doesn't change as quickly as you'd like. But by tracking your workouts or healthy meals, you're focusing on what you can control, your daily actions, rather than the outcome, which can be influenced by many factors beyond your control. This focus on process over outcome is crucial for long-term success. It helps us build a new identity, casting votes for the type of person we want to become with each action we take. Every time we mark off a completed habit, we're not just recording an action, we're reinforcing a belief about ourselves. We're saying, I'm the type of person who doesn't miss workouts, or I'm a writer who writes every day. Over time, these small actions and the beliefs they reinforce can lead to significant changes in our self-image and, consequently, our behavior. Despite these benefits, many people resist the idea of habit tracking. It can feel like an additional burden, adding another task to our already busy lives. Some worry that it will take too much time or that they'll forget to do it. Others may feel that it's unnecessary, that they should be able to remember to do the habit without needing to track it. These concerns are valid, but they often overlook the long-term benefits of tracking in favor of short-term convenience. While it's true that tracking requires some effort, this investment of time and energy can pay significant dividends in terms of habit adherence and personal growth. That said, it's important to approach habit tracking in a way that works for you. If the idea of manually recording every instance of a habit feels overwhelming, look for ways to automate the process. Many of us are already tracking various aspects of our lives without realizing it. Credit card statements track our spending habits, fitness trackers record our physical activity, and calendar apps log our appointments and commitments. By leveraging these existing data sources and setting up regular review periods, we can gain insights into our behavior without adding much additional work. For habits that do require manual tracking, it's often best to focus on just one or two key behaviors rather than trying to track everything at once. Choose the habits that are most important to you or that you're struggling with the most. By limiting your focus, you increase the likelihood of consistent tracking. Another key to successful habit tracking is to record each instance of the habit immediately after it occurs. This approach, combined with habit stacking, linking a new habit to an existing one, can make tracking feel more natural and less of a chore. For example, you might decide to record your workout immediately after putting away your gym bag or log your meditation session right after turning off your meditation app. While consistent tracking can be incredibly powerful, it's important to remember that perfection is not the goal. Life is unpredictable, and there will inevitably be times when our habits get disrupted. The key is not to let these disruptions derail you completely. One powerful principle to keep in mind is never miss twice if you slip up and miss a day. The most important thing is to get back on track as quickly as possible. Missing once is an accident, missing twice is the start of a new habit. By recommitting to the habit immediately after a slip-up, you prevent a temporary setback from turning into a permanent abandonment of your goals. This principle of quick recovery is a distinguishing feature of successful individuals across various fields. Everyone has bad days or periods of lower performance. What sets high achievers apart is their ability to rebound quickly from these setbacks. They understand that the occasional bad day or missed habit is far less important than the overall trend of their behavior. In fact, showing up on the days when you don't feel like it or can't perform at your best can be even more important than the days when everything goes smoothly. These bad days maintain the compound gains you've accrued from previous good days. Even if you can't do the habit as thoroughly or effectively as you'd like, doing something is always better than doing nothing. It's about maintaining momentum and reinforcing your identity as someone who follows through on their commitments. This approach also helps avoid the all-or-nothing mindset that can be so detrimental to habit formation. Too often, people fall into the trap of thinking that if they can't do something perfectly, they shouldn't do it at all. This black and white thinking can lead to giving up entirely after a small setback. By embracing the idea that something is always better than nothing, we can maintain consistency even when circumstances aren't ideal.
Match found.
While habit tracking can be a powerful tool, it's important to ensure we're tracking the right things. Sometimes, the most obvious or easiest to measure metrics aren't necessarily the most meaningful. For example, if you're trying to improve your diet, simply tracking calories might not give you the full picture. You might be hitting your calorie goals but not getting proper nutrition. In this case, tracking the number of whole, unprocessed foods you eat each day might be more beneficial. Similarly, if you're trying to improve your productivity at work, tracking hours worked might not be as useful as tracking the number of important tasks completed. The key is to choose metrics that truly align with your goals and provide meaningful feedback on your progress. It's also worth noting that not all habits need to be tracked indefinitely. Sometimes tracking is most useful in the early stages of habit formation when we're still establishing the behavior. Once the habit becomes more ingrained, we might be able to ease off on tracking without losing the habit itself. The goal, ultimately, is for the behavior to become so automatic that we no longer need external reinforcement to maintain it. In conclusion, habit tracking is a powerful tool in the quest for personal growth and behavior change. By making our progress visible, providing immediate satisfaction, and shifting our focus to the process rather than just the outcome, tracking can significantly increase our chances of successfully building new habits.
Stand in my way. I dare you.
However, like any tool, its effectiveness depends on how we use it. By choosing meaningful metrics, focusing on consistency rather than perfection, and using tracking as a means to reinforce our desired identity, we can harness the full potential of this approach. Remember, the goal isn't just to check boxes or create perfect streaks. It's to gradually shape ourselves into the person we want to become. Each tracked instance of a habit is a vote for that future self. Over time, these small votes can lead to profound changes in our behavior, our self-image, and ultimately our lives. So whether you're trying to exercise more, eat healthier, write daily, or any other positive habit, consider incorporating tracking into your approach. Start small, be consistent, and don't be discouraged by occasional
جات كتطور الدراري ما شاء الله.
Have I been aging? Like, at all? Still not sure how this whole living forever thing works.
تنزل عندك البينك اش طالع ولا 120 ام اس. والله تنزل. اي
Blinding. Weak. Out of charges.
Spike planted.
Reloading.
So got.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
ايه ما كاينش ناري ما كاينش تانس فاك. نسيت انا صاحبي اش كاين. فاك.
Clutch.
Cypher, stop bugging my gear with microphones. You're worse than Interpol.
باي ترى باي.
Need a drop.
اوكي نقدر نجيب البي هذا. بي اوه
Flash out. Too late.
Spike down B.
Trevor. Blasting.
خاص باك عندنا. هذا جي هذا جي
Enemy spotted B.
بيان جوي
One enemy remaining.
بيان جوي. سير بوشوا على ما جاركم. بلاتي صبر نجي بيان جوي
Now we start a winning streak of our own.
بيان جوي ترى. سي بون تروكل عليكم الدراري.
Need a drop.
Thank you.
Reloading.
We must keep them out. Careful now. Enemy down. My ultimate is ready. Where is everyone hiding?
Dead.
وانت كذبوا كنت مكان برا هنايا بيروتيتيو علاش
Concussing!
Enemy spotted A.
Clearing out! Hiding!
دازو ولا باقي ما واش عندك صفر مشاو
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
اوه هاي في سموك اوتسايد
Last player
ولا
standing.
ولا خلي
Spike defused.
خذ فاندر
If they try something, I'll see it.
My ult's ready.
صوت بعيد الرياض عفو
Found you. They found my wire.
bien joué.
Spike planted.
Flash out!
You will not kill my allies!
Oh, fuck.
Last player standing.
Their sage is a coward hiding behind walls. Grow a spine already!
I need this.
Need a drop. Thank you.
I need this. No prisoners.
زرار ايوه ايوه ايش تصيد مزيان انا قلت على مامور عاد بوشيو تخباو
Spike planted.
ولا خرب ودخلوا عليكم ويلي تفو ما شفتش صاحبي
Last player standing.
بكره تعرفين انفوسات ريوم عاود عطي انفوسات جيت راه تراد عليك الصوت الناتج ما قلتي والو هنا
Overthinking is just as bad as underthinking.
لا عاود عطي انفو صاحبي راه جاي من هنايا بغيت نقولتي هي تعطيني من هنا
Attention, il y a une erreur imprimée dans les instructions de préparation de nos repas cette semaine. Il y a un zéro en trop dans le temps de cuisson. C'est un carnage.
لا لا
We survive.
Concussing! Flash out!
Drop in a smoke.
One enemy remaining.
No peeking.
هي بتجيب الدورة. هاي جاي منه إلبو. لا 126 فيها 126 دقة واحدة. لا هاي أول مالك يا صاحبي شو هيدي؟
Spike planted.
عارفك جاي من تما. لا رونغول لا لا صاحبي. هاي يا صاحبي.
Aye, where to?
ما فيها دقة واحدة يا صاحبي. دقة خاوية.
Get out of my way!
هاي
Found you. Many enemies A.
Drop in a smoke.
Last player standing.
ويلا ويلا.
They think they're so secure.
لا خليها.
Écoutez bien. J'aimerais que la personne qui s'amuse à mettre des petits sourires dans les
أجوب بسرعة.
No peeking!
They will come.
ايه
They found my wire.
تدخلوا صاحبي تدخلوا. يا
Reloading.
Spike
You will
planted.
not kill my allies!
Clearing out. Flash out. Worthless. My ult's ready. Trevor.
You're right. My ult is ready.
سيفي رجع سيفي.
Last player
ارجع
standing.
سيفي راه ما عندناش. لا صاحبي سيفي
Last player
ما عندناش
standing.
فلوس يا صاحبي.
I can't see them yet, but I can feel them getting ready. يلا لوفي زير معنا. عندك فلاشات عندك المسائل غلط.
I've got your trail.
اي
Camera taken out.
Blinding. Blasting. Flash out. Too late.
Last player
واو
standing.
ايش اللي جبت لنا فلانكا؟
Spike planted.
اوجي صاحبي.
We know more than we did before.
ويلي تاني ايه. هاكو قاعد شغل راسي هاكو. رينا رينا عاونا صاحبي سايفر. تعال صاحبي كذا كم
God, you're fun. My turn.
Spike down
What
A.
the
Last player standing.
بزاف. لا قرب ليه احسن.
30 seconds left.
لا.
Spike planted. One
هلا.
enemy remaining.
هاو. اوه.
I must wait a moment.
عارفك واش كاين تما بدل بلاصتك. اوه. انجي.
Trust me, they'll know what hit them.
انت راه دويلست الصاد راه قدرت فلاش وتقتل جوج اصاحبي دقه واحده. صافي.
And I'm cutting their vision.
Flash out! Blinding!
Spike planted.
You will not kill my allies.
Last player standing. Last round before the switch.
I didn't care how you do it. Just spend all your money. Maybe buy a shorty or two.
Oh shite, I lost my pet rock.
The hunt begins.
They will come. Over there. Enemy spotted mid.
Tremor!
ستانر اش بقيت تسنى الصاد.
Flash out! Down. Blasting!
اوه بلاش بلاش. بلاش تدخل.
Blinding.
Reloading.
Thirty seconds left.
Pitiful.
I found my wire.
Spike planted.
Camera taken out.
Concussing.
طالع.
One enemy remaining.
You had your fun. My turn.
One enemy remaining.
Spike defused.
Switching sides.
You know, I could just outlive them.
Nah, bullets are quicker.
Need a drop. Thank you.
يدوزو ميد سيجا طوالي هنايا.
On my mark.
باينة. حرق.
Spike down mid.
Camera taken out.
Got the spike. Reload.
بيكي بواحد فهمت انايا.
Spike drop.
Retrieve the spike.
Last player standing.
They will scurry, and then they will die.
Reloading. Reloading. Reloading.
Take him.
Spike down A.
Enemy spotted me.
هذا اوتلو عنده.
I have retrieved the spike. Here.
Last player standing.
And the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
Where are you?
سيف شيفت.
Focusing.
Trevor! Clearing out!
Reloading. Dropping in face.
Flash out!
Last player standing. Spike down B.
صح. انت تشوف هذا.
Match point.
I'm ready.
Reloading. Reloading.
Concussing! Blasting!
Reloading.
My camera is destroyed. Reloading.
My ult ready.
Reloading. Someone is A.
Had your fun. My turn.
يلا رينا اضرب بورتي رينا. رينا ماشي عاجية. أولي وش.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
For the
Defenders win.
لا بصراحة.